Narendra Modi landing and then from there going to Ayodhya and of course performing the Bhumi Pujan 2 years ago exactly to this date. It was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who participated in the Bhumi Pujan. Yogi Adityanath was present there. The RSS chief at Satsang Chalak Mohan Bhagwat was present there. And so were present a lot of the sants and mahants of the Hindu faith, the Sanatan Pratha. So 2 years on, we just saw the report that there is work that's happening at feverish pace because they want to meet certain deadlines, and very soon they want access of the devotees to pay their respects and of course get a darshan of Ramlala Virajman. Moving on to news coming through from West Bengal, ladies and gentlemen. Big news coming through. Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee have been further remanded to custody, judicial custody for 14 days. That's the information that we are getting at this point. That they have been remanded to judicial custody till the 18th of August. So after proceedings in court, they were in custody of the Enforcement Directorate, but now sent to 18 days in judicial custody. Now, can they apply for bail and will that be granted? The charges against them, are they bailable offences? What is going to be their next move? In the meantime, some startling revelations made by the Enforcement Directorate in court, where they tried to say that there was a threat to Arpita Mukherjee's life and the food, the water, whatever she was being served was actually being tested. No threat to Partha Chatterjee, but threat to Arpita Mukherjee. Shaugato joins us with more details. Yes, Shaugato.
Well, Anand, the gist of the order has now just come to light. And the gist of the order is that both Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee have been remanded in judicial custody for 14 days. They would they would be produced before a court next on the 18th of August. Obviously, the court has, accepted the Enforcement Directorate's, submission, where the agency prayed for judicial custody, whereas Partha Chatterjee's counsel had moved a bail application. That has obviously been rejected, and both the accused will now be sent to jail. They were in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate for a full term of 15 days, and now the remand is for a 14-day judicial custody. Which jail they would be sent to, and what would be the specifics of that? That order is yet to come. We are waiting for the details of it. But let me tell you, Anand, that the submission that the Enforcement Directorate had made just a short while back during the course of argument today about the threat to life of Arpita Mukherjee and the prayer that before Arpita Mukherjee is served her food and water, they must be tested within the jail premises. Also, if she is kept in the association of other prisoners within a cell, then the jail authorities must do a thorough profiling of the other prisoners with who Arpita Mukherjee would be lodged. So that these prayers that have been made before the court, whether the court has agreed to it or not, what kind of order the court actually passes on that, we are yet to know. We are awaiting the details of that order, but now we can confirm that they have been remanded in judicial custody for 14 days.
For 14 days. So till 18th of August, they remain in judicial custody. Does that also set the grounds for bail for them? Will there be their lawyers wanting to move for bail and make an application? We'll have to wait and watch what the conditions are set. What we have is the gist of the order, the details we are still awaiting. When we do that, we'll go back to Shaugato. Shaugato, for the moment, thank you for your inputs, and we're going to take a very short break here on The Nation at 5. Stay with us.
Stalking her for some time. That's when he got together some accomplices and decided to kidnap her. In Hyderabad, a car was seen precariously hanging from a 25 feet high wall. This happened after the vehicle crashed into railing wall of a multi-story building. The driver allegedly lost control of the steering wheel after the brakes failed. Thankfully, no one was hurt in the incident and bystanders managed to pull the driver out of the car. And after getting death threats, actor Salman Khan is ramping up his security. Now, what the actor has done, he has upgraded his Toyota Land Cruiser SUV car, now has armor and bulletproof glass. The upgraded vehicle is now worth 1.5 crore rupees. It costs extra to install bulletproof screens. The actor has also received a firearms license, something that he had requested the commissioner for. And dramatic visuals from Rajasthan's Sirohi show the extent of flood mayhem in the state. Have a look. The abandoned auto was stuck smack in the middle of the completely submerged road. But it turned out to be a savior for this man who fell off a flooded bridge and got swept away. The water was moving so fast that he had no choice but to go with the flow. But he managed to latch onto the vehicle and stood on its ledge, waiting for the help to come his way. Dozens of people gathered around and helplessly watched the man's plight. He was eventually pulled out to safety when police arrived at the spot. And there's massive politics over Centre's campaign Har Ghar Tiranga. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi said that those running the campaign have come from anti-national organizations which did not hoist the tricolour for 52 years. AIMIM chief Mr. Asauddin Owaisi said that RSS had rejected the idea of independent India.
कि आरएसएस उनका फाउंडेशन रहा है, तो क्या ये बात सच नहीं है कि आरएसएस की जो तर्जुमानी करता है, जिसको माउथपीस अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजर मैगजीन ने 1947 के अपने ऑर्गेनाइजर वीकली ने कहा था कि इस देश का झंडा तिरंगा नहीं बल्कि भगवा होना चाहिए, कि उसमें 3 रंग है, वो खुद अशुभ है, ईवल है.
And this is not good. A majority of Indians are drinking contaminated water. According to the data given by the Centre to Rajya Sabha, 80% Indians drink contaminated water. Centre says that there are excess toxic metals in groundwater in many districts across the country. The problem is more serious in villages than in cities. There is an increased risk of skin diseases, cancer, and excess lead in water can affect the nervous system of humans. Now, a madrasa linked to a terror accused was demolished in Assam's Moregaon area. The madrasa owner, Mufti Mustafa, was recently arrested for his links with Bangladesh-based terror outfit. 43 students were studying in this madrasa. They have now been admitted to different schools.
Reactions have been coming on this demolition of the madrasa by the authorities. Chief Minister today in the press conference also stated that here 42 students were studying in this madrasa, and they were residential students where they were taught about jihad day and night.
And Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's ED custody has been extended till the 8th of August. Meanwhile, the agency has summoned his wife Varsha Raut in the Patra Chaul landscape case. She will appear for questioning on Friday. The summons have been sent to her after transactions done on Varsha Raut's account in the money laundering case came to light before the agency. A school bus driver was arrested for putting the lives of 30 children at risk in Noida. Have a look.
The driver rammed the bus full of children into a closed railway barrier. When the bus was approaching the railway line, the barricade was just closing. But the speeding bus did not stop and rammed into the barrier. Even after breaking the barrier, the driver did not stop and continued to speed ahead. The bus driver was directed to stop ahead by the railway officials, but he did not heed to their advice. A train was going to pass through the railway line when the driver sped through it dangerously. At least 30 children between the ages of 6 and 10 were inside the bus at the time of the incident.
The Taliban claims it was unaware that Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri was living in downtown Kabul. This comes after US announced that Zawahiri was killed with 2 Hellfire missiles fired from a US drone last month. The CIA had identified the safe house that Zawahiri was living in back in April and had been planning the precision strike ever since then. A Russian court sentenced US basketball star Brittany Griner to 9 years in prison on drug charges. This after finding her guilty of narcotics possession and smuggling for bringing cannabis in.
Back on the nation at 5 with an important development that the Chinese special envoy has made a visit to India. And this is with respect to Afghanistan. Sources within the MEA are telling CNN News 18 that there is recognition of India's stature and importance with respect to Afghanistan, and the intention was to get India's position vis-a-vis Afghanistan. This was a meeting where the China, and this is what MES sources are telling CNN News 18, this input coming through our investigations editor Manoj Gupta, that India has recently reopened its mission in Kabul, and the special envoy from China has actually tweeted saying, good to visit India for the first time ever, and meeting with Mr. JP Singh, Joint Secretary of the Indian Foreign Ministry, and exchange views on Afghanistan. Both sides have agreed to encourage engagement, enhance dialogue, and give positive energy to the Afghan peace and stability. But more importantly, China recognizing the role that India plays and the importance of India's stature and position with respect to Afghanistan. Were there other matters also discussed? We have to wait and watch. But right now, the confirmation coming through that this meeting was held with direct perspective and reason for Afghanistan, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on here on The Nation at 5 and staying with international news and developments, I'm sure a lot of our viewers are intrigued, piqued, and also worried about how things are going to unfold in the South China Sea with China really flexing muscle. We must tell you that it's the 95th anniversary or 95th Foundation Day anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party on the 10th of August. So traditionally, between the 1st and the 10th of August, there is a ratcheting up of China's military display, and this all happens in the South China Sea and in and around Taiwan. But this time around, the escalation or of the sound and noise and display of power, military power, is unprecedented. It has perhaps also been escalated or amplified because of the touchdown in Taipei by Nancy Pelosi. So 6 areas in and around Taiwan and Taiwanese waters, the Chinese are on full-fledged muscle power or display of military power, be it air power, be it land, or be it the sea. Even today, day 2, 4th to 7th is where China announced aggressive practice or military drills, and this was day 2. Missiles were fired from the ships which are positioned in waters on the Taiwan Strait and between mainland China and Taiwan, and they were flown. These missiles flew in the direction of Taiwan. This was all captured by Chinese state media. The visuals were issued by the Chinese state media. But China continuing the drills. China also fired ballistic missiles, where Tokyo now has said that 9 of the missiles fired by China, 5 of them landed in Japan's economic zone. China has also issued a warning that if Nancy Pelosi were to visit Okinawa base, then again there would be hostilities drawn with Japan too. China is saying that they have every right to protect what they believe is their sovereign territory, and they see these visits as a direct infringement on their sovereignty. Let's listen into what Nancy Pelosi and Antony Blinken had to say.
Probably using our visit as an excuse. The Chinese have tried to isolate Taiwan, keeping them most recently from the World Health Organization by not even letting their participation be on the agenda of the World Health Agency, whatever that makes these determinations. They may try to keep Taiwan from visiting or participating in other places, but they will not isolate Taiwan by preventing us to travel there.
These provocative actions are a significant escalation. We've seen how Beijing has attempted to change the status quo on Taiwan for some time. For example, more than doubling the number of aircraft flown over the center line that separates China and Taiwan over the past 2 years, pursuing economic coercion, political interference, and cyber attacks against Taiwan. Now, they've taken dangerous acts to a new level. The United States has conveyed to the PRC consistently and repeatedly that we do not seek and will not provoke a crisis. President Tsai has said the same thing. China has chosen to overreact and use Speaker Pelosi's visit as a pretext to increase provocative military activity in and around the Taiwan Strait.
Tony Blinken, Abhishek Jha is with us. Abhishek, Tony Blinken very clearly said that we are committed to, and if there will be an escalation, we are committed to react, because there is a sovereign guarantee that America has given Taiwan, that any act against Taiwanese soil will be treated as an action against American soil. Now, what's going to happen going forward? Many are worried, will this escalate? or is this only going to be a lot of song and dance and a lot of noise by the Chinese as they build up to the 10th of August?
So far, Anand, it looks like it is the song and dance that is going on, because Chinese military might, exhibition of Chinese military might has been unprecedented in and around Taiwan Strait. In fact, it has been reported that today afternoon, almost 68 PLA aircrafts and 13 PLA vessels continues to conduct activities around Taiwan Strait, including crossing the median line. Median line is not an official boundary between Chinese water and the Taiwanese water, but mostly China has been respecting that line, and Chinese vessels have not crossed that line. So this time around, they have also crossed median line, and that is kind of giving concern to Taiwanese state. The official spokesperson of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan and the President of Taiwan herself, they have continuously expressed their concern over the Chinese aggression, and they have also condemned this action, and they have sought support and response from the global community. We have seen in the past how G7 members have come out in support of Taiwan. So we'll have to see how this situation escalates and what are the diplomatic repercussions of this event.
Right. Thank you for your inputs, Abhishek. With that, we call it a wrap on this edition of The Nation at 5. Viewpoint right now. Stay with us.
Good evening, hello and welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Anusha Soni. It was a day of dharnas and detentions here in the national capital. The top leadership of the Congress party, including Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, hit the streets, raising the issue of price rise and unemployment. The BJP called it a move to protect the Parivar, arguing that the attempt is to shield the Gandhis from the ongoing investigation by the Enforcement Directorate. Amidst this politics between the Congress and the BJP, not to forget the core issue, the wholesale price index continues to be in double digit. The inflation is unlikely to come down in a post-COVID economy. Will these dharnas help to keep the issues of a common citizen at the center of Indian polity, or this is merely political subterfuge? We discuss on Viewpoint tonight. First up, our special report.
Dharna, detentions, Dangal. The Congress escalated its fight with the centre, holding pan-India protests against rising prices, unemployment and GST hike on essential items. Dressed in black, Congress MPs led by Sonia and Rahul Gandhi gathered on the premises of Parliament and raised slogans. And then began their march towards Rashtrapati Bhavan. At Vijay Chowk, the Congress MPs held a sit-in demonstration, and all of them, including Rahul Gandhi, were detained by the Delhi police.
लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो रही है. Our job is to raise issues of the people like unemployment and crisis, and we are doing that. I'm happy to be manhandled.
Outside the AICC headquarters, the crowds kept swelling as more and more protesters gathered. And right in the heart of the drama was Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. She jumped barricades in her march towards Rashtrapati Bhavan and then sat in the middle of the road as a mark of protest. Like her brother, she too was detained by the police.
इनके मंत्री कह रहे हैं इनको महंगाई नहीं दिखती, तो हम पीएम हाउस तक चल के महंगाई दिखाना चाहते हैं, गैस का सिलेंडर दिखाना चाहते हैं, जो आज कोई खरीद नहीं सकता है.
While Congress insisted their protest was about rising prices, one of the senior-most leaders in the party, Salman Khurshid, let this slip.
मैं अपने नेता को बचाने के लिए आऊंगा, मेरा नेता मुझे बचाता है. अगर इसको वो परिवार की परिभाषा बना देते हैं तो मुझे कोई उसमें कष्ट नहीं. परिवार हम हैं, परिवार ये देश है, ये देश की जनता है, तो उस देश की जनता को परिवार मानकर, अपना मानकर हम उसकी लड़ाई क्यों ना लड़ें?
The BJP immediately cornered the Congress.
उनको जांच एजेंसियों का डर क्यों है? आखिरकार छिपा क्या रहे? गुनाहगार को गुनाह छिपाने के लिए आखिरकार सबका सहयोग क्यों लेना पड़ रहा है?
So by putting the Parivar first once again, Is the Congress digging itself into a bigger hole?
My colleague Siddhant Mishra is joining us live from the AICC headquarters. He's been reporting all day about all those dramatic developments that happened through the day. Siddhant, help us understand what kind of day it was. It was a day of dharnas and preventive detentions by the Delhi police. A lot of optics that really played out, and the Congress party would want to bank upon. They would like to say this is about price rise and unemployment. The BJP clearly thinks otherwise.
Absolutely, you've got it right. They wanted to pitch, or in fact, they want to pitch this protest as a protest breaking up the issue of common public, Aam Aadmi. And in fact, in the press conference also in the morning, Rahul Gandhi said that this is all about price rise, GST on essential commodities and inflation. But you know, the reality is something else. The reality is that Congress party wanted to take the momentum which was built at the time of summons of Rahul and Sonia Gandhi, and they wanted to take that momentum forward. Now, what, even thinking like a strategy maker, then what can be the next step? The next step is obviously raking up the issue of common public, Aam Aadmi. And in fact, on our channel also, we have been discussing this, that how Congress cadre is only visible on roads when their own leaders are in trouble. They are not visible on roads when you know, common Aam Aadmi is suffering. So in fact, to change this narrative also, this argument also, today's protest was planned, and trust me, it was a successful protest. Tomorrow it will get a good headline also in the newspapers. Today also media covered it, full of drama, theatrics, you know, jumping off the barricades, and you know, the videos, photographs, everything was covered. And you know, right now also the senior leadership of the Congress party is under detention, and we have been told that in some time from now they'll be allowed to go once police will be assured that they will not hit back, they will not hit the streets again. So the procedural formalities are remaining. But yes. So the plan was to show the strength to the government. The plan was to, you know, take the momentum forward and to use this opportunity politically, and that is exactly what Congress has done today.
That's exactly what Congress has done today. Siddhant, very briefly, the statement of Mr. Salman Khurshid was something that the BJP would have desired for. The Congress party gave it up on a platter to them.
Well, yes. And since morning, in fact, you know, tweets of Amit Malviya and the statements coming from the Bharatiya Janata Party, they have been saying this, that this is nothing, this protest is nothing but, you know, targeting enforcement directorate. In fact, BJP leaders has been saying this, that महंगाई सिर्फ बहाना है, ED निशाना है. And you know, maybe that was a slip of a tongue, or Mr. Khurshid wanted to say something else, and he ended up making this statement where he said that that हमारा नेता हमको बचाता है, हम हमारे नेता को बचाने आए. जबकि बात तो ये हो रही थी कि महंगाई पे लड़ाई लड़नी है, GST पे लड़ाई लड़नी है, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट पे लड़ाई लड़नी है. But Salman Khurshid fortunately ended up making that statement. So that became a controversy. Indeed. And later he clarified also. पर तब तक गाड़ी बहुत आगे निकल चुकी थी.
बिल्कुल सिद्धांत, गाड़ी काफी आगे निकल गई थी. बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. My colleague Siddhant, who's been tracking this story from the ground, lays out what exactly happened through the day. How did the optics really play out? How does it serve the Congress party? And more importantly, the issues that they were raising. Has it really helped to augment the cause of a common person? Joining us on the broadcast are our esteemed panel, Mr. Guru Prakash from the BJP. We also have Arshpreet Singh Kadial from the Congress party. Professor Gargi Nandi Roy, who's a political analyst, is also joining us on the broadcast. And Tausif Ahmed Khan, who's a political analyst and a lawyer, is also joining us on the show. Mr. Guru Prakash, coming to you first. The Congress party says that the key issues of a common citizen, price rise, GST, they have not been addressed by the government of the day. That is why we are protesting. This is not about Parivar. This is not about protecting the Gandhi family.
I was just listening to your initial remarks, and you rightly reminded what former Union Minister Salman Khurshid said. परिवार हमें बचाता है, हम परिवार को बचाएंगे. So this tells you what sort of relationship is there in the Congress party within the leadership. Only a couple of months ago, a former Congress minister in Karnataka, he said it, that because of the Congress party, we have made so much money. So it's our duty to save the Congress party leaders. So that is the state of affairs in the Congress party. Now coming to your question, see, the Honorable Union Finance Minister made a detailed speech with respect to inflation. But you look at the record of Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Madam Sonia Gandhi when it comes to attendance in the parliament. Less than 50% Sonia Gandhi, less than 55% Rahul Gandhi. This is their commitment to democracy. Only yesterday, the sort of remarks that were made by Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Loktantra ko bachayenge, Sohard ko bachayenge, Harmony ko bachayenge. In the last 7 decades, more than 110 Rashtrapati Shasan, more than 90 state government have been nullified because of the action of the central government under the Congress party. We don't need to talk about the emergency that was promulgated under whose rule. That is not the point. We are willing to have a discussion. But there is a common phrase, poverty of imagination. The entire opposition, especially the Congress party, is now suffering with this syndrome of poverty of imagination. They don't have any other issues. The only issue, the only concern is to save the family, to save the parivar. They must look beyond parivar if they want to survive and flourish.
You've made a lot of points. Arshpreet, you want to come in there? If this is not about parivar, as BJP accuses you of, then why is it that in the parliament, as has been said by Mr. Guru Prakash, that the attendance record is so abysmal? When the government said that they are ready for a debate and discussion, there were a lot of opposition MPs which were not present on the floor of the House.
See, I think it's a very good question that's been asked, because just yesterday Mr. Kharge wanted to speak and the ED did not let him speak, and the ED had some urgent reason that between 11 to 5 p.m. Not before 11, not after 5, even though Mr. Kharge was at the National Herald when just on the last night the ED was there investigating. They did not ask him any questions. So we all know how the BJP has been, playing with this issue. Number two, because of the failed economic policies of the BJP government, today the retail inflation of India is at top in 12 major countries. And in the last 14 months, the inflation has been in double digits only. And in the last 30 years, the inflation has never ever been this high. So if we are raising the issues of common people, and lakhs of leaders of ours have been saying, including Mr. Gandhi and Ms. Priyanka Gandhi, that we will make sure that we do not rest until the issues of the people are resolved and until this unnecessary GST, implementation on essential commodities is taken back. Now, what's the logic and sense in, implementing GST on curd, on honey, on hospital beds, on simple cheeses, curd and all that? Now, the government wants to, monetize because of GST, but is waving off thousands of crores of people like on the other hand, 60,000 crores were waived off. ED issue is secondary. We don't care about what the ED has to do about us because we have faith in the judiciary. However, the BJP government does not have any answers to this question. That why is there not one BJP leader who has an ED?
Arshpreet, I've taken all your points. I've taken all your points, and I gave you as much time as I'm giving to the BJP. But allow me this interjection. Then how does one understand what Mr. Salman Khurshid said today? That we are here to protect our leaders. What does that mean?
Right.
As simple as that.
See, number one. It is very interesting that BJP wanted to pick up on one leader statement. BJP wanted to pick up on one leader statement.
No, I'm not picking up. I'm also asking from the common public.
I'm coming to that. I'm addressing it. So, number one, what Mr. Khurshid said is being blown out of proportion. And second of all, our leaders like Mr. Gandhi have categorically mentioned that we will fight for the people of India and won't rest no matter what until the GST inflation, until the GST implementation is, taken back on essential commodities. And Mr. Khurshid, is somebody whom you can ask why was this statement given, but one individual statement cannot be attributed to the whole party. And second of all, this statement should also be taken into account of Ms. Priyanka Gandhi, that no matter what happens, we won't sit until the inflation is done away with and until the BJP stops hiding behind, ED and IT and CBI and does not do its job.
All right. Let me also bring in Gargi Roy and Tausif Ahmed Khan into the discussion. Gargi ji, it was a momentum that was built on the streets of the national capital. The Congress party also staged protests in Dharna in different parts of the country, trying to make this issue mainstream. The BJP says they're not worried about the people's issue, but this is a subterfuge to protect the family. How much of merit do you find in that argument?
Yes, it is true. Price rise is not happening today. It has been happening. And when the Congress person talks about GST, yes, isn't it so that in the GST Council, there are representatives from all the states,
yes,
finance ministers of all the states, so the finance minister of Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, weren't they there in the GST Council? So why didn't they raise their voice then? They should have stopped it in the GST Council itself. And when Nirmala Sitharaman is explaining, they should discuss and debate in the parliament. So it is very obvious. You don't need a Salman Khurshid to say it is obvious. Today, when the ED is repeatedly calling the Gandhis, they are coming out on the streets because this price rise is just an excuse. In the garb of a movement for price rise, basically they're trying to threaten the ED. One person even said that Congress if they touch Sonia Gandhi, there will be law and order situation. So they're literally indirectly threatening the ED and the other agencies. Okay, so please answer.
Let me also bring in. It's only fair that I bring in Congress party to respond. Arshpreet, I'll give you the opportunity to respond. Before that, Tausif Ahmed Khan, the protest by the Congress party and in all objectivity, the issues of price rise, wholesale price index, inflation, these are global concerns across even various developed countries. In a post-COVID economy, it has been very, very difficult for most countries to contain the inflation rate. This is a problem far more complicated and critical. And talking about GST, it is true that the GST Council has representation from all the state governments.
Well, GST Council has representation from all the state government, yes. But how much of dues is left there? How much does the BJP government considers the inputs from the state is to be seen. You talked about the you have in a way you have trivialized the issues like price rise and inflation.
No, I'm not. No, I'm
and
not.
Unemployment by calling it a global issue, and there's nothing to worry.
Calling something a global issue is not trivializing, Tausif. You're being unfair to me. I think you're being thoroughly unfair to me. But anyways, go ahead.
I'm going to give you a figure. I'm trying to take out the figure. You must probably
it is 15. It is 15. It has been in double digits for the last 18 months. The wholesale price index.
When it comes to unemployment, India is at 28%. Compare it with other countries. There are countries with only 4% unemployment. How is this a global issue? It is an India-specific issue. We are in Modi-made disaster. Narendra Modi took over government in 2014. At that time, cylinder price was 400, about 400 rupees. He sold gas cylinders to every house, every person in the country. And now that cylinder he is selling at 1200 rupees. Where is the profit going? Congress and each opposition leader party, whether Trinamool or NCP or any opposition leader, along with every citizen of India, has the right to ask government.
No, you have right to ask the government, and we should ask the government on this.
Made disaster, and you're saying ED. No one is scared of ED. With 0.5% conviction rate, it will be laughable if anyone says that anyone is scared of ED.
I appreciate your passion on this issue, Mr. Guru Prakash. I'm coming to you, and you can respond to various points that have been made by Arshpreet and also Mr. Tausif Ahmed Khan. There's one thing I'd like to add, that BJP, when they were in opposition, they were a very vociferous opposition. There were multiple dharnas, street protests that were done on the LPG price hike, on inflation. When the UPA government came down, apart from various other scams that unfolded in the country, inflation and price rise was one of the key issues.
Certainly, a couple of points. Our friend from the Congress party was mentioning about inflation. I think Professor Ashok Gulati, who is a renowned economist, he has written an article recently and he has detailed out the average rate of inflation in the last 8 years of UPA and in the last 8 years of NDA, which is considerably down. So that is on the basis of fact. Second point, when he says about misuse of agencies, it is really laughable because it was the year 2013. Justice Lodha in Supreme Court, he categorically said that CBI is being used like a caged parrot. This was not the NDA. It was the UPA when the Honorable Supreme Court has to make such a scathing remark that CBI is a caged parrot. Third point, you can easily stay away from Salman Khurshid's statement, but it was the same Salman Khurshid who said after Batla House encounter कि सोनिया गांधी के आंखों में आंसू था. आप कब तक भागेंगे?
लेकिन गुरुप्रकाश जी, कुछ मूलभूत मुद्दे हैं, कुछ मूलभूत मुद्दे हैं। प्लीज कंप्लीट, बट आई एम ओनली ट्राइंग टू से सर दैट कुछ मूलभूत मुद्दे हैं, महंगाई है, जो इश्यूज हैं आपके और हमारे जीवन के लिए, सरकार को उनको एड्रेस तो करना पड़ेगा।
तो सरकार ने एड्रेस नहीं किया है क्या? जब देश की वित्त मंत्री बात करती हैं और अभी आईएमएफ और वर्ल्ड बैंक का भी डेटा कोट हो रहा था, तो सेलेक्टिवली डेटा को नहीं देखना चाहिए। यू हैव टू लुक एट द डेटा विद अ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव पर्सपेक्टिव। इट इज द सेम IMF, it is the same World Bank which recently said that there is a 12% reduction in extreme poverty, but you are not going to talk about that. It is the same IMF, it is the same global agencies. In the last 8 years, you tell me, when we say zero tolerance on corruption, there is absolutely no corruption. You raise question mark on Enforcement Directorate. It is the Enforcement Directorate that has seized property worth more than 1 lakh crore. Okay. More than 850 people are facing prosecution. Are they all from opposition? No, absolutely they are not from opposition. But you cannot selectively blame institution. If the institutions are working as per your whims and fancies, they are okay. You can raise question mark on Supreme Court. You raise question mark on media. You raise question mark on Election Commission. That is not going to work. You have to fight about real issues. When was the last time the Congress leadership was out on issues of Mahಂगाई? When was the last time the Congress leader was out? Leadership was out on the street on the issue of unemployment?
I'm going to take these direct questions.
It is only about the leadership, only about the parivar.
I'm going to take these questions to Ashpreet. Ashpreet, I'm sure you have a lot of points to respond upon, but let's begin by what Guruprakash has said, that when was the last time this kind of protest, this kind of momentum, which by many standards can be said that there was a successful protest by the Congress party, when was it last seen? It was not seen in a very long time, and inflation has not happened yesterday.
So, I did not interrupt anyone. I hope nobody would interrupt me. I hope the BJP spokesperson or whoever is questioning this would give me a timetable. We'll make a timetable according to the whims and fancies of the BJP and then protest accordingly. I don't have to say anything more than that. Number two, GST Council does comprise of, state representatives, no doubt about that. But they are in the majority. And their say does not get implemented. No doubt about that. Number three, 23 people have gone below the poverty line in the second regime of the BJP government. 97% of people's incomes, 97% people's incomes have decreased ever since the BJP has come into power. And number three, demonetization, has it stopped black money? Has it stopped corruption? Has it stopped embezzlement? So many things are happening. The BJP government has rather worsened the issue. And if we talk about that, they have a problem with it. They haven't even spared children, for that matter, sharpeners, pencils also have GST on them. And they are talking about Congress party, when the Congress party was in power, when you used to protest for trivial issues like LPG. At our time, the cylinders costed 410 rupees in 2014 when we left. And now they cost 1,053 bucks in your regime. So shouldn't BJP protest against itself? And comparing, their standards with our standards of protest, we have a bigger issue at hand, and if we protest, they have a problem with it. Number six, petrol, LPG, essential commodities like pulses, cooking oil, they have disturbed common people. And if we are echoing the voice of the common people in the parliament, outside the parliament, on roads peacefully, what problem does the BJP government have?
Also, just a bit, if you can add about the attendance within the parliament, that was also being said by some people here.
See, I would also object to that, because we have always made sure that the issue is resolved, whether it is done in the parliament, outside the parliament, and our leaders have always done their bit. It is the BJP that does not want to call parliament sessions, and it is them who, call off the parliament sessions for no rhyme or reason. They have also stopped from protests happening outside the parliament, just outside the parliament, when they have been doing it throughout, ever since the, independence, they have been protesting. And not just that, they have also stopped from religious ceremonies being happening outside parliament. We don't understand where this logic comes from to the BJP. And number six, what Mr. Khurshid said. See, Mr. Khurshid probably meant, although I can't answer on his behalf, but I would just say one thing. Do not attribute one individual statement to the whole party. If you want to do that, then also attribute Nupur Sharma's comment, the controversial comment she made to the entire BJP.
We've debated a lot of times what Nupur Sharma said. We are more than happy to debate what she's saying, but I don't think that's relevant here.
And they also said powers of terrorists. Should we attribute that to the whole BJP? Should the whole BJP apologize for that? So please do not give absurd logics, which are ludicrous in nature.
Okay, I have limited time. Mr. Guruprakash, you want to respond? Yes, please finish, Ashpreet.
Our leaders have been dragged. Our leaders have been dragged. they have been attacked, they have been arrested. So Mr. Khurshid probably meant that if they have stood for us, we'll also stand for them.
All right, Mr. Guru Prakash, do you want to respond? Please come in.
No, I was very patiently listening to my friend from the Congress party, but you cannot run away from this. When a former union minister, he is a former union minister, he is a very senior leader of the Congress party, and when was the last time he did not answer my question? Point number one. You raised question mark on the integrity. Today, Mr. Rahul Gandhi did a press conference. He made scathing remarks about the media as well. Have you forgotten what happened in 2010? Neera Radia scam. It was the media who was deciding the portfolios of minister. You want a media like that? You want a Supreme Court like that? You want every institution like that? You want civil society like that? You are commenting on the state of democracy when unaccountable body like NAC was making laws. When Mr. Rahul Gandhi tore the ordinance in front of the entire country, denigrating not only the democracy but also denigrating the office of Prime Minister. So I think Mr. Rahul Gandhi or the Congress party has no moral authority, has no locus standi to comment on the state of democracy in the country. Coming on inflation, like I said, double-digit inflation under the UPA for 22 months, 9% inflation constantly under UPA, but you are not going to speak on that.
Yes.
See, as a party, we believe in one thing, that the DNA of this country, the democratic DNA of our people have given their response in 2014, in 2019, and even in 2022. If the Congress party is not going to do introspection, they will again be irrelevant.
Well, Mr. Guru Prakash, Arshpreet Gargi Roy, Tausif Ahmed Khan, I thank all of you for joining this debate. And this war of words or this political war between the BJP and the Congress will continue to go on. That's part and parcel of democracy. But issues like inflation, price rise do require a non-partisan and a serious debate in this country. Well, here's another special report. Today is the second anniversary of Ram Mandir Bhumi Pujan in Ayodhya. The phase 1 completion of Mandir is expected to be done by December next year. Following that, the temple will be open for all devotees. My colleague Pranshu with the special report.
2 years ago, on 5th August 2020, the Prime Minister has laid the foundation stone for the grand Ram temple in Ayodhya, and today you can see the first pictures out here as this massive construction work is going on. In fact, right from the work of laying the foundation stone, which has been completed, today the plinth structure, or the foundation on which the actual temple will actually be constructed, that plinth has also been risen to a significant level, and the saffron flag you see which is fluttering amidst this ongoing construction work is exactly the point where the sanctum sanctorium is being built. Now in June this year, Yogi Adityanath, UP Chief Minister, had performed the puja, thereby marking the construction work of the Garbhagriha or the Sanctum Sanctorium. And today, 2 months down the line, the walls of Sanctum Sanctorium are already being constructed. Now, at the moment, you can see a lot of heavy machinery, big cranes. They are already in action at the particular site. Lot of workers with all the security measures, they are working there, and that's the reason why journalists are not being allowed to go exactly to that point where this construction work is going on. But I'll show you through these pictures, this entire huge site which you see around us is the Ram Janmabhoomi temple area, and this entire temple structure, the 3-story temple structure, would be coming up here. These are all the granite slabs which will be the part of the foundation stone or the structure of the temple, and also the red sandstone that would be used as far as the construction of the main temple is concerned. And I'm also joined by Mr. Anil Mishra, who is one of the trustees here.
मंदिर के निर्माण के काम को एक साथ विचार करके देखा जाए तो 30% से अधिक का निर्माण कार्य पूरा हो गया है, लेकिन अलग-अलग खंडों में विचार करके अगर हम देखते हैं तो 2 तारीख को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो भूमि पूजन किया था, उसके बाद से हमने न्यू का काम पूरा किया है। उसके बाद उसके प्लिंथ का काम अब लगभग 90% पूर्ण हो चुका है। प्लिंथ के ऊपर सुपर स्ट्रक्चर जिसको हम कहते हैं, बंसी पहाड़पुर के तरासे गए पत्थर का काम बहुत तीव्रता के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, जिसको 1 तारीख को उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने अपने कर कमलों के द्वारा उस शिला को रख के प्रारंभ किया था। आज वो गर्भगृह की शिलाएँ बहुत तेज़ी से लग रही हैं और लगभग वो भी 400 के आसपास शिलाएँ लग चुकी हैं, और निकट भविष्य में हमने सोचा था कि सितंबर तक ये प्लिंथ का निर्माण पूरा होगा, लेकिन आज वो 90% हो गया है, अर्थात अगस्त में हम प्लिंथ का निर्माण पूरा कर लेंगे। उसके बाद सुपर स्ट्रक्चर का काम बहुत तीव्रता के साथ आगे बढ़ेगा। रॉक टाइप का फाउंडेशन है, उसके ऊपर जो प्लिंथ बन रहा है वो ग्रेनाइट स्टोन के इस 3 बाई 2.5 बाई 5 के स्टोन से विशेष प्रकार के डिजाइन के माध्यम से उसको रखा जा रहा है, जिससे अगर किस प्रकार का, जिसको भूकंप रोधी प्लिंथ कह सकते हैं, उसके ऊपर सुपर स्ट्रक्चर होगा, जिसके नाते सुपर स्ट्रक्चर कभी प्रभावित नहीं होगा।
I have been here since the first day of working. Our part of work would definitely be when people will start coming in. We'll have Ram Murti Vigraha here. We are planning to do it by December 23. It is again one and a half years right now. And the further part of the Shikhar may continue because that's the longest one which will take. Along with that, we'll have also a percotta all round. That will be around 800 meter long. It is also made out of the same stone. That may take a year later. So in all, the total project is likely to be till December 25, including the peripheral areas.
A very warm welcome. You're watching Biggest Exclusive tonight with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Now, China has announced unspecified sanctions on US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and her immediate family members. This is in response to what the Chinese Foreign Ministry has called vicious and provocative actions. China's Foreign Ministry has issued a statement saying, and I quote, "Despite China's serious concerns and firm opposition, Pelosi insisted on visiting Taiwan, seriously interfering in China's internal affairs, undermining China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, trampling on the One China policy and threatening the peace and stability of the Taiwan Strait." And that's why experts are now asking if Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan trip is only the start of US headaches, and to what extent is China actually willing to avenge for this visit? Here's a report.
A historic visit has turned into a full-blown international crisis. The dragon is breathing fire over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's unprecedented Taiwan stopover. From imposing sanctions against Pelosi for what it called seriously undermining China's sovereignty, to suspending the China-US climate change talks and nixing plans for a call between military leaders, as well as 2 security meetings. At the same time, Beijing continues to punish Taiwan for rolling out the red carpet for Pelosi. China is holding its largest ever military exercises in the seas around Taiwan. Live missile drills and rocket launches, scrambling jets and choppers over Taiwanese skies, China is ratcheting up the war rhetoric.
These provocative actions are a significant escalation. China has chosen to overreact and use Speaker Pelosi's visit as a pretext to increase provocative military activity in and around the Taiwan Strait.
While Beijing accused Pelosi of disregarding their concerns and opposition to her visit, she was unfazed.
They may try to keep Taiwan from visiting or participating in other places, but they will not isolate Taiwan by preventing us to travel there.
With neither side refusing to blink, how worried should we be about a possible military conflict?
And that is why the big question we are posing today is, can China afford to go to war? Let me open the House with that question, and let me introduce our guests on that note. I'm joined in by Mr. Ambassador G. Parthasarathy, who's a former diplomat, Mr. James M. Dorsey, who's a senior fellow at Nanyang Technological University's S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, and he's also an author. Andrew K.P. Lung, who's an international and independent China strategist based in Hong Kong. Ting Ting Liu, who's a foreign affairs and military correspondent at the TVBS News in Taiwan. And with that, let me also take my first question from Ambassador Parthasarathy. Ambassador, it's very good to have you on the show. On that note, let me begin with what the recent developments are. Today itself, we've heard of China announcing unspecified sanctions on
Nancy Pelosi. Considering China has already done that with a number of US officials, that includes Peter Navarro, who was a former trade advisor to Donald Trump, even former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Do you think that these so-called unspecified sanctions will hold any significance?
Look, I think very clearly neither the United States nor China wanted to escalate things beyond a point. The Chinese had to appear to be tough, but they knew the costs of being tough if they take on the US, and therefore they had louder things to say and harsher face to show. But let us be very clear, they know that if the Americans step in, the Japanese are against them, the South Koreans don't particularly like them, and Vietnamese down south are not exactly in love with them. So I think the Chinese have taken a valid decision to cool it. But they have to bear in mind that Xi Jinping wants to go down in history. He wants a re-election soon from the party. So he cannot be seen to be surrendering to the Americans. And therefore the actions he has taken are predictable and will go down with the Chinese public as, yes, measures like, what he has done has been done.
All right.
Yes, he has done something. He has for the first time fired missiles across Taiwan. But that is more not substance but form. I think I also sense that the Biden administration would like to, have some sort of a normalization with China and move things forward. And we'll have to see how it goes.
Let's get the perspective straight from the horse's mouth as well. I also have Andrew Lung with us. Andrew, let's not veer away from the question we have posed to all of you today and our viewers as well. But having said that, this is an election year, something that Ambassador Parthasarathy was also talking about. This is an election year for Xi Jinping, and not to forget, China is looking at a time when its economy is facing its slowest growth in decades, and that's not what I'm saying. The IMF projections say that. Can China afford to go to war?
Well, if you look at it, both countries cannot afford to go to war at this point because of the coming November big events. For President Xi, it's not so much on the election, but the confirmation of endorsement of President Xi's third term. Don't forget that President Xi has got no competitor in sight, so it is not really a kind of election in the Western sense. But nevertheless, President Xi doesn't want to people to spoil the broth, as it were. And then also in November, Beijing is going to unveil a new lineup for the new leadership, including the replacement of the retiring Premier Li Keqiang. So it's a very, very important event for China in November. Likewise, November is also a deciding moment for the American Democratic Party. Both Nancy Pelosi and President Biden are likely to see their hold to power eroded with the coming elections, because the popularity rating of President Biden is down in the doldrums.
Right, but Mr. Lung, as far as the ratcheting up of tensions is concerned, that's being done by China right now. Having said that, let me also bring in James Dorsey. James, you heard what Andrew had to say. He's talking about November being a very crucial period. We all know that Xi Jinping certainly cannot afford bad headlines. But what are the challenges ahead for Taiwan and the United States? I'm going to ask you to specifically focus on the United States now.
Well, I think basically I agree with both the ambassador and with Andrew Lung. Neither party wants a conflict at this moment. Having said that, indeed the elections, and equally fundamentally, this is an incident that was waiting to happen. We have witnessed a much sharper big power rivalry between the United States and China, much greater assertiveness on both parties, and there is a much harder mood towards one another, much harder sentiment domestically, both in China and in the United States. I think the trick is going to be here, an environment in which the tensions are higher and will have to be very carefully managed so that it doesn't spin out of control. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that the Chinese military conflict may or may not be inevitable, but while the Chinese military has made immense advances, it still is in a position of transition and transformation, and will want to complete that first before it goes up against the United States. And the last thing I would mention here is, of course, that the United States, with all the question marks about Afghanistan and Iraq, is a battle-hardened military. I don't think that is true for the Chinese military at this point.
All right. Would you like to counter that, Andrew? There's a lot of talk about how the PLA is not adequately equipped to counter the kind of forces that Taiwan may bring along with it, especially the American military.
Well, separated by a body of waters, about 100 miles or kilometers, Taiwan is no easy walkover. And in fact, amphibious operations are notoriously difficult in military strategy textbooks. That's why General Mark Milley, the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, in his recent testimony in the Senate, confirms that China has got no 100% confidence, full confidence to prevail on Taiwan in all circumstances, but until 2027. So there's a definite kind of threshold when by that time it is thought that China would possess almost full confidence to prevail on Taiwan in any circumstances.
Right, no. The question is, can
I finish?
Sure.
Please. And then against that, that was about 6 months ago. And about in December last year, there was a detailed report in the Harvard Kennedy School, the Belfer Center, a study undertaken by no less a person than Graham Allison, Professor Graham Allison, the author of the Thucydides trap. In this detailed study, they found that Americans' dominance in all domains are now under challenge, in cyber, in navy, and missiles, the anti-access area denial capabilities, denying access or approach of aircraft carrier groups. So on all fronts, the American dominance is being challenged. And then the conclusion seems to be, according to Graham Allison, that China is now capable of engineering a lightning fake company before the United States has the time to respond. Don't forget that Taiwan is many miles away from the American assets, even in the first and second island chain. So
then in that case, Andrew, then in that case, a military sort of might, as far as China is concerned, is inevitable. Are you saying that we should expect the tensions to escalate further?
No. Now, this is only to respond to the perception that China doesn't have the capability.
Andrew, I'm sorry to interject you there. My apologies, because Ting Ting is also waiting very patiently. Ting Ting, in Tokyo, Nancy Pelosi has said that US will not allow China to isolate Taiwan. First of all, what kind of support can Taiwan expect from the United States?
This actually really boils back to the fact of, the United States maintaining strategic ambiguity in this region, especially on the issue of Taiwan. I mean, now we have been seeing the military tension around Taiwan is actually quite intense today. So, for example, the People's Liberation Army has actually sent 68 PLA aircraft and 13 Navy vessels around Taiwan, and many of which of those have actually crossed the median line. And that is actually not only of that, it is on top, of what of the ballistic missiles that actually flew over Taiwan yesterday. So we're actually seeing very increased military tension in this region, and just from our own intelligence, what we know is that the United States reconnaissance aircraft has also been flying actively in the southern parts of Taiwan. Also, perhaps to also take a look, at what the PLA is actually doing in the region.
Hmm.
Yeah, and currently, as of what we know, is that the U.S. is Ronald Reagan, they are also conducting their military activities in the Philippine waters, Philippine Sea
Right,
out there.
right.
So also watching this whole incident unfold around Taiwan, perhaps more from a distance, and also to show a U.S. presence in the region. But as to how much the United States military really interfere, or there is a point where how this will happen and how it will unfold, it is still yet to be observed. But what we know is that when you go back to the politics in Washington, there's a lot of questions I believe that will eventually be raised. Is like, how could Taiwan better protect herself? The stance of the Taiwan Defense Ministry has always been like, oh, we do not seek for war, but we are definitely prepared for war. But the question is Taiwan definitely really prepared for war? And no doubt, we have been seeing, especially over the past 2 to 3 years, where the military is actually receiving a lot of comments and a lot of suggestions from the United States military on how to improve our own self-defense. So, like for example, extending conscription, and also to increase the level of
Right.
training of the current soldiers right here.
Right.
These are very key. These are very key points. And on top of that, the idea of asymmetrical warfare. This is the latest buzzword. In the military circle. To counter the PLA aggression against Taiwan. The Taiwanese Defense Ministry made it a point to say that, we need to up our asymmetrical warfare, as what we have been seeing in the Russian-Ukrainian war. But whether it is quick enough, at this point
Right.
in time.
I guess that was something that was more or less expected when Pelosi finalized her trip to Taiwan as far as bracing up for warfare is concerned. Ambassador Parthasarathy, whether it's the pressure of midterm elections or sealing her own legacy, do you think Nancy Pelosi has had her own ulterior motives behind this trip, or was this just about showing U.S. solidarity towards Taiwan?
Look, she is an extremely smart politician.
That I agree.
A typical Californian liberal. And she was also a very firm-willed person. Now, she has obviously had very close links with the Chinese Taiwan population in California, because I visit the place quite often. There are large Chinese Taiwanese. So that there is that measure of sort of, you can say, a sense of duty for her constituents who have always voted for her. The ethnic communities always vote Democrat, and certainly for a person like her, it will be 100%. So it's mixed feelings at her age, and I'm not sure she'll come back for another term even. But I don't think anyone can take Taiwan to be a pushover. Let us be quite clear. What the Chinese have done is got Russian equipment and sought to upgrade it. Now, in technology terms, I don't think there's anything to match what the Americans have on offer, and I'm sure their offers to Taiwan would have been at their best. So it is speculative, but I think China will be very, very careful that it does not hurt itself in the eyes of the world, because it will be seen like a big bully taking on a smaller sort of person. And therefore, this is rather speculative, but don't underestimate Taiwan. And I want to tell you one thing. Technologically, and I've been to Taiwan, they are far more advanced than the Chinese.
Right.
I mean, the way they've gone about their semiconductor industry is something to be shown to the world, and there's much which India can learn from it. So I think all this is much speculation. One is quite from the very beginning.
Right.
The American
All right, Ambassador Parthasarathy, I think you're freezing over there. If you could just look into your connectivity. James Dorsey, if I may quickly come to you right now. You heard what Ambassador Parthasarathy had to say. Do you think that Nancy Pelosi had sort of sensed that prudent stance that China would like to take if this visit were to materialize, that of course has already materialized? And how do you counter the assessment that Taiwan is having to pay for Nancy Pelosi's visit?
Well, I think, first of all, in terms of Pelosi's motives, she's always been a hardliner on China. And she certainly, I would assume, would have wanted to shape U.S. policy. And keep in mind that the responses to the Pelosi visit coming out of Washington have been varied. On the one hand, you've had the Pentagon being quoted as saying that they don't favor the visit. You've had the White House basically first hedging its bets and then trying to repair damage or clarify by actually for one of the very few times emphasizing that the United States does not favor Taiwanese independence. And of course, you had Pelosi going forward with the visit. I think one thing to keep in mind is in terms of contextualizing, if you wish, the Chinese response to the Pelosi visit is the fact that China, for several years now, has basically acted as a bully. With other words, the language it uses when it criticizes other countries is the one of a stern teacher talking to his pupil rather than talking to an equal. It has economically sanctioned countries like Australia, like Sweden, like Lithuania, the Czech Republic for policies that it did not like. So, first of all, it's an interference in the domestic affairs of multiple countries, and it's a policy of intimidation.
Right.
And that's what we're seeing on a much greater scale in the response to the Pelosi.
Absolutely, and that is not just something we are now observing in Taiwan. There's something we've already seen what's happened in Hong Kong. Andrew, do you think that we are, as far as Taiwan's concerned, they will go down the same way as Hong Kong, or it's actually the policy that was towards Hong Kong that was not the case in Taiwan, which will actually salvage Taiwan? And then I'm going to actually come to you and talk about these targeted measures that are being adopted by China. But first, I'd like you to answer that.
Well, as far as interference and intimidation are concerned, I think it would be ironic for these criticisms coming from another even more aggressive country interfering in China's internal affairs like Hong Kong and Xinjiang, and also intimidation in terms of the military exercises and so-called freedom of navigations at the front door of China's territorial waters. But anyway, be that as it may, I don't think that there is also a fear in Beijing that there is a trap to provoke China into taking premature action, knowing, as I was referring to Mark Milley's military assessment, that China is not fully ready. So the window to cause any severe damage to China's trajectory is to provoke China into doing something rash. And I don't think that Beijing would fall for this trap. Now, as far as the solution of the Taiwan question is concerned, Beijing has repeatedly emphasized that peaceful unification is the ideal solution. And that's, of course, Sun Tzu's art of war. Now, how to achieve that, of course, is very difficult because most Taiwanese don't want unification. Neither do they want independence because they know for sure that any declaration of independence would bring havoc to Taiwan. So they just want to maintain the status quo forever. However, forever is not the answer for Beijing because President Xi Jinping has set a deadline of 2049 for peaceful unification, ideally, which is the 100th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China.
But now, Andrew, I'm sorry to interject, but we're talking about peaceful reunification. Just yesterday or a day before, we've seen China's state mouthpiece, Global Times, talking about speeding up the reunification process, and it looked very angry as far as that entire write-up is concerned. So I don't know if that makes sense if we are going to talk about a peaceful reunification with Taiwan.
No, well, I don't believe every word that Bhutan says. For example,
well, you may counter, but the fact is, it is the state.
Yeah. Well, let me finish. Okay. I think that the peaceful solution is not a pipe dream. I would use the Hong Kong reversion of sovereignty as an example. Now, before this return of Hong Kong to the motherland was first bruited, there was a great deal of unease in Hong Kong, myself included. I mean, who knows? I mean, so because the Hong Kong has been governed under a different system, and for Hong Kong to be returned to China, of course, there was the society, the businesses, they're all up in a great turmoil. And of course, that the governing power at that time was Margaret Thatcher, an Iron Lady. Obviously, she won't she'll resist that. But at the end, that's what happened: peaceful return of Hong Kong to the motherland. And then through all these years, the 25 years, and I have learned that of course, it's different from before, but at least...
Andrew, I'm sorry, I'm running short of time. I have to also pose questions to my other guests. Ting Ting, if I may come to you, there's talk about China's reliance on different ways that are short of war, but how they are measured in very specific, targeted measures that can be a great pressure tactic on Taiwan and can also be used to undermine US support towards Taiwan. Do you view China resorting to more of these so-called grey zone tactics instead of more military incursions?
No, I mean, this is a tactic that has actually been closely observed, employed by the PLA over the past few years. I think one thing that is key to note is that on top of all the PLA jet incursions that has been widely reported, like how the jets have been flying to Taiwan's air defense identification zone, there are actually reports in Taiwan where we know that on the, let's say, the islands of the outer islands around Taiwan, let's say the Taiping Islands and also the Spratly Islands, those areas basically for Taiwan, what happened is that there has been reports of like normal fishing vessels, surrounding this islands, and then that may actually seem like a gray zone tactic. And on top of that, just before the exercises commenced recently around Taiwan, we have been receiving daily reports of unmanned aerial vehicles, technically drones, basically flying over outer islands of Taiwan, and then these are gray zone tactics because you do not know where this kind of vessels belongs to. You also do not know where these UAVs belong to, but they are definitely from the PLA or maybe definitely from the PRC government. So in that sense, there are not many cards for Taiwan to play at this hand because it is gray zone tactic and there may be a risk of miscalculation.
James, as far as the United States is concerned, there's a crucial question that arises as far as the foreign policy is concerned. At a time when China is only getting more fierce about its one China policy and people are questioning US's capability to even defend Taiwan, can the United States still afford the policy of strategic ambiguity?
As in this is...
I think it at this point has no choice but to maintain that policy. Anything else would sharpen and lead and accelerate a potential conflict. There's no way that the United States, I think, can not stand by Taiwan, and therefore extending what is granted a fundamentally an unsustainable position. Taiwan's position was dependent on China maintaining its claim to Taiwan but not asserting, and it was dependent on the United States supporting Taiwan but not pushing it towards independence.
I think Ting Ting wanted to also bring in her point of view. Please go ahead, Ting Ting.
Oh no, but see, I just wanted to do a very simple add-on. It's like the Taiwanese have always been generally the general public, has been always very hopeful that maybe that the US may come to Taiwan's defense. But fundamentally, I think the Taiwanese government has also been telling people that it is key for us, for people in Taiwan to self-defend, to show to the world that it no doubt you should defend your own country before putting your hopes in others helping to defend you. That is one thing very crucial, as we have seen the Russian and Ukrainian war. Yeah.
Right. Andrew, do you think that for United States right now, strategic ambiguity is the only way forward? Andrew, I'm posing that question to you.
Sorry. Well, sorry. I thought you're asking some other guest. Well, I think that this is not so much for the United States.
Right.
The United States to carry on with this is for Beijing to seek clarification, because the so-called One China policy has consistently been hollowed out by the United States, creating more and more diplomatic space for Taiwan to play as if Taiwan was a separate country, and infusing higher and higher ranking officials to visit Taiwan, and cajoling American allies to do the same.
Right.
So
before I end the discussion, Ambassador Parthasarathy, I'm running short of time. I'd like to quickly take your perspective in terms of India. Taiwan's a crucial area of interest for the Quad. Should that now be a case for India too, or should India tread more cautiously?
No, I think obviously everything in the Quad is decided by a consensus.
Right.
No single country can have its way. Taiwan is hypothetical at this stage. As someone said, we're talking of 2049, which at least many of us won't be around. The fact of the matter is that China is becoming an aggressive and assertive country.
Right.
It is a threat to India's security, not directly, but because what it does with its neighbors.
I'm very sorry, Ambassador Parthasarathy. I'm running short of time. I'll have to end the discussion over there. Many thanks to our guests for joining in this discussion. And with that, it's over to Ridhima for Plain Speak.
Good evening. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18. You're watching Plain Speak. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. Dangal, dharna and detention. Congress workers took to the streets to protest against the BJP once again today. Their agenda was to protest against issues that are concerning the Aam Aadmi, the people, price rise, inflation and even GST. The protests were pan-India, Delhi, Guwahati, Chandigarh and other areas as well. It in fact was a repeat of what we had seen when the Enforcement Directorate had summoned Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. Congress workers clashed with police officials, police resorted to water cannons in some places, eventually leading to a lot of leaders being detained as well. The youth Congress workers also protested in front of the Prime Minister's residence here in the national capital. They were also eventually detained. But the BJP has alleged that these protests are nothing but anger because of the summons that were given to the Gandhis by the Enforcement Directorate. So what really played out today? Let's bring you some of those details. As I said, these were pan-India protests by Congress workers. Let's break down the details of what we really saw right here from the national capital all the way to Guwahati. In the national capital, a lot of drama played out. It in fact began with a press conference that came in from Rahul Gandhi at about 9:30 in the morning. And then we saw all the Congress workers wear black as a mark of protest. You had Sonia Gandhi joining the protest as far as the parliament is concerned. As far as Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is concerned, she was seen actually jumping barricades as well and ending up having an altercation with police officials on the ground. As I said, there were a lot of detentions as well. But this was not just a national capital problem. Let's talk to you about also what played out in the other cities. Look what played out in Chandigarh. They actually turned into a law and order situation. At one point, the police officials had to resort to the use of water cannons as well. Once again, there was altercation with officials on the ground and these protesters who refused to move away despite the barricades that were put in place, and there were other. And all of this played out in VIP areas. This was a situation that played out in Chandigarh. Let's bring you some other visuals as well. Let's talk about the other part of the country. This is what played out in Guwahati. Once again, you had protesters clashing with police officials on the ground, and then of course this led to a lot of detentions in Guwahati as well. Let's bring you some other visuals that came. These are visuals that are coming to us from Jodhpur. You had youth Congress workers protesting in Jodhpur as well. So the Congress has been saying that this was not because of the summons that were given to the Gandhis, but these were issues that are concerning the people, and the government completely seems to have forgotten those issues. But there was also a fair share of controversy in the morning from what we heard as far as Salman Khurshid was concerned, when he was heard saying that he in fact is fighting for his leaders. Later he clarified that the country is his family. Let's listen in.
मैं अपने नेता को बचाने के लिए आऊंगा, मेरा नेता मुझे बचाता है। अगर इसको वो परिवार की परिभाषा बना देते हैं तो मुझे कोई उसमें कष्ट नहीं। परिवार हम हैं, परिवार ये देश है, ये देश की जनता है, तो उस देश की जनता को परिवार मानकर, अपना मानकर हम उसकी लड़ाई क्यों ना लड़ें। भारतीय जनता पार्टी हमें ये बताए।
So as we saw Congress leaders rally behind the Gandhis, the question that is now arising is Parivar, is the Gandhis above the party? Are they the main priority?
जाने से रोका गया। हम लोग यहाँ शांतिपूर्वक ढंग से नारा लगा रहे थे। मोदी सरकार के दो भाई हैं, ईडी और सीबीआई, और मोदी सरकार के दो और भाई हैं, बेरोजगारी और महंगाई।
हम महंगाई के मुद्दे पे, बेरोजगारी के मुद्दे पे हम यहाँ खड़े हैं।
इनको ये लगता है कि दबाने के बाद, ऐसे अपनी फोर्स दिखाने के बाद हम चुपचाप से समझौता करके बस में बैठ जाएंगे इनके साथ, तो क्यों करें हम?
भ्रष्टाचार किया है, जो बेल पर हैं और जेल जाने से डरते हैं, उनको जांच एजेंसियों का डर क्यों है? जनता सवाल बार बार एक पूछती है कि गुनाहगार को गुनाह छिपाने के लिए आखिरकार सबका सहयोग क्यों लेना पड़ रहा है?
Pointed out earlier in the day, a lot of Congress leaders were detained. The update that we're now getting in is that Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and other Congress leaders, they have now been released from detention. So that's the update coming in after almost over 4 hours. All these Congress leaders who were detained because of the dharna that played out in the national capital and other areas of the country, they in fact now have been released. Let me also now introduce our guests who are joining us this evening. We have National Spokesperson of the BJP and BJP MP, Aprajita Sarangi. We also have Congress Spokesperson Rohan Gupta. We have Political Analyst Varun Singh. We also have Author and Analyst Rashid Kidwai. Good to have all of you on the broadcast with us. Rohan, let me begin with you first. All the Congress leaders that we heard from today said that this has nothing to do as far as the summons that were given to the Gandhis or the National Herald case. That's a separate investigation that is going on. These are protests because we want to raise the issues of the common people like price rise, inflation and GST. But I want to begin by understanding you had the opportunity to do that on the floor of the House. Why take to the streets?
Ridhima, am I audible to you?
Sure, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Rohan. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So, Ridhima, first of all, if you remember the time this monsoon session started, we were not allowed to debate on price rise or inflation. Our MPs were suspended. After that, it was pre-organized program of Congress Party that on 5th of August, across the country, we will do rallies against the price rise and all. Why BJP government didn't give us permission? So we have no right to protest against inflation either inside the parliament also, and we have no right to do permission even on the roads.
No, sir, I think you didn't hear my question correctly. I said you had the opportunity as far as the floor of the house is concerned. And let me just one sec, and let me just sir, give me, sir, I will give you all the time. I've opened the show. I have opened the show with you. Let me just complete my question, sir, and all the time is yours. One sec. Last week itself, we heard from Piyush Goyal, who had said that we are ready to discuss as far as the issue of price rise is concerned. Why is the opposition not taking up that opportunity? All the time is yours. Please respond.
No, Ridhima, first of all, if you see the monsoon session, they never allowed the discussion in the beginning of the session. After our suspension of the MPs, the last day, Nirmala Sitharaman comes and what she tells to the country that there is no price rise, there is no inflation. Come on, the whole country is facing the serious inflation. The inflation has gone beyond the RBI limit of 6%. Even in 12 countries, we are now there at 7% of inflation. Congress had organized rallies against inflation across country on 5th of August. Delhi police didn't give us permission. So we have right to raise the issues of people. Why BJP is so much worried? And according to them, if there is no inflation, I think then how can they resolve the issue? The issue is the denial mode, Ridhima. You cannot be in denial mode as far as democracy is concerned, and the opposition has right to demonstrate for the cause of people. What is wrong in that?
Okay, Aprajita Sarangi, what is wrong? What is wrong if the opposition decides to pick up issues that are concerning the common people? And I agree with them. Issues like price rise, inflation, unemployment, these are issues. Look at what's happened. One sec, Rohan. Look at what's happened just today. We heard from the central bank. You had the RBI monetary policy. Rates were hiked once again by almost 50 basis points. We are back to the pre-pandemic levels just because the RBI feels that this is the stance that they need to take at this point of time. Even if you look at the unemployment figures as far as the CMI is concerned, just for August itself, I have the numbers here, it's at 7.3%. Urban unemployment is at 8.5%. Shouldn't these issues be highlighted?
A very good evening. Now, I can only say that after seeing the antics of the Congress today, the entire nation is amused. But I must compliment the Congress party for their good performance on the Sadak of India today. I wish this kind of performance they would have put up in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. I'm a member of the Lok Sabha and I know what has transpired there. You know, when Honorable Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji stood up to talk about price rise, and she did make a very good speech, a very convincing speech with all the reports from so-called outsiders like UNDP, like Bloomberg, like IMF, like Sri Raghuram Rajan ji. These people, the people from the Congress, did not have the patience to sit and listen and respond and ask questions. They just staged a walkout. So are they serious about the issues of price rise, the unemployment and the GST that they have been talking about? This is the first question. You know what? It is the combined responsibility of both the opposition and the government to run the parliament very peacefully, and we should see that the productivity rate of the parliament rises up. But because of these people, it has come down, and I'm sure the nation is watching. This is one. And number two, see, the fact remains that they are flexing their muscles before the Enforcement Directorate. They know what's coming. They know the incriminating evidences that have come to the hands of the ED. They are aware of those.
Okay.
Sri Mallikarjun Kharge also has been aware. So I think that fear is there, that apprehension is there. So they are trying to kind of cow down
so the BJP
ED.
is not convinced that this had anything to do as far as the common people's issues are concerned. The BJP is still confident that this was all because of the summons that were given to the Gandhis. Well, I'll talk about that in just a bit. But Rohan, I have a question for you before I bring in the other guests as well. If you say your priority is to speak about issues like price rise, inflation and unemployment, have these issues come to light just in the last 15 days? Why did the Congress not take to the streets before these summons that were given to the Gandhis? And I'll let you respond. Give me 10 seconds. What we saw play out in the national capital last week was this. You had Congress workers taken to the streets around Vijay Chowk, and they said we're protesting against price rise, but the placards that they have were of Sonia Gandhi and the Gandhi siblings. So I'm trying to understand how come the Congress suddenly wants to focus on people's issue just in the last 15 to 20 days after the summons that were given to the Gandhis. Isn't the timing a bit surprising?
I think, Ridhima, you are not correct. The agitation against price rise is there for last 6 months. All the state capitals, before last 4 months, before all these summons things came, we have been raising these issues for last 6 months. And there are programs which are organized at state capitals.
I apologize for interrupting, Rohan. We're getting a reaction coming in from the Home Minister now.
ये नाते कानून का सहयोग देना चाहिए था। ये सारा जो मामला है, ये कहीं ना कहीं कोर्ट ने रजिस्टर की हुई एफआईआर के बेसिस पर चला है, मगर हर रोज वो प्रदर्शन करते हैं। जहां तक आज का सवाल जो आपने स्पेसिफिक मुझे पूछा है, मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है कि कांग्रेस ने इसमें हिडन तरीके से अपनी अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी को आगे बढ़ाया है। आज ईडी ने किसी भी प्रकार का ना किसी को तलब किया है, ना पूछताछ की है, ना कोई रेड हुई है, कुछ नहीं हुआ है। और अचानक ही कांग्रेस ने आज ये कार्यक्रम दिया विरोध का। मैं तो समझ ही नहीं सकता विरोध का कार्यक्रम क्यों आज दिया गया है। और हर रोज जब विरोध के कार्यक्रम होते थे तो अपने अपने ड्रेस में होते थे। आज सभी के सभी लोग काले कपड़े पहनकर करें। मैं मानता हूं कि आज ही के दिन इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने राम जन्मभूमि का शिलान्यास किया था। 550 साल पुरानी ये समस्या का बहुत शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से समाधान निकला था और कहीं पर भी देश में ना दंगा हुआ था, ना हिंसा हुई थी और शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से करोड़ों करोड़ों लोगों की श्रद्धा को परवान चढ़ाने का काम इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने किया था। कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक शटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और अपनी तुष्टीकरण की नीति को वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। और मैं तो यही कहना चाहूंगा कि तुष्टीकरण की नीति न देश के लिए अच्छी है, न कांग्रेस के लिए अच्छी है। तुष्टीकरण की नीति के चलते ही आज कांग्रेस जिस स्थिति में है वो स्थिति में दिखाई पड़ रही है। और जहां तक ईडी का सवाल है, सभी ने देश के कानून की व्यवस्था का सम्मान करना चाहिए और सहयोग करना चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
Well, that was the Home Minister Amit Shah there as far as the Congress protests were concerned, saying Congress should cooperate with the investigative agencies, also raising a question that today there was no action taken by the Enforcement Directorate. Then why are we seeing the Congress workers who've taken to the streets? The Home Minister, mincing no words, also saying that today's protest is an extension of their appeasement politics. That was the first reaction that we were getting of the Home Minister Amit Shah as far as the pan-India protest that we saw by Congress workers. Congress is claiming that this is because they want to raise issues of the common people like price rise, inflation and GST. But the BJP is saying that all of this is just because there were summons given to the Gandhis. Our political editor, Maria Shakil, now joining us on the broadcast. Maria, take us through the comment that is coming from the Home Minister as far as the Congress protests are concerned.
I think it's a very political statement because there was a lot of buzz in the political corridors as to what will be the big unveiling of idea as far as August 5th is concerned. August 5th has been very crucial in Modi 2.0. I mean, the entire the governance which began in 2019, we have seen abrogation of Article 370 happen on 5th of August 2019. And then, you know, on August 5th, 2020 was when another big leap of faith was done by Prime Minister Narendra Modi when he laid the foundation stone for the construction of Ram Temple in Ayodhya. And this is what Mr. Shah is saying. He is saying that what kind of appeasement politics is the Congress indulging in if their leaders wore black kurtas and black bands on a day such as this, when it was the larger messaging, should have been about Ram Temple in Ayodhya, and it was 2 years since August 5th, 2020, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi laid the foundation stone of the, Grand Ram Temple in Ayodhya. So I think what the BJP is now doing is they are trying to make it more political, that there has been no ED summon or questioning that has happened today. What really prompted the Congress party to hold those protests, not just in Delhi, but in several cities across India? And Mr. Shah has linked that to the appeasement politics, which he says that if anything, this was a clear-cut appeasement politics on the on the part of the Congress leadership and the Congress party. So I think it's an interesting twist that has come to this entire protest saga that we saw unfold in multiple cities of India.
Maria, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll, of course, keep tracking these developments very, very closely. Let me continue the conversation with our guest. Rohan, I apologize for interrupting you. So this is what I want you to answer. One, the question that I asked you earlier, that how come we didn't see the opposition out on the streets for these same issues, but all of this happened very close to when the summons were given to the Gandhis? And also, how do you respond to what we've heard from the Home Minister just now, that this is an extension of appeasement politics?
See, Ridhima, as I was answering your first question, we are doing these programs for last 4 months at district level, at state level, at national level. So these are nothing to do as far as summons is concerned. We opposed that also, but that was a separate program. And now answering to what the Home Minister said, I think he forgot the word price rise, that he forgot the word inflation, because the words which are not comfortable to them, obviously they will not comment on that. Same thing happened in Parliament, where the finance minister even didn't recognize that there is inflation. Same thing is happening here. So I think it is their compulsion. They have been baffled by what has happened, today. We will keep on raising issues of people. And if BJP's government's intention was not bad, why permission to Congress party was denied for organizing today's program? This program, 5th August program, we applied for permission 1 week before, 10 days before, Ridhima, and the permission was denied day before. So how come it is related to this? Number one. Number two, if you are not afraid, why you have not given permission? In past, when we were in government, you have held agitations, and we have never opposed to that. It is a right of opposition party in democracy to hold the protest against
Absolutely,
the wrong
I
policies
agree
of the
with you. And I
government.
started my show saying that this is the essence of democracy, where the opposition should be raising issues. My only concern was the floor of the House in the Parliament session was available. Why did you have to take to streets and met out inconvenience to the common people? Let me bring in my other guests who've been patiently waiting, Varun as well as Rashid. But Varun, let me come to you first. I find it really problematic to believe that this had nothing to do as far as the summons to the Gandhis were concerned. And the reason that I'm saying this is, look at the voices and reactions we got from various Congress leaders all through the day. One leader said it's raining outside, we don't know if we can go protest. Salman Khurshid said that, I'm fighting for my leaders. There was some damage control that was done there. The timing of when these protests have broken out, if I agree to what Rohan is saying, I don't remember the last time we saw these kind of scenes pan-India, which has even led to vandalism of public property.
To be very honest, you answered your question. Salman Khurshid's statement that family is the supreme most when it comes to Congress party was the answer to your question, whether it was for price rise. Price rise aaj achanak to nahi ho gaya hai that the Congress has to come. And exactly, I was about to say, the way the Congress leaders came out dressed, the way he was wearing Mallikarjun Kharge's photo that went viral on Twitter, and now the Home Minister saying or categorically making an allegation that all of this was not just done only for price rise, but to send out another message to their voters. The Congress is losing the main point over here. Today, there were results announced in Maharashtra for 277 Gram Panchayat seats. Congress doesn't even stand at 5th. It is at a very, very, the number of votes that it has got is not even 10% of seats of the total Gram Panchayat wards that were contested. The Congress on the ground has no presence. They have few elected MPs, and even those people, instead of hearing in the House, they decide to stage a protest and walk out, these all things are being seen by the voters. The voters in Mumbai, I didn't see a single protest happening. Even those protests were in smaller pockets. The common public isn't with the Congress. And they have realized that somehow, even if they want to save their leaders, they have to do all this drama, nothing more than that. And it is a drama only to save their leaders. And we have clearly seen what their political leaders since morning have said. And the Home Minister has categorically made a very politically motivated statement, but something that has been spoken since morning by common public on social media, and the Home Minister actually has read those things, I would say, or has, he gets information from all his sleuths across the country. And this is the talk that is not only happening in the Home Ministry in Delhi, but across the country, that was the Congress wearing black, where the leaders protesting only and only because this date coincided with two important things, maybe Article 370, removal of Article 370, and Ram Mandir Bhumi Pujan by Prime Minister Modi in 2020.
Rashid, I want to understand your assessment. Have all the calculations gone wrong as far as the Congress party is concerned? Taking on from the reaction that we've heard from the Home Minister, everybody knew as far as the anniversary of abrogation of Article 370 was concerned. Was it deliberate, or the messaging was completely different as far as the Congress party is concerned, which is protest as far as issues regarding the common people are concerned?
I think, Ridhima, if you see it, this is a political formulation, a political spin. You see, it's been 5 years what he's referring to, and the Congress stated position has been very clear on that issue of Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid issue. From that, it is there in all Congress party resolutions that it was for amicable out of court settlement, or see a court judgment that both parties. So I don't see this kind of, either he's crediting too much of intelligence to the Congress party. We must make up our mind. Is the Congress a pack of reckless party leader, or it is just too clever by half that it will do things like this that would upset so to say the majority sentiment in the country, and they hope to win Gujarat Assembly elections and Karnataka Assembly elections and Himachal Assembly elections and 2024. You see, about the dynasty and protection, Mr. Amit Shah was very candid, and I think was very precise what he said about ED part of it, or relating to national wealth. We must understand there is a legal part and there is a political part. The legal part, so far, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, they have not been named as accused. They are not even suspect. This is the long and short of it. This is what Home Minister was saying. Now we say that the political party is trying to save its kind of existing dynastic system. See, it's because the Congress is doing very badly under the Gandhis that we are raising these kind of issues, and this is forming part of the narrative. Why nobody says these kind of things about M.K. Stalin, about Jagan Mohan Reddy, about Mr. Patnaik? Because they are a success story. So dynasty politics is a very integral part of our political system. It's just that when the dynasty is not performing, it's with the Congress, with Gandhis. Therefore, all these questions are raised. So we as a political class are not against dynasty culture. We are against those who are failing and faltering.
But also look at the message that is being sent out as far as even dynasty politics is concerned. And I know we're deviating a bit, but look at what happened as far as the recent bypolls were concerned. That's a big message that is being sent as far as the citizens of the country are concerned. But let's go back to what we are discussing. And Aparajita, let me bring you in. This is where the criticism from the opposition party is coming in, that when we want to discuss these issues as far as the floor of the House is concerned, most of our leaders are expelled. Last year around, certain proceedings were completely censored. Then where is the opportunity and space for us to raise these issues? We eventually have to take to the streets because the government doesn't seem to be concerned.
See, there is a way of raising the issues, and they have been given ample opportunities to raise the issue. I have been there when farm bills were also discussed. That point of time also Honorable Prime Minister had stood up and had asked Rahul Gandhi ji to indicate the points where he found there were problems in the bills. And unfortunately, instead of actually voicing his concerns, he staged a walkout. So this is a party which keeps on staging walkouts from either the Rajya Sabha or the Lok Sabha. They want They do not want the parliament to function properly because they know that this government, Prime Minister Modi's government, is not here just to run the government. They are here to take the nation forward, and they do not want to cooperate with us. So this is one part. Now, number two, I wish they had listened to the speech of Madam Sitharaman carefully. You see, we are talking about inflation. Now, if they decide not to get convinced, nobody can help them. And fully well they know that the nation under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi has put in its best. See, we are at 7% inflation, and Germany and US 9.1% inflation, UK 9.4% inflation, Spain 10.8% inflation. So and Raghuram Rajanji has been very candid. He has said that the fundamentals of macroeconomy of India are so very strong that this government, this country would never get into recession. So I think all kinds of accolades are coming. We are trying to manage things. And let me tell you today, through you, to all the Congress people, because I think the Samvad of Prime Minister Modi reaches out to the people of the country, not to the Congress, because they do not want to be convinced, they don't want to understand. See, the fact remains that here is a government which has been trying very hard to bring inflation under control. We have never said there is no inflation in the country. But we have to see things, we have to see the problems in a context. There has been Russia-Ukraine war. There has been COVID, then second wave, then Omicron. In fact, these things were referred to by the Honorable Finance Minister. So when the situation is such, when the entire world is battling against inflation, we are trying to
Let me bring in Rohan here. Rohan, you know, I always see the Congress, especially as far as 2021 and 2022 are concerned, they're very quick to take out these comparisons with what we saw as far as 2020 is concerned, which was the pandemic year. Don't you then think that's an unfortunate comparison, because that's something that was unprecedented and we all fought it together, and there is no denying the fact that India fought it really well, a lot better than a lot of our Western counterparts. So credit needs to be given there. That entire comparison point doesn't make sense. But even if I take your point as far as the figures are concerned, respond to what Aprajita Sarangi is saying, that okay, one, we give you an opportunity as far as the floor of the house is concerned. There is an exact date that's given by ministers like Piyush Goyal. Then why resort to these sort of protests where it's actually resulting in vandalism? And the reason...
Ridhima, I would answer this question. First of all, let me tell you that RBI has given the band of inflation that is 4 to 6%. The inflation is above 6% for last so many months. It is not that inflation is not high. After 2014, this is the highest inflation.
Just give me some time. We also have Congress MP Manikam Tagore also now joining us on the broadcast. So good to have you on the broadcast with us. The BJP is asking the following questions. One, the question is, why are we seeing protests today when there was no ED action? And if the Congress is protesting for issues as far as the common people are concerned, why are we seeing it at a time when the investigation by the ED is on and summons have been given to the Gandhis?
Hello?
Can you hear us, sir?
Yeah, please. I got your line now. Please ask the question.
I will repeat the question, sir. First, let me take in a reaction from you from what we heard from the Home Minister a short while ago, responding and reacting as far as the Congress protests were concerned, asking the following questions. One, why are we seeing the Congress protest today when there was no ED action? Interestingly, this is coming at a day when you have the anniversary as far as the abrogation of Article 370 is concerned. And more importantly, if we are talking about issues of the common people, why are they suddenly taking to the streets when summons to the Gandhis were given?
I suppose the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, might be in Parliament, and today morning we had given an adjournment motion in the Parliament in Lok Sabha. I myself had given it, and my friend has given it in Rajya Sabha. The adjournment motion is
Okay, we seem to be actually losing that audio as far as Manikam Tagore is concerned. I'll request my producers to maybe try and re-establish that connection. But let me go back to Rohan. Rohan, I apologize for interrupting. Please go ahead.
See, so I was giving the numbers. Now, BJP spokesperson was giving numbers of inflation. I am giving the numbers. Singapore 5%, France 5.8%, South Korea 6%, China 2.5%, So this is the problem with BJP. Even after in power for last 8 years, they are still acting like they are in opposition. See, come on, we are not saying that inflation.
हर भारतीय जनमानस को, आस्थावान भारतीय को इस दिवस का इंतजार था। श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण के कार्य का शुभारंभ दिवस, भारत के लोकतंत्र को सम्मान देने वाला दिवस, भारत की न्यायपालिका की ताकत को दुनिया के सामने एहसास कराने वाला दिवस, यानी भारत के उच्चतम न्यायालय के सम्मान का दिवस। सैकड़ों वर्षों से हर भारतीय की तमन्ना थी, हर आस्थावान भारतीय इस दिवस का इंतजार कर रहा था और उन सब के मन में एक ही भाव था कि भारत की आस्था का सम्मान हो। माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय के फैसले से एक सर्वानुमति बनी और अयोध्या में 5 अगस्त 2020 को मर्यादा पर भव्य मंदिर निर्माण कार्य का शुभारंभ हुआ। प्रातः काल से ही अयोध्या में लाखों की संख्या में श्रद्धालुजन आकर के अपनी आस्था को वहां व्यक्त कर रहे हैं। इस दिवस पर भारत की आस्था को अपमानित करने वाला कांग्रेस के नेताओं का आचरण अत्यंत निंदनीय है। कांग्रेस पार्टी कई दिनों से आंदोलन कर रही है, अपने सामान्य कपड़ों में कर रही थी। सहमति असहमति हो सकती थी, लेकिन 5 अगस्त की तिथि को श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण कार्य के शुभारंभ दिवस के दिन, अयोध्या दिवस के दिन, माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय के सम्मान दिवस के दिन राम भक्तों को अपमानित करने वाला कांग्रेस का यह आचरण एक बार फिर जग जाहिर हुआ है। आज कांग्रेसियों ने काले कपड़े पहन करके जो प्रदर्शन किया है, यह श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण की तिथि के दिन यह राम भक्तों का अपमान है, अयोध्या दिवस का अपमान है, भारत के लोकतंत्र का अपमान है, भारत की न्यायपालिका के सम्मान का अपमान है। कांग्रेस के इस कृत्य की हम निंदा करते हैं और कांग्रेस पार्टी जिस प्रकार का आचरण कर रही है, मुझे लगता है कोई भी भारत का आस्थावान व्यक्ति कांग्रेस के इस आचरण का समर्थन नहीं कर सकता है। यह राम भक्तों का अपमान है। कांग्रेस पार्टी को अपने इस कृत्य के लिए देश की जनता से माफी मांगनी चाहिए। इस प्रकार के कृत्य को इस देश कतई स्वीकार नहीं कर सकता। कांग्रेस ने आज जो भी आचरण किया है, इसको कोई भी भारतीय स्वीकार नहीं कर सकता है।
That was the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also briefing the media as far as the Congress protests that played out pan-India. And this is what we heard from Yogi Adityanath, that every Indian has waited for the inauguration of Ram Janmabhoomi. Today was a day of respect for the country. Every Indian had been waiting for this day for very long. Today, the Congress party has insulted the faith of the Indians. Why the Congress wore black is difficult to understand. Congress behavior today was to insult not just Ram Bhakts, it was an insult to democracy, insult to judiciary, and he condemns the behavior of Congress workers. Rohan Gupta, a lot of reactions coming in, union ministers not mincing words, saying this is the insult to democracy, insult to every Indian today. Okay, we'll try and re-establish that connection with the spokesperson of the Congress party. But Rashid, as I was asking you exactly the same question earlier, is that calculation of the Congress party gone wrong completely?
Riba, look, this is a political formulation and it is for the Congress party spokesperson to respond. But a protest of price rise cannot be linked to this kind of so-called appeasement. And political parties go for, a political dividend also, assuming
But
this.
Rashid, you would also agree that in politics, the optics and the messaging that you send out is larger than words. So, are we really to believe that the Congress was that naive that they didn't know on the day when these protests were happening?
If they had to do it, they would link it. It's a better off if we talk about Tushti-karan. It's the ongoing month of Muharram, a section of Muslims considered it a month of mourning. They could have linked it to that. And they would have got that dividend rather than getting into this, Hindu-Muslim narrative. So I think, as far as I am concerned, I find it a bit, rich. Of course, every political party and individual has a right to, have this kind of discourse and debate. But I don't see any political rationale on the part of the Congress to be doing on this, because there is no political dividend of it. See, the Ram Janambhoomi verdict has come with a consensus verdict. So people of India, regardless of their, caste, religion, any kind of affiliation, have accepted it. And that too after 5 years, and the Congress would choose price rise to have this kind of communication doesn't happen. And this is not the narrative. But as I said, this is within their rights of the BJP and Home Minister and Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh to do so. I have no problem. It is for the Congress party to respond to it.
Okay, I believe spokesperson of the Congress, Rohan, is now back with us. Rohan, essentially what I was asking you is your first reaction to what we've heard from the UP Chief Minister saying that did the Congress really not know what the day was today? When you see Congress workers out in black led by their leaders themselves, what is the message that is being sent to the country? Isn't this an insult to Indians at large, insult to democracy and even what India represents?
See, Ridhima, it is compulsion of BJP. They are badly caught in this price rise battle. Congress will keep on fighting for the issues of people. And that's what we did. As I told you, this is a pre-organized program. It was a pre-planned program. The circular was sent to
That's
all
fair.
the
It was pre-organized, but surely the Congress knew the other events that are playing out today as well. So this could have been moved as well or not.
No, Ridhima, let me complete, right? That's what I'm saying. This issue of program on price rise, it was a pre-organized program, part of our long agitation, and it was circular was issued for 5th of August for across the country. And let me ask BJP question, when we are raising issues of price rise, why you don't have a single word to utter against that? Because you are badly caught. You will remember Lord Ram only when you are caught. No, that is not done. And so-called analyst on your show, they act like BJP spokesperson. I was listening to him. If Mr. Varun, if you are analyst, do you analyze the things on parity?
Let's not get into name calling, Rohan. That won't be fair. But I'll request you to stay on with us. From the Congress, we also have Priyank Kharge joining us on the broadcast. Priyank, good to have you on the broadcast with us. Your first reaction to what we heard from the Home Minister just a short while ago, that the protest that we saw by the Congress workers pan-India today was just an extension of appeasement politics as far as the Congress party is concerned.
Well, I think it's an absolutely ridiculous statement to make from the Home Minister, while he should be answering the questions on why China has, why there is a Chinese intrusion in India, why there's such high unemployment, why the price rise is happening, why our economy is falling, why is the rupee against the dollar at 80. These are the questions that we have asked. Why GST on even something like pencil and milk? Instead of answering these questions, if he's going to link everything back to some other absurd thing which is not relevant to the people, I don't know.
Inauguration of the Ram Janmbhoomi is absurd. Does not have an impact on the people? I'm trying to understand what are you essentially trying to say. I'm sure the Congress also knew what else was happening in the country today.
Can I say something? So, if you are actually going to dig out every historical event that has happened, every day something is there, right? We have such a rich history. We have such rich cultural activities that we do practice every day. So every day you are going to say that it's going to link to something. Are we doing something?
No, but the inauguration of the Ram Janmbhoomi, Priyank Kharge, does not take place every day.
Is it a national holiday?
No, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand. As an Indian, don't you feel happy or proud about the fact when you see the inauguration of the Ram Janmabhoomi? Is the Congress against?
Are you happy? Are you happy as an Indian that unemployment is at highest? Are you happy as an Indian?
No, and that's why I started my show by asking that you have the floor of the House. Why aren't you using the floor of the House for these protests? Why are you taking to the streets?
In a democratic process, madam, you can also take the protest to the streets. Is there something that you cannot do? How come these questions were not asked by you when BJP was hitting the streets 10 years back, 9 years back?
So these questions were asked then, these questions are being asked now also.
Madam,
I'm simply trying to understand. The timing is questionable, right?
If you're going to call me on your show, please give me time. If you're going to bat on behalf of those in the regime, say so. It's better you wear a BJP shirt.
Sir, it's easy to name call the journalist who's asking you the question today, right? It's easier for you all. I'm asking you a simple question today. Price rise has been an issue for a while, but once the summons are given by the Enforcement Directorate, we see the Congress workers taking to the street. Even if I do not question the timing, floor of the House was given to you. Use that opportunity, corner the government.
When was the floor given to us? Can you please tell us? How many times has the leader of the opposition in the Rajya Sabha given it to them in writing? How many times the leader of the floor in Lok Sabha has given it in writing? More than 3 times, madam, already. Please get your facts straight.
Okay, Priyank, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I'm also very sure of the facts that I've put out. But we also have Congress leader Pramod Tiwari also now joining us on the broadcast. Sir, बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए. होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह का ये कहना है कि जो आज हमने कांग्रेस प्रोटेस्ट देखे हैं वो कांग्रेस पार्टी के अपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स का एक एक्सटेंशन है.
एक होता है आसमान, एक होता है जमीन, एक होता है सर और एक होता है पैर. दोनों का कोई सामंजस्य नहीं. इसमें अपीजमेंट कहाँ से आ गया? महंगाई के खिलाफ लड़ना अपीजमेंट है क्या? बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा उठाना अपीजमेंट है क्या? हम अगर ये कहते हैं कि जो आज देश के हालात है उसके खिलाफ लड़ना अपीजमेंट है, मैं समझ नहीं पाता. इस पर का कोई न सर है न पैर है. और किस बात पे वो कह रहे हैं मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ. दूसरा कह रहे हैं शायद शिलान्यास से जोड़ने की बात कर रहे हैं. हम लोग तो जेल में थे इसलिए मालूम नहीं, अभी भी रिलीज हुए हैं सारे MP. मैं एक चीज कहना चाहता हूँ, शिलान्यास तो इसका पहले हो चुका था और जब शिलान्यास हो चुका था दोबारा प्रधानमंत्री जी ने शिलान्यास किया है तो ठीक है. सर्वसम्मत से मंदिर का निर्माण होना चाहिए. इसके तो सभी पक्षधर है सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले के बाद. अब उसमें नई बात वो क्या कह रहे हैं?
तिवारी जी, मैं आपसे ये समझना चाहती हूँ, जब आज इनॉग्रेशन हो रहा था राम जन्मभूमि का, आपने कहा कांग्रेस का ऑलरेडी एक डिसाइडेड प्रोटेस्ट था, बट कांग्रेस को ये भी पता. I'll just request you to stay on with us, Mr. Tiwari. Let's just listen to what the Home Minister is saying.
ये सभी मुद्दों पर एक सप्ताह से और एक प्रकार से देखें तो जब से सदन शुरू हुआ तब से कांग्रेस विरोध भी कर रही है, प्रदर्शन भी कर रही है. आज क्या था? हर रोज प्रदर्शन करते हैं तो वैसे ही प्रदर्शन करते हैं. जो कपड़े घर से पहनकर आए हैं उसी कपड़ों में करते हैं. मगर आज 5 अगस्त है. आज ही के दिन करोड़ों लोगों की आस्था का केंद्र जो राम जन्मभूमि है, वहां पर इस देश के लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भूमि पूजन किया था. 550 साल से एक समस्या अधर में लटकी हुई थी. आजादी के बाद ज्यादातर समय कांग्रेस शासन में रही. समस्या के निपटारे के लिए कुछ नहीं किया. और जब मोदी जी ने शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से समस्या का समाधान भी निकाला और बड़ी श्रद्धा और गौरव के साथ करोड़ों लोगों के श्रद्धा केंद्र श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर का शिलान्यास किया. आज उसी का पवित्र दिन है. हर रोज जो प्रदर्शन करते थे आप सभी ने भी देखे हैं, आप सभी ने भी उनके कपड़े देखे हैं. आज सभी लोग बड़े से बड़े नेता से लेकर छोटे से छोटे कार्यकर्ता तक सारे कांग्रेसी काले कपड़े पहनकर आए थे। प्रच्छन्न रूप से उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो, और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है और हम इसी के लिए प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। कहने की तो हिम्मत नहीं है, मगर आज भी इतनी जगह शिकस्त खाने के बाद भी कांग्रेस अपनी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति छोड़ नहीं रही है। मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है कि उन्होंने 5 अगस्त के दिन श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर का जो शिलान्यास हुआ है, इसी के विरोध के कारण ही काले कपड़े पहनकर विरोध किया है, अति तीव्रता के साथ विरोध किया है। और मैं मानता हूं कि तुष्टीकरण ने आजादी से अब तक देश का बहुत नुकसान किया है, तुष्टीकरण की नीति ने भी किया है, और सभी लोगों ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति से तौबा करना चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
Well, there we heard from the Home Minister once again questioning the timing as far as these protests by the Congress workers were concerned, pan-India, where more importantly they decided to wear black. So the question that is being raised by the centre today is that there was no ED action today. Then why are we seeing these protests? And more importantly, when you have the inauguration as far as the Ram Janmabhoomi is concerned, what is the message that is being sent at large? Rashid and Varun continue to be with us. Varun, let me come to you first. As I was trying to ask from the spokesperson of the Congress party as well, that yes, fair enough, this was a pre-scheduled event for you. But sure enough, you also knew about the other events playing out in the country. It could have been moved.
You know, categorically stating, BJP is a party that functions 24/7 and they know what will work with the people. Unlike the Congress, which got active only to protect its dynasty, especially Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. And it is so sad to hear people calling names to me as a BJP person, while I can give you data and figures that inflation during 2004 was 3.77, which rose to 10.92% during Manmohan Singh's rule in 2013. Since then, it has always been in single digit even today, but they do not want to acknowledge those facts. And secondly, most importantly, I can just tell you a simple thing, that the BJP knows what is going to impact to its audience, its voters, and they are doing it pretty well over here. I do not understand how on earth we have spokesperson, we have MPs from Congress who call Ram Janmabhoomi as an absurd event. It was one of the biggest, it is still the biggest event of Ram Janmabhoomi Shilanyas by Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi in 2020 on 5th of August, when the entire country came together, may it be Hindus, may it be Muslims, because everyone wanted an amicable solution for it. It was delivered by the court and everyone came together. And here we have the Congress MP, Mr. Kharge, saying it is an absurd event. I don't know with what phase do these people go to voters, and I'm not at all shocked to see the results that they are getting via votes when they make such statements, and the politics of hoot and scoot, they are paying for it with full interest.
Rashid, I also want to understand, it was not just as far as the inauguration of the Ram Janmabhoomi was concerned, it was also marking as far as the anniversary of abrogation of Article 370 was concerned. So if we see a protest by the Congress here in the national capital and other parts of the country, how is the Congress today different from the voices that we're hearing as far as the PDP and the National Conference are concerned?
That is what I'm saying, Aridhima. You see, I am not a political scientist to gauge that, somebody would have a build-up, court arrest, protest on price rise, marshal all kind of arguments, about it, and then, have some kind of communication to, Kashmir or to, people of a certain entity that I cannot point my finger at, because when we say that, the entire country has accepted a court verdict, the construction of Ram Temple has begun, then what is a political gain? This is beyond my comprehension as far as my limited knowledge is concerned. As I said, this is a subject for a political party spokesperson, in this case the Congress party spokesman, to answer. As Mr. Pramod Tiwari was mentioning, Rajiv Gandhi himself took a great pride in starting, did a Shilanyas at Ram Janam Bhoomi way back in 1989, and he had offered to establish, Ram Rajya. That was the thing. You look at the CWC resolution in the recent years after the verdict, and it welcomed it. So all these facts are there. So I understand the BJP has a ability to corner the the Congress, and they will succeed too. But from the Congress point of view, it defies any logic or rational thinking to be resorting to this kind of thing.
Varun, I'll give you the final word. I'm going to bring a couple of instances that we've seen just in the last few weeks. I'm trying to understand what is the message being sent out by the Congress party. If they say that they want to fight for the issues of the common people, what about all the issues that represent us as Indians? Right from their take as far as Draupadi Murmu, the president, was concerned, some calling her a rubber stamp president, some saying evil ideology, then rejecting the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, not wanting to be a part of it. Then we see these protests wearing black on a day when we're seeing inauguration of the Ram Janmabhoomi. What about all the issues that are fundamental to us as Indians?
The Congress has lost touch with the ground realities, the ground questions that the people have. Everybody knows what kind of situation the world is going through. The RBI governor in the past also has mentioned categorically that Indian economy is pretty strong in spite of the war in Ukraine-Russia war, in spite of the pandemic and the situation that the world is facing. Indian economy has remained strong. The RBI till today had an accommodative stand where it didn't increase the repo rate. It is increasing the repo rate, and you hear the industry people, they all know about it, why it is being increased. And it is not increased to burden the common man, it is increased so that we do not tomorrow face a situation like any other country that our neighbors are facing. It has to be the government and the RBI is taking stands so that we face some hard time today so that we do not go into complete disaster in the coming days. And the Congress is clearly oblivious of the fact on the ground. Go and meet people. They know what is happening. Nobody wants a Sri Lanka over here. Nobody wants a Bangladesh-like situation where we go and request or beg to the banks, may it be Asian Bank or may it be the World Bank, that please give us money to run.
Okay. Varun, as well as Rashid, unfortunately, I will have to wrap that discussion and conversation there. I appreciate both of you staying on with us and taking out the time. That's a wrap from my side. The Right Stand with Anand is up next.
A cloud of dust surrounded the area as huge chunks of the mountain broke away and fell. Had the debris fallen on the Koti Bridge, the damage would have been far more. And record-breaking rains have brought life to a standstill in many parts of Karnataka. At least 7 deaths have been reported in the state in rain-related incidents. Now, new forecasts indicate a strong possibility of similarly intense rains across the state for the next 4 days at least. The landslides and flash floods in Kerala triggered by heavy rains killed 18 people in the last few days, damaged hundreds of properties and displaced thousands of people. Red alert has been sounded in 6 dams as the water level reached full capacity. The government also imposed a temporary ban on fishing till the weather situation improves. A 15-member gang abducted a young woman from her house in Tamil Nadu's one of the towns, and this is what the incident really is about. Have a look. Wearing masks and carrying sharp weapons, the gang members forcibly entered the woman's house. They dragged her out after threatening the family. The family members ran after them in vain, trying to stop the brazen abduction. After the accused fled with the woman, her family informed the police. With the help of CCTV footage, the police nabbed the accused and rescued the woman. It turns out that she had turned down a proposal from the head of the gang who had been stalking her for some time. That's when he got together some accomplices and decided to kidnap her. In Hyderabad, a car was seen precariously hanging from a 25 feet high wall. This happened after the vehicle crashed into railing wall of a multi-story building. The driver allegedly lost control of the steering wheel after the brakes failed. Thankfully, no one was hurt in the incident and bystanders managed to pull the driver out of the car. And after getting death threats, actor Salman Khan is ramping up his security. Now, what the actor has done, he has upgraded his Toyota Land Cruiser SUV car, now has armor and bulletproof glass. The upgraded vehicle is now worth 1.5 crore rupees. It costs extra to install bulletproof screens. The actor has also received a firearms license, something that he had requested the commissioner for. And dramatic visuals from Rajasthan's Sirohi show the extent of flood mayhem in the state. Have a look. The abandoned auto was stuck smack in the middle of the completely submerged road. But it turned out to be a savior for this man who fell off a flooded bridge and got swept away. The water was moving so fast that he had no choice but to go with the flow. But he managed to latch onto the vehicle and stood on its ledge, waiting for the help to come his way. Dozens of people gathered around and helplessly watched the man's plight. He was eventually pulled out to safety when police arrived at the spot. And there's massive politics over Centre's campaign Har Ghar Tiranga. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi said that those running the campaign have come from anti-national organizations which did not hoist the tricolour for 52 years. AIMIM chief Mr. Asauddin Owaisi said that RSS had rejected the idea of independent India.
कि आरएसएस उनका फाउंडेशन रहा है, तो क्या ये बात सच नहीं है कि आरएसएस की जो तर्जुमानी करता है, जिसको माउथपीस अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजर मैगजीन ने 1947 के अपने ऑर्गेनाइजर वीकली ने कहा था कि इस देश का झंडा तिरंगा नहीं बल्कि भगवा होना चाहिए, कि उसमें 3 रंग है, वो खुद अशुभ है, ईवल है.
And this is not good. A majority of Indians are drinking contaminated water. According to the data given by the Centre to Rajya Sabha, 80% Indians drink contaminated water. Centre says that there are excess toxic metals in groundwater in many districts across the country. The problem is more serious in villages than in cities. There is an increased risk of skin diseases, cancer, and excess lead in water can affect the nervous system of humans. Now, a madrasa linked to a terror accused was demolished in Assam's Moregaon area. The madrasa owner, Mufti Mustafa, was recently arrested for his links with Bangladesh-based terror outfit. 43 students were studying in this madrasa. They have now been admitted to different schools.
Reactions have been coming on this demolition.
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand, ladies and gentlemen. On a day when the Congress party's tall leaders stepped out all dressed in black to call it a Black Friday protest against what Mr. Rahul Gandhi termed as the death of democracy, and again a fight against the dictatorship that is prevalent currently, and more importantly, the story stitched and the narrative was that this is a fight or a protest against inflation and price rise. That was what was said. For more than about 4 hours, national media, state media were busy covering the Congress protests and their andolan on the streets. And not just streets, it was actually from Sadak to Sansad or Sansad to the Sadak, ladies and gentlemen. But this is what was called. Then we had the BJP in the morning allege that all of this is because of the Enforcement Directorate crackdown that has happened. And this is not about price rise, but it is about परिवार. तो महंगाई की बात नहीं है, परिवार को बचाना है, ईडी को डराना है, धमकाना है, is what Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, senior BJP leader and former union minister, said. Then we had an admission coming in from Mr. Salman Khurshid, slip of tongue perhaps. नेताओं ने पहले हमें बचाया, हम हमारे नेता को बचाना है. He was holding a price rise placard but saying this. So did he let it slip that it was actually Parivar? So that's where the political fight was. But then just a short while ago, Union Home Minister Amit Shah stepped up and put matters into a totally different perspective. It was a political bomb that he dropped. Said, don't forget, today is not just the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370. Today is the 2nd anniversary of the Bhumi Pujan at Ram Janmabhoomi. And this black protest, this black dressed protest on this Friday, it has many, many layered significance and intentions. He said this is a veiled appeasement plot on this day that you have chosen. Not just insulting or an affront to the astha of crores of Ram Bhakts, but to try and appease. And that's why the Congress timed it today. Why else, on a day when there were no raids, would you decide on a black protest? The Congress has been protesting right all along. Listen into what Mr. Amit Shah said.
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं मानता हूं कि एक जिम्मेदार पार्टी के नाते कानून का सहयोग देना चाहिए था। ये सारा जो मामला है, ये कहीं ना कहीं कोर्ट ने रजिस्टर की हुई एफआईआर के बेसिस पर चला है, मगर हर रोज वो प्रदर्शन करते हैं। जहां तक आज का सवाल जो आपने स्पेसिफिक मुझे पूछा है, मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है कि कांग्रेस ने इसमें हिडन तरीके से अपनी अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी को आगे बढ़ाया है। आज ईडी ने किसी भी प्रकार का ना किसी को तलब किया है, ना पूछताछ की है, ना कोई रेड हुई है, कुछ नहीं हुआ है। और अचानक ही कांग्रेस ने आज ये कार्यक्रम दिया विरोध का। मैं तो समझ ही नहीं सकता विरोध का कार्यक्रम क्यों आज दिया गया है। और हर रोज जब विरोध के कार्यक्रम होते थे तो अपने अपने ड्रेस में होते थे। आज सभी के सभी लोग काले कपड़े पहनकर करें। मैं मानता हूं कि आज ही के दिन इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने राम जन्मभूमि का शिलान्यास किया था। 550 साल पुरानी ये समस्या का बहुत शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से समाधान निकला था और कहीं पर भी देश में ना दंगा हुआ था, ना हिंसा हुई थी और शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से करोड़ों करोड़ों लोगों की श्रद्धा को परवान चढ़ाने का काम इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने किया था। कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक शटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और अपनी तुष्टीकरण की नीति को वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। और मैं तो यही कहना चाहूंगा कि तुष्टीकरण की नीति न देश के लिए अच्छी है, न कांग्रेस के लिए अच्छी है। तुष्टीकरण की नीति के चलते ही आज कांग्रेस जिस स्थिति में है वो स्थिति में दिखाई पड़ रही है। और जहां तक ईडी का सवाल है, सभी ने देश के कानून की व्यवस्था का सम्मान करना चाहिए और सहयोग करना चाहिए।
Well, that was the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Earlier in the evening, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath tweeted a reminder and a tribute on the anniversary marking 2 years of Ram Janmabhoomi Shilanyas or Bhumi Pujan, beg your pardon. And here is the construction work at great speed. And then he had also put out visuals of what happened 2 years ago, where there was the Bhumi Pujan. It was grand. The Prime Minister was present. Yogi Adityanath was present, and of course, his Dada Guru, his Guru had all fought for Ram Lalla Virajman. So there was a story there. But he did tweet and credit the Prime Minister for living up to the dreams and fulfilling the dreams after the court awarded Ram Lalla Virajman his Janmabhoomi, that a Bhavya Ram Mandir will be built. And then he also put that the work on it is is being conducted at a feverish pace, and very soon crores of Ram Bhakts will be able to see Ram Lalla Virajman in a Bhavya Ram Mandir. So that was the story. But then soon after Amit Shah, Yogi Adityanath also stepped up and spoke and said this is an affront and an assault on the astha of crores of Indians. What the Congress did earlier in the day. Listen in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी कई दिनों से आंदोलन कर रही है, अपने सामान्य कपड़ों में कर रही थी, लेकिन 5 अगस्त की तिथि को श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण कार्य के शुभारंभ दिवस के दिन, अयोध्या दिवस के दिन, माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय के सम्मान दिवस के दिन राम भक्तों को अपमानित करने वाला कांग्रेस का यह आचरण एक बार फिर जग जाहिर हुआ है। आज कांग्रेसियों ने काले कपड़े पहन करके जो प्रदर्शन किया है, यह से राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण की तिथि के दिन यह राम भक्तों का अपमान है, अयोध्या दिवस का अपमान है, भारत के लोकतंत्र का अपमान है, भारत की न्यायपालिका के सम्मान का अपमान है।
Let's dive straight into the debate. It's a straight face-off between Congress leader Sanjay Raut and BJP's very own Rakesh Sinha ji, Rajya Sabha MP also at this point. Congress Black Friday linked with Ram Mandir is the question that we are asking. Rajya Sabha MP of the BJP, Rakesh Sinha ji is with us and Sanjay Raut, political analyst, is with us. Let's go across to the two gentlemen. Namaste. Thank you. Good to have you, gentlemen. And let's hope it's only the two of you. So let's have a good argument and a counter and allow each other their space. Let's try and keep it as democratic as possible. So, Sanjay Raut, I would like you to respond to the Union Home Minister and the UP Chief Minister first up. Was this a veiled appeasement ploy?
All I can say that today the Congress party's protest is because democracy, Anand, is dead in this country, is dead and buried. And I think we should all, as citizens of India, must hang our heads in shame that the constitution of this country is being throttled. Anybody on your show who has seen these visuals of the way the Congress leaders have been attacked repeatedly by the police, it is a manifestation of a police state. India has become an illiberal democracy. We are like a democratically elected dictatorship. The attempt by Mr. Shah or Mr. Adityanath to try and give it another religious twist, and this is the absolutely fundamental playbook of the BJP and the RSS, political polarization. But I'm very confident, Anand, that the people of India are going to see through the harassment of politicians or business people by the Enforcement Directorate, and ultimately no party wins permanently, no party loses permanently. I think what you're witnessing is the arrogance of power and the complete contempt for basic civic and what I call as responsible political behavior. Good luck. You can give more time to Mr. Rakesh Sinha. I have spoken my part.
No, not just that. There are many more aspects to this and many more questions that will come your way. This was the opening remark, and like I said, it's just the two of you gentlemen. We've got good whole 20 minutes, so we'd like to hear both sides. But the fact of the matter is, the pictures that I saw today, sir, were the police personnel being assaulted. In fact, somebody's wrist was being twisted, and there was a picture that was put out by a lot of people, including members of the BJP. The other thing that we said is, either you say it's democratically elected or you say dictatorship. So if the Congress party or any other party which is not BJP wins an overwhelming mandate in a state, it's the victory of democracy. But if the BJP goes from 282 to 303, then it's dictatorship. Somehow, somewhere, कहते हैं ना, ये बात कुछ हजम नहीं हुई. But Rakesh Sinha ji, how would you want to respond? That this is the BJP RSS playbook to polarize.
You know, in Latin American countries, bullets were used to let the democracy decline. But in India, there are certain elements which are using not bullets, but ballast for the decline of democracy. The Congress party, in the name of democracy, disguising as the Democratic Party, is doing everything which would lead the democracy to a shame. I'm giving two examples. On 5th August, the day when Ram Janmabhoomi Mandir Shilanyas was done by Honorable Prime Minister, this was the greatest achievement in the field of culture in the modern India. That day, you are using black dress, black uniform, you are protesting against whom? Can you imagine, Anand? 5th August is no less important than any national day in this country. It has a civilizational importance. It is not unknowingly Congress has done, as our Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah has pointed out. I am giving two more things about the Congress party. Just to divert the attention from the corruption charges, the loot and plunder they had done of their own company, the National Herald, a newspaper started by Jawaharlal Nehru in 1937. 2,000 crore rupees shared, they transferred their own names, the family members. Now the Congress is fighting for democracy. Corruption can never strengthen democracy. If there is a widespread corruption in any democratic society, you know that democracy would die. And here the agencies are working, they are working their own. And this is the country which is a constitutional governance. And constitutional governance, nobody can claim immunity. This 10 Janpath and the Congress party, for their own leaders, trying to snatch the democratic power, snatch the constitutional power, that there should be immunity for Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. They are above the law, they are above the constitution. That cannot happen. For a common man, for a common businessman, for a common corporate person, and for any member of parliament or any political leader, there cannot be two sets of rules. They want two sets of rules. If you are claiming immunity, why not Lalu Yadav would claim? Why not a common businessman would claim? So there is no difference between a corrupt politician and a corrupt businessman. Corrupt politician and corrupt bureaucrat. You should not do that. Politics does not give you any right to disguise under the constitutional and democratic rights and parliament democracy. The last point I am just raising that, Sanjay. Yeah. You know, when you are talking of the democracy, every day the Congress spokesperson, left party's spokesperson, they come and they abuse our Prime Minister. They abuse in the most barbaric words used, uncivilized words. They say there is a dictatorship. Then you are changing the definition of dictatorship. Every day you are on the street and protesting against the government, and you say there is a dictatorship. You raise the question of, you disrupted the House for 10 days for discussion of price rise. When Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman was responding, not a single congressman was there. This is their seriousness for the issues they themselves raise. So nation understands the Congress politics and the degeneration of the Congress, decline of the Congress. Decline of Congress is not the decline of democracy. There is a difference. You forget it. Your own words, that Indra is India and Indra is India and India is Indra. You forget Nehru is Tiranga and Tiranga is Nehru. You forget that the Congress is democracy and democracy is Congress. Your decline is your party's decline. Your decline is your idealism, decline of idealism. Your decline is decline of your organization and leadership and organization, not the democracy. Democracy.
Let Sanjay Jha respond
by the parliamentary democratic forces.
Sanjay Jha.
Anand, I have told you that in today's program, I am going to give as much time as Mr. Sinha wants, because I have to keep it very short and just tell your viewers that India is no longer a democracy. Don't fool yourself. And I'll tell you why. Democracy, Anand, is not based on once every 5 years the people voting. It's not based on us voting in an assembly election or a panchayat election or a municipal election. It's what happens when a democracy functions. How are you providing fundamental rights to your citizens? They don't exist anymore. I'll give you an example. I mean, look at the state of institutions in India. I mean, Mr. Sinha here is waxing eloquent on investigation and corruption. I think the people of India know what the Enforcement Directorate has become. It has become an instrument of political intimidation in our country. It's a shame, because it has a much more noble purpose, which is to try and stop money laundering. But you know it, I don't want to bore you with details of how many leaders who have joined BJP, actually they suddenly become doodh ka dhula hua. So this is the party that practices brazen hypocrisy. Anand, I'll be honest with you, okay? The truth is this, that yes, there was an emergency during the Congress time. And I'm glad the Congress party was defeated for actually doing something that was very anti-constitutional. That lasted for 21 months. We have had 96 months of an unofficial emergency. And you know what? Why I say that? I say it with responsibility. Today I meet people. Sinha ji, आपको मैं बता रहा हूँ, जिम्मेदारी के साथ बता रहा हूँ आपको. I meet people, Anand, in Mumbai. People from business. I meet CEOs. I meet bankers. I meet young people who are like, you know, we are scared now to speak the truth. There are people who are no longer saying anything at all. You see, when a democracy dies, is whether it's media or whether it's institutions of governance like the CBI, Election Commission, you name it, DRI, any institution. When people stop speaking the truth and everyone says Modi ji to बहुत ही अच्छे हैं, सिन्हा जी के जैसा कोई है ही नहीं, भाजपा और आरएसएस तो देश को ही बना सकते हैं, बाकी सब लोग तो देशद्रोही हैं, राष्ट्रवादी नहीं है. That's when the trouble begins. And I think we have reached that point today. And I'm concerned today as a citizen of India. I'll tell you why. Because as a student of political history, I know when political parties murder dissent. You know why? Because they don't want you to know the truth. They don't want you to know about unemployment, price rise, death of institutions, joblessness, any other problem of sectarian conflict, etc. Because if that is known to the people of India, they believe they might lose.
Now, can I now please come in with some facts, sir?
Sure.
Because arguments are good to hear. The point I'm trying to make is at this point that if the protest was about price rise and inflation, should it be when inflation is at an all-time high, or should it be at a time when inflation has actually dropped? When protest is about price rise, unemployment, should it be at a time when, or in a month when unemployment rate has come down, or when unemployment rate is at the highest? So I'm just quoting you data. 4th August 2022.
Very quickly, I'll answer you.
The unemployment rate has actually come down. It was in June 2022 at 7.8% national average. In July 2022 is 6.8%. And this is as per the Center for Monitoring the Indian Economy. So it's actually come down. So July में तो कम हो गया, तो August में क्या protest कर रहे हैं? Then second point, food inflation. Numbers. I am talking numbers.
Take the numbers.
Food inflation eased to 7.75% from 7.97% between May and June. And this was also because sharp decline in oil and fat inflation. Then the numbers, the non-food, non-fuel component of inflation was at 5.95%, declining to less than 6% for the first time in 3 months. So, sir, the 3 months when it was above 6%, you were not doing Black Friday protest. But when it has actually come down, you are saying महंगाई मार गई. Then, then the other point.
संक्षेप में जवाब देता हूं आपको. बहुत जल्दी में 30 सेकंड में. सबसे पहले तो ये विरोध जो हो रहे हैं अभी जो रोड में हो रहे हैं वो पहले भी हुए हैं. तो आप ये गलत बात कह रहे हैं कि ये पहली बार.
मैंने क्या कहा? मैंने बोला ब्लैक फ्राइडे प्रोटेस्ट. मैंने विरोध नहीं बोला. मैंने बोला जो इंटेंसिटी से ब्लैक फ्राइडे प्रोटेस्ट हुआ. सवाल तो उस पर ही है ना कि आज के दिन काले कपड़े क्यों पहने.
नहीं, एक मिनट. और जहां तक दूसरी बात है, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि रिकॉर्ड अनएम्प्लॉयमेट से 1% गिर गया तो कम हो गया क्या? Do you know how many people have gone jobless in the month of June?
Sir, I am not questioning that unemployment is not an issue. But you are actually coming out and protesting unemployment with the intensity which was done today on a day when unemployment has come down by 1%. So I'm not saying there is no unemployment, but I'm saying that in the rate it is coming down. That's when you're coming out and protesting. So then they're asking what's your intention.
या आप ये बता रहे हो कि यार पहले तो तुम्हारे दोनों हाथ और टांग टूटे थे, अभी 2 हाथ और तो आपका एक टांग में 2% का थोड़ा बैंडेड लगा है, तो यार बॉस अभी तो फ्रैक्चर ही है. फ्रैक्चर बैंडेड से ठीक नहीं होता है सर. फ्रैक्चर ही रहता है.
फ्रैक्चर तो है सर. कास्ट लगने के बाद आप बोल रहे हो हाथ टूट गया. जब हाथ टूटा था तब तो आपने कुछ किया नहीं. मैं वो पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे. That's what I am trying to say. That the question is why today? Now one of your own नेता came out and said कि भाई नेता ने इन नेताओं ने मुझे पहले बचाया, आज मुझे अपने नेताओं को बचाना पड़ेगा. देन क्लैरिफिकेशन आया. फिर एक और आपके नेता हैं रमेश कुमार जी, एमएलए हैं. उन्होंने बोला देखिए we have made enough money for 3-4 generations in the name of Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Gandhi and Sonia. I am quoting them. If we can't sacrifice this much, it won't be good for us. This is MLA Ramesh Kumar, July 21, 2022. So these are comments made by your own leaders. What the question is? The question right now is today, 5th of August 2021, the Congress protested on the streets. That's what they are saying. First anniversary of Ram Mandir Bhumi Pujan. 5th of August 2022, Congress again decides we have to make it symbolic. The Union Home Minister Rakesh Sinha ji has not said कि आपने protest किया. आज के दिन काले कपड़े पहनकर आप क्यों निकले? आप आए, सुबह प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस तो व्हाइट शर्ट में किया राहुल गांधी जी ने, बट संसद में आते ही सब ब्लैक कपड़े हो गए. Chidambaram ji, Jairam Ramesh ji, they were all dressed in white. Ashok Gehlot ji was in white when they did the press conference in the morning, Rakesh Sinha ji.
So black is the color of protest, my friend.
No. So then you should have been wearing black on all days. No, why today and this day is the question that is being asked, Rakesh Sinha.
No, Congress has not reconciled on two things: abrogation of Article 370 and the construction of Ram Temple. This is their compulsion to remain silent. Otherwise, they are as protester of these two issues as Owaisi and other people are doing. But I am coming to a core issue: how the index of morality has declined in the Congress. Sanjay Jha may be a democratic, maybe aspiring idealism, but I am reminding because he was telling that he's a student of politics and political science and political history. Therefore, I am reminding. Otherwise, I would not remind it. On 18th February 1958, a very prominent leader of India, finance minister of the country, who was the member of the Constituent Assembly. Not only Constituent Assembly, out of 7 members of the draft committee of the Constitution, T.T. Krishnamachari was one of his members. He had to resign. Reason was there was MC Chagla commission which which found him the guilty for corruption, and the corruption charges was leveled none other by Firoz Gandhi, son-in-law of Jawaharlal Nehru, in the parliament. Look, in 1958, the son-in-law of Jawaharlal Nehru, a prominent member of the Congress party, Firoz Gandhi, raising the issue of corruption. Haridas Mudra, a big businessman from Mumbai, was arrested. Finance minister had to resign. Here, the Congress is moralizing corruption, saying that their leaders are being victimized. Sanjay Jha, National Herald was your property. It would have helped the Congress to grow. Jawaharlal Nehru founded it. It has a glorious history. But what happened? It declined as a newspaper, but its property was plundered by the family members. 2,000 crore rupees, 80% shares transferred to their names. Can anybody on this earth, in the globe, justify this? Can Sanjay Jha have moral to justify this? What discrimination? This is not a balancing act that you have slapped three slaps to a person, then you give another slap to other person. No balancing act. Corrupt is a corrupt. If I am a corrupt, I would shout that why not other person was arrested. So I think this is a loot and plunder. And you are talking of democracy. Your party, Sitaram Kesri was a party person. How he was thrown out from the party? How P.V. Narasimha Rao was treated by this family, not by the Congress. And Mr. Motilal Bora, the most dedicated congressman, Sanjay Jha can vouch for his dedication. And after his death, the obituary by the family that blamed for all the charges, now he cannot come to defend himself. The man who died, the most dedicated congressman, I found him in the Rajya Sabha. So man of integrity. This family can make scapegoat anybody for the sake of his own status and power.
But what is National Herald and the Enforcement Directorate? Now, Rakesh Sinha ji, this is also a question. Now, is this to try and give it a nice political spin? Because आज पूरे दिन सिर्फ कांग्रेस पार्टी दिखी, राम मंदिर की बात किसी ने की नहीं. So let's link it to Ram Mandir because you're doing. Because this is also a political bomb that the Union Home Minister has dropped, right? Why should this protest, as a black protest, why should it be linked with Ram Mandir?
I'm answering. You know, Anand, I may have grievance to anybody, but on 26th January or 15th August, can I wear the black uniform? I know that this is a historical day. 5th August in the history of India, in the history of modern Indian history, has become one of the civilizational days. The fight for Ram Janmabhoomi is not a fight which started in 1947 or 1747. It had a 400 or 500 years history. It is a battle between the two traits and two forces. One force, traits and trend, which wanted to finish out the diversities of the country. Other, which we represent, that ekam satyam vipra bodha badati. We should not disturb. And all the modes of worship remain undisturbed in this country, in harmony. That is the 5th August when Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, by his vision and action, got the resolve the issue, which was a matter of dispute, contention in this country. It's a historic day.
So it's a historic day.
You are wearing the black uniform.
So you are saying that
This
it's
is
a historic. They
intentional,
knew that
this is
5th of
intentional by
August
the
is going to be
Congress
an important day. So that everybody knew, because you would also agree, Sanjay Jha, that at least for 3 days or 4 days the Congress party had been meeting and saying Friday kya karna hai, that is 5 August ko karna kya hai. Because if the black protest had to happen on a day when you believe that it was Tanashai going on, when Young Indian office was sealed, there should have been a Black Friday protest. When the inflation rate was at the highest at that point in time, the CMI data had not yet come in Parliament, then it could have been a black protest. Last Friday, it could have been a Black Friday protest. Why 5th of August is the question? That's the political allegation that's come at the Congress party, that perhaps this is layered at multiple levels.
Okay, Anand, very quickly, it is so ridiculous, absurd and preposterous. I don't want to even dignify it by commenting on it. But it also tells you how desperate BJP is and how it will do anything to divide our society. Let me leave it at that. Quick answers to Mr. Rakesh Sinha. Okay? राकेश सिन्हा जी, आप ही के संजय पाटिल हैं, आपके पार्टी के लोकसभा एमपी हैं, वो हमारे सांगली के एमपी हैं महाराष्ट्र से, and Sanjay Patil is on record to say, I'm in BJP, so ED will never come after me. And you know, Anand, when institutions die, democracies die. Remember that. The BJP will win, the Congress will win, the BJP will
No, but does that absolve?
But India is
forever. Your charge that you are made is that those, this is a similar Trinamool Congress charge, that those who join the BJP, there's like a washing machine. So then they get cleaned up immediately. But that doesn't absolve. No, but then are you admitting that those who are being raided by the Enforcement Directorate are guilty?
Yeah, let me ask Sinha.
No, I'm asking you, are you admitting that those who are currently being raided by the Enforcement Directorate are guilty? You can indulge in whataboutery saying, what about those who are part of the BJP? But I'm asking you, are you admitting that those who are currently being raided by the Enforcement Directorate, they are guilty?
Anand, the short answer to that is, ED's conviction rate is 0.5%. I think your viewers are very intelligent, very perceptive. They know the truth. Two short questions for Mr. Sinha. Sinha ji, आपका ये ऑपरेशन लोटस जो है, उसके पैसे कहाँ से आते हैं? जरा ED इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहा है क्या? दूसरी बात, बीजेपी को जो thousands of crore जो पैसे आ रहे हैं, 80% of the money on electoral bonds बीजेपी को जाता है. तो बीजेपी को ये पैसे देता कौन है? कौन उद्योगपति हैं? कौन देते हैं पैसे? इसका भी ईडी छानबीन कर रहा है. इसका जवाब दे दीजिए, बात खत्म.
No, I request Sanjay Jha to file a PIL and go to the court. He has liberty and we have independent court. I'm just telling you.
No. Don't heckle him, Sanjay. He didn't heckle you. When you tried to brush off questions asked of you as ridiculous and left it, then he didn't heckle you. So let him answer. Yes.
जनता ने तो आपको बहुत पहले रिजेक्ट कर दिया, इसलिए जनता को तो छोड़ दीजिए. मैं आगे आपको दो पॉइंट बताता हूं. संजय झा जी, many political parties died in this country, eroded their base, like Swatantra Party, Hindu Mahasabha, Republican, many Republican parties, dozens of parties. That didn't mean that democracy died or declined. If Congress is dying due to its own contradictions, its own maladies and ills, that does not mean democracy is dying. Even if I am telling you tomorrow or today BJP would know more, then democracy would die, I cannot say. Democracy would survive. We are the components of the democracy. We are the extra components of the democracy. Democracy is the empowerment of the people. When Prime Minister is reaching to 80 crore people, nowhere in the world any government could provide 80 crore people such very dignified way the ration. This is the democracy when you are empowering the people. Nowhere in the world 11 crore toilets have been constructed. You are in the power for more than 6 decades. Women were going outside on the roads when the car were passing with the light. Women stood up because there was focused light on their body. This is how the situation in this country. I think Prime Minister Modi had brought the social
dignity,
revolution, economic revolution, and cultural revolution. You have to recognize this fact. Having said that, I am telling you, as a democratic party, political party, recognizing the great works done by that, you have more opportunity to oppose the government. But you are opposing the government where people are rejecting you. People are not believing you. Rajiv Gandhi said, 15 paisa reaches to the people. What is now? If farmers are getting any amount from central government, 100% reaching to the farmer, 100% money reaching to the Narega workers. This is the governance. the transformation. You see, the Prime Minister goes outside. I'm not taking, because this is, I'm a member of Parliament, I cannot take the name of any country, any state head. But I know that a great, all the Prime Ministers were patted by the head of a particular country. This time, the head of a country rushes to the Prime Minister to shake hand. This is the index of change. This is the index of change of the climate. It is all that leadership has a great role in any country, development of the country.
The leadership has a great role. Leadership has a great role.
We want to clean politics. You have undemocratic and corrupt actors in the party.
No, leadership has a great role, but the other aspect is that does this charge stick? Does this charge of a Black Friday, well thought out on the 2nd anniversary of Bhumi Pujan of Ram Lala Virajman or Ram Janmabhoomi, does that stick? That's the question, because that's the big political bomb which changed the whole political narrative. Because through the day, the allegation was that this is about the parivar and it is not about price rise. But now it's become bigger. This is about Ram Mandir, not about anything else, is what is the allegation. Gentlemen, always fun debating and discussing with you. Thank you very much for being such such well-behaved panelists, if I may say very respectfully. Sanjay Jha and Rakesh Sinha ji, namaste and thank you very much. Before we take a break, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring you up to speed on a big development. And this is on this entire Sar Tan Se Juda activity which started. And this is the latest that we have got, where the NIA probe has cracked down and arrested 2 members more in the Umesh Kolhe murder. This is the Right Stand exclusive, a CNN News 18 exclusive that we are putting for you right now. Intelligence inputs and the NIA probe. This is what has led them to the arrest of 2 people. And this information has been accessed by our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. The murder of Umesh Kolhe in Amravati in the wake of Nupur Sharma controversy, throwing in more light on a well-planned conspiracy to raise communal tensions through targeted killings of those who supported Nupur Sharma. As the NIA expands its investigation, they are now unearthing it was a well-thought-out, pre-planned plot. It seems multiple meetings were held to execute the plan, where the killers were radicalized to commit the crime. Evidence also suggests links to other groups on the radar of agencies for anti-national activities, as well as international ties for funding and logistics. More importantly, 2 more suspects have been arrested by the NIA. The 2 suspects who've been arrested are Abdul Arbaz and Maulvi Mushfiq Ahmad. Both are in NIA custody. Mushfiq Ahmad is Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind chief in Amravati. This Maulvi Ahmad allegedly planned Umesh Kolhe's murder. He was part of multiple meetings before and also after. In fact, Maulvi Ahmad was informed by one of the main accused and those who perpetrated and drove the knife into Umesh Kolhe and tried to, in fact, butcher him. But the locals woke up and there was commotion in the streets, and that's why they stabbed him multiple times around the neck and then they ran away. He was actually informed, Mushfiq Ahmad, that Gustakh medical guy, quote unquote, Gustakh medical guy was killed. Maulvi Ahmad was part of meetings before and after the killing. He allegedly helped killers escape arranged shelter. That's what he did. The main suspect, Irfan Khan, was heavily influenced by Maulvi Mushfiq Ahmad. Maulvi Mushfiq Ahmad allegedly wanted Umesh Kolhe to be punished, and Maulvi Ahmad allegedly linked to the Tablighi Jamaat and also the PFI. So Maulvi Mushfiq Ahmad, the Jamiyat-e-Ulama-e-Hind head in Amravati, linked to the Tablighi Jamaat and also to the PFI. He allegedly ran a force of around 250 youth who were highly influenced by him, under his control, and of course would do his bidding. He allegedly received funding from Qatar and Kuwait. This is the Right Stand exclusive that we have, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just putting out these details. We're tracking the butchers of Udaipur, the murderers of Amravati very, very closely, and of course, the government's crackdown, internal crackdown on radicals and Trojans within. We're going to take a very short break. It's Friday evening, and what we're going to do is take the Tiranga quiz, make it a little bigger. Coming up next, how best do you know your tricolor? It's the Tiranga quiz. We have two special guests who will be joining us. They will share stories of glory of India over the last 75 years, their moment of pride with the tricolor, with the Tiranga, and we'll also ask you questions. The number to call is 0120-434-1895. You saw it flash on your screens. It's there at the bottom of your screens. 434-1895. Pick up the phone and then join us on this quiz live. But as we take a break, I'm going to show you. All right, that's the number, and we're just putting it out again. See you after the break. It's the Tiranga quiz. Get your hands on the phone. If you're on social media, follow us on our social media pages, and the questions are put up there. You can answer via social media too. See you in 5 minutes.
Smack in the middle of the completely submerged road. But it turned out to be a savior for this man who fell off a flooded bridge and got swept away. The water was moving so fast that he had no choice but to go with the flow. But he managed to latch onto the vehicle and stood on its ledge, waiting for the help to come his way. Dozens of people gathered around and helplessly watched the man's plight. He was eventually pulled out to safety when police arrived at the spot. And there's massive politics over Centre's campaign Har Ghar Tiranga. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi said that those running the campaign have come from anti-national organizations which did not hoist the tricolour for 52 years. AIMIM chief Mr. Asauddin Owaisi said that RSS had rejected the idea of independent India.
कि RSS उनका फाउंडेशन रहा है, तो क्या ये बात सच नहीं है कि RSS की जो तर्जुमानी करता है, जिसको माउथपीस अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजर मैगजीन ने 1947 के अपने ऑर्गेनाइजर वीकली ने कहा था कि इस देश का झंडा तिरंगा नहीं बल्कि भगवा होना चाहिए, कि उसमें 3 रंग है, वो खुद अशुभ है, ईवल है.
And this is not good. A majority of Indians are drinking contaminated water. According to the data given by the Centre to Rajya Sabha, 80% Indians drink contaminated water. Centre says that there are excess toxic metals in groundwater in many districts across the country. The problem is more serious in villages than in cities. There is an increased risk of skin diseases, cancer, and excess lead in water can affect the nervous system of humans. Now, a madrasa linked to a terror accused was demolished in Assam's Moregao area. The madrasa owner, Mufti Mustafa, was recently arrested for his links with Bangladesh-based terror outfit. 43 students were studying in this madrasa. They have now been admitted to different schools.
Reactions have been coming on this demolition of the madrasa by the authorities. Chief Minister today in the press conference also stated that here 42 students were studying in this madrasa, and they were residential students where they were taught about jihad day and night.
And Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's ED custody has been extended till the 8th of August. Meanwhile, the agency has summoned his wife Varsha Raut in the Patrachal land scam case. She will appear for questioning on Friday. The summons have been sent to her after transactions done on Varsha Raut's account in the money laundering case came to light before the agency. A school bus driver was arrested for putting the lives of 30 children at risk in Noida. Have a look.
The driver rammed the bus full of children into a closed railway barrier. When the bus was approaching the railway line, the barricade was just closing. But the speeding bus did not stop and rammed into the barrier. Even after breaking the barrier, the driver did not stop and continued to speed ahead. The bus driver was directed to stop ahead by the railway officials, but he did not heed to their advice. A train was going to pass through the railway line when the driver sped through it dangerously. At least 30 children between the ages of 6 and 10 were inside the bus at the time of the incident.
The Taliban claims it was unaware that Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri was living in downtown Kabul. This comes after US announced that Zawahiri was killed with 2 Hellfire missiles fired from a US drone last month. The CIA had identified the safe house that Zawahiri was living in back in April and had been planning the precision strike ever since then. A Russian court sentenced US basketball star Brittany Griner to 9 years in prison on drug charges. This after finding her guilty of narcotics possession and smuggling for bringing cannabis-infused vape cartridges into Russia. US President Joe Biden said his administration would continue to pursue every possible avenue to bring Griner home. Hollywood actor Jason Momoa surprised passengers aboard a flight as he turned into a flight attendant pushing the snacks cart and handing out water bottles. In the video, he's seen in a grey suit with a pink flower tucked behind his ear, just like other attendants of the flight. Incessant rains in Himachal Pradesh have triggered landslides in several parts of the state. In Chamba district, bystanders watched in horror as a huge chunk of the mountain crumbled and fell down. The road below was completely blocked after huge pieces of debris fell on it. More than a dozen people were travelling on the Koti Bridge when the landslide began. But it intensified.
Back on the right stand, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time for the Tiranga quiz. It's very simple. You've got the phone numbers at the bottom, 0120-434-1895. Do you know your tricolour? And today what we've done is we've added some great moments with the tricolour. So then we want you to pick up the phone and tell us what's the importance of this phone, when did it happen, events, you know. And we've got 2 people who are very, very passionately, not just Indian, but it's like वो कहते हैं ना रग रग में खून नहीं देश बहता. They're like that. Vijay Shankar Pandey ji, former Secretary Government of India, is with us, and I also have Major General KK Sinha. After a while, sir, today we are not going bazookas at each other. We are just going to celebrate India. That's what we are. And who best than a soldier to ask what does the Tiranga mean to you? So what we're going to start with, ladies and gentlemen, is the first question. The first question has 2 pictures. Look at this picture very carefully. Look at these pictures very carefully. You can go full frame on the pictures if you can, and then just go big on the pictures and look at the 2 on the question plate. What is the significance of these 2 events? Both of them, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, have happened at the same place, but they have happened many years apart. If you look carefully, you may even recognize the person who's there in the picture to the left of your screen. A very young version of who he is today. Pick up the phone and tell me the significance of these 2 events. General KK Sinha already knows the answer.
Yeah.
You know the don't give me don't say the answer. He knows the answer. Vijay Shankar Pandey ji? हाँ, ये चेहरा को जाना पहचाना लगता है बहुत ज्यादा ये पर वो तिरंगा और वो जगह भी बहुत जानी पहचानी है and it's important and its significance as of today. So till we wait for our callers, as we look at those pictures, let me ask you, General Sahab, what's the importance of that Tiranga?
There's some when first Jai Hind, a special Jai Hind today, because I think this particular show which you are going to now hosting it is something very unique, very, very close to the heart. See, the tricolor or Tiranga, whatever you call, this is the philosophy of the life of the soldier of our armed forces. It is philosophy. It is not that piece of cloth, or it, it has got color, it has got a Ashoka. When you look, we look Tiranga in a different form.
Yeah.
For us, when we, 5 words for us, especially for the armed forces and the people who join. Akhandata. Akhandata had got something to do with the geography. Ekta, unity. Diversity, the unity in diversity when we talk about. They are sacrifice. And everywhere you go to Chatwood, you go to any regimental center, anywhere,
Tyag is there.
sacrifice, bravery, and balidan. Supreme sacrifice. Sacrifice and supreme sacrifice. When you ask me, the whole philosophy of a national flag, and that is the philosophy of armed forces today, of Indian armed forces. And other things are all peripheral. Those are, things of dimensions, the color or significance. But that is in the wholesome when you describe about a national flag.
Yeah.
And the whole philosophy of Indian armed forces is based on that.
That should be the philosophy for every Indian, sir, not just those who are in the armed forces. The other thing is they say that there are 4 colors in the national flag: saffron, white, green, and the chakra, which is blue in color. But I had a fantastic answer from a very young person the other day. Sir, इसमें 2 और हैं. Sir, एक जो खून उनका, जिन्होंने इसके लिए अपनी जान दी, और पसीना जो इसके लिए मेहनत कर रहे हैं दिन रात, आज तक किया है और आगे भी करते रहेंगे. Fantastic answer. Now I've got 2 callers about this question. Let's come back to this. This is historic. Suresh from Delhi, Chandrasekhar from Mysore is with us, and Sachin from Belagavi. Oh, lot of callers. Suresh, thank you for your patience. Tell me, what is the significance of these 2 pictures? Can you hear me, Suresh? Go ahead, please. Suresh, can you hear me? सुरेश, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? नमस्ते. All right, Chandrasekhar from Mysuru, I'm going to try. Chandrasekhar? Namaskara. What's the significance of these pictures?
Confusing this question. That's it. Mute this.
Okay, confusing. Question is confusing. Sachin from Belagavi.
Sir. Hello, sir.
What are the significance?
During Ekta Yatra, Modi unfurled the Indian tricolor flag at Lal Chowk in Srinagar, sir.
Yes, sir. And what is the other one?
Other one, I think now they hoisted the flag.
Sir, wow, you're very close. Well done, Sachin. Well done, Sachin. We'll try and give it to you. We'll get you. I'll tell you, there's a little more than that. Raman from Bengaluru is also there. Raman, yes. You want to have a go?
The first one is Narendra. I am from Bangalore, sir. First one is Narendra Modi, Murlimana Joshi, and this one after Article 356 implemented, Article 370 is implemented. It was our flag.
370 was abrogated. The flag was hoisted at Lal Chowk.
Instead of
the JNK flag.
JNK flag.
Fantastic. So, Sachin and Raman, well done. This is indeed Murli Manohar Joshi ji and Narendra Modi ji. Back in 1992, the significance is just about 18 months after the exodus of Kashmiri Hindus. This was the Ekta Yatra, and that's what you said it right. And at Lal Chowk, the Tiranga was unfurled, hoisted, and there, that is the first time the Tiranga went up on Lal Chowk after the abrogation of Article 370. Well done, gentlemen. There are other callers also. Stay on for the second question. Stay on for the next question.
I'll just add,
Vijay Shankar Pandey ji.
I was part of this Tiranga Yatra for a short time. I was district magistrate Etawah, and I witnessed when the Yatra passed through that district, and I noticed Modi ji, but he was not a very well-known person then. But Joshi ji, he was my teacher. Physics teacher. So I knew him very well, and so I was on duty because it was a huge crowd passing through that place. So it's a very good question that you because I have been part of.
Kuch purani yaadein taza ho gayi na?
And why they were doing it? That is important. Akhandata of the country.
Akhandata of the country.
It was a very great thing that point of time.
JNK is the part.
One nation, one flag, one constitution, sir.
Akhandta, it sums up everything.
Absolutely.
Akhanda Bharat.
Absolutely. No breaking up, and one nation, one constitution, one flag. So that's the first question. Fantastic one. Now the second one is a simple one. Very, very simple one. And then it was क्या यार ये सब सवाल आप हमसे पूछ रहे हो आपसे नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ दर्शकों से पूछ रहा हूँ. Okay, now have a look at this question. It's very simple. Which color in the tricolor indicates peace? Saffron, white, green, or all of the above? Which is the color? Basavaraj from Bengaluru with us. Basavaraj ji, namaste. Tell me, which color indicates peace?
Face is white, Anand.
White. White is what you're saying. Surya Prakash from Hyderabad is also with us. Yes, Surya Prakash ji.
It is white.
It is white.
Yes.
White by default stands for peace. So that is why everybody is going for white. So Basavaraji, Dr. Saab from Indore is also with us. Namaste, Dr. Saab. What's your good...
Namaskar, sir.
Kanuja ji, namaste. Tell me, which color?
Namaskar.
Which color
White.
indicates peace?
White.
White. So 3 of our callers have said white. Well, it's a no-brainer. This is a simple one. Yes, the color that indicates peace on our tricolor is white. Now, the next question. Quickly, I'm going to ask and then we'll go.
Can I just ask?
Yeah, yes, sir.
केसरिया है बल भरने वाला, सादा है सच्चाई, हरा रंग है हरी हमारी धरती की अंगड़ाई, कहता है ये चक्र हमारा, कदम कभी नहीं रखेगा, झंडा ऊंचा
रहे हमारा, विजय विश्व तिरंगा प्यारा, झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा.
You know, people should just remember, recite this.
Absolutely, sir. हमें तो याद है, हमें तो आज भी याद है, नहीं भूले हैं. मैं आपको पूछता हूँ, वंदे मातरम के कितने छंद हैं और आपको कितने याद हैं? इनको तो सब याद है, हम में से हम लोगों को नहीं याद है. Well, let's go to the next question. The tricolor, now this is again a significant event. The tricolor here became a symbol of India's global assertion and we put out the year also. इससे simple क्या करें? वो देख रहे हैं आप अगर आप देखेंगे 2 लोग हैं आइकॉनिक लोग उस तस्वीर में खड़े हैं. इस तस्वीर में there are 2 people who are iconic. One a past prime minister, one a past president. 2 of the foremost minds, one a fantastic Kavi, the other one an ace scientist. They're all there. What is this instance and when did this happen? That's the question that we are asking you. Anybody on the phone who wants to go for this? Savita from Bengaluru is with us. Savita ji.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
It is the Pokhran event, sir.
It is the Pokhran event. Pandit ji, sahi keh rahi hain?
Absolutely.
Huh?
Without any doubt.
Without any doubt, this is Pokhran. Jai Kishan from Bengaluru is with us. Jai Kishan ji, you'll have to wait for the next question. Now, this was a significant event, wasn't it? Where were you at that time?
Changed the world.
Yeah.
I was in UP, I was managing director of a concern. But that was a momentous occasion when India announced they have arrived and they are no more to be taken lightly at all. And people have to take us seriously because you can't, you have to do business differently with us. That was momentous.
Atal Bihari Vajpayee and APJ Abdul Kalam.
Great time.
It signifies the bravery, Shaurya. No one was knowing in the world. Whole world was surprised. 1998, Pokhran. This was when it was done. Actually, it was not announced. Even the Americans, they never came to know about this. They came to know later when there was a tremor, when this, test was done.
Chaliye, next question. When did Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru unfurl the tricolor, our national flag, for the first time at Red Fort? Okay, we'll come to that question in just a bit. Let me ask you this. What does the Ashoka Chakra represent? What does the Ashok Chakra represent? Progress and mobility, cycle of life. हमारी टीम इंटरनली एक क्वेश्चन मुझे यहाँ दिया और एक क्वेश्चन उन्होंने लगा दिया. दोनों क्वेश्चन आपसे पूछेंगे. पहले ये चक्रा वाला क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं. तो बताइए, B is speed, D is all of the above. Jai Kishan from Bengaluru is with us. Jai Kishan ji.
All of the above.
All of the above. You are saying it is all of the above. Is it all of the above? Because General K.K. Sinha mentioned what the chakra stands for. He did give you a hint. It is not all of the above. It does look like all of the above, but it's not. Philosophically, it could be, but it is not. Piyush is with us. Yes, Piyush.
Sir, I think it is C, cycle of life.
Cycle of life. आपने philosophical answer पकड़ लिया. Philosophical नहीं है. निरंतर चलते रहना है. ये कहा जनरल के सिन्हा ने क्या कहा? निरंतर चलते रहना है. और कहाँ चलना है? आगे. Why is this wheel 24 hours a day, 24 spokes to the Ashoka Chakra, 24 hours निरंतर आगे बढ़ो. Man's biggest invention and innovation is the wheel.
कहता है ये चक्र हमारा कदम कभी न रुकेगा.
Yes, so it stands for progress and mobility.
Keep moving ahead.
That's the answer. That's the answer. So now I'm going to wait for the next question to fire, so that I don't ask the wrong question. अगला question क्या fire कर रहे हैं आप बताइए. आज पीसीआर ने डिसाइड किया तिरंगा क्विज हम चलाएंगे. तो चलिए, that's the Ashok Chakra is over. The next question. Let's go to the next question. Okay. ITBP jawans unfurl the flag in the world's highest and coldest battlefield. General K.K. Sinha does not know this answer.
Yeah, I
do not He's never gone here. He doesn't know the answer. But any of our viewers who want to answer this question, ITBP jawans Dr. Savita is with us. Dr. Savita ji.
Hello.
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 Yes, Dr. Savita.
See Siachen.
See Siachen is what you're saying. I'm going to check if Jayant is there with us from Pune. Does he agree, disagree? Jayant, are you there?
Sir.
ये कहाँ है?
सियाचिन
देखिए जनरल के सिन्हा कितना खुशी से हंस रहा है. अरे हमारे व्यूअर्स को पता है. That's the Tiranga at the highest point where आज भी cold altitudes, highest altitudes, no other armed forces know how to fight.
Absolutely.
ये चीनी कहाँ लड़ेंगे सर हमसे?
तभी तो नहीं लड़ पा रहे.
So this is Siachen. All right, let's now look at this image. What is this image? Where was this iconic 99 image of the Indian soldiers taken? Where is this image taken? Shobha from Bengaluru is with us. Shobha ji, namaste.
Namaste, Anand Narasimhan. How are you?
I am good. How are you? Tell me, where is this picture? Where is this tricolor? You'll have to mute your for television, please. Yeah. Tell me, Shobha ji.
Siachen, sir.
No, 1999. 1999. Look at
1999.
1999 is there in the question. Answer question में ही है, सवाल में ही जवाब है, man.
We just celebrated this.
Okay. No, I don't have time now. Raghav from Bengaluru is with us. Raghav ji.
It's Kargil war.
हाँ, अब जाके सही फूटी. Yes, Raghav, tell me. Do you agree with Savita ji? आप बताइए.
Narasimhan, I am very much, because I have taken part in Kargil war as a commanding officer. Number of peaks we have flown like this. This is of Tiger Hill.
Tiger Hill.
But
Bilkul.
5310 where my boys has put, number of peaks where this thing, and the people have taken photograph. But this is of Tiger Hill.
Yeah, this
is
iconic.
the first victory.
यहीं से तो शुरू हो गया था.
After that is all.
Yeah, it set the ball rolling.
This is the first victory.
It's
second Rajrif.
Yeah.
The boys are of second Rajputana rifles.
Yes. Iconic, because this is where it all started.
Very
इसके बाद फिर सारी चोटियां हम ही ले गए.
Very, very.
We could have gone further. कुछ और पहाड़ उनके भी ले लेते हैं हम वापस, है ना? पर हमने किया नहीं. Okay, now ये बताइए सर विजय शंकर पांडे जी, यहाँ से शुरू करते हैं स्टूडियो से. अभी अनुषा is ready for brass tacks here also. Anusha, I'm going to ask you. Yeah, विजय शंकर पांडे जी बताइए, ये कौन शख्स हैं और ये कहाँ हो रहा है? And why is this so special?
The first gold medal, sir.
हाँ, कौन है ये? Javelin thrower. Javelin thrower. But ये क्यों special क्यों है बताइए? Why is this special?
This is the first time in athletics we had won the medal.
Yes.
First time.
Plus something special about the way he is dealing with the tricolor, है ना? The respect that he is showing as a
soldier.
हाँ, तबीयत से उसको fold करके रख रहे हैं. Do you know the name of this person? अरे अनुषा, javelin thrower. Neeraj Chopra. Yes, that's the special moment, ladies and gentlemen, and with that special moment, that you bring the Tiranga to your house, keep it in your heart, but most importantly, treat it with respect.
Yes.
When you take it down, don't throw it around. When you're going to wash it or however you're going to clean it, there is a do's and don'ts. Most importantly, the respect needs to flow through. That's not an ordinary piece of cloth, like General K.K. Sinha said. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Hope you've had fun, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get you more of this as we build up to Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, or our 70th year of independence. Thank you very much for watching. Anusha, over to you.
Good evening, hello and welcome to Brass Tacks. I'm Anusha Soni. It was a day of protest and dharnas in the national capital. Theatrics out in public display. The Congress party and its top leadership marched in black clothes, and this was against price rise, unemployment and various other issues plaguing the country. The Congress party insists that these issues concern the life of a common person and must be addressed by the government. BJP calls it the politics of Parivarvad. There is another angle of Ram Mandir twist, I may call it, that has entered the political discourse. Today marks 1 year of the Bhumi Pujan of the much revered Ram Lalla Virajman Mandir that the country hopes to get very soon. None other than Home Minister Amit Shah and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath have condemned the protests on an auspicious occasion. Now, in this bitter and terse war of words, perhaps the more substantial issues of rising inflation, unemployment are indeed taking a backseat. We will try and address all these issues on Brass Tacks tonight. First up, a special report.
Dharna, detentions, Dangal. The Congress escalated its fight with the centre, holding pan-India protests against rising prices, unemployment and GST hike on essential items. Dressed in black, Congress MPs led by Sonia and Rahul Gandhi gathered on the premises of Parliament and raised slogans. And then began their march towards Rashtrapati Bhavan. At Vijay Chowk, the Congress MPs held a sit-in demonstration, and all of them, including Rahul Gandhi, were detained by the Delhi police.
लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो रही है. Our job is to raise issues of the people like unemployment and prices, and we are doing that. I'm happy to be manhandled.
Outside the AICC headquarters, the crowds kept swelling as more and more protesters gathered. And right in the heart of the drama was Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. She jumped barricades in her march towards Rashtrapati Bhavan and then sat in the middle of the road as a mark of protest. Like her brother, she too was detained by the police.
इनके मंत्री कह रहे हैं इनको महंगाई नहीं दिखती, तो हम पीएम हाउस तक चल के महंगाई दिखाना चाहते हैं, गैस का सिलेंडर दिखाना चाहते हैं, जो आज कोई खरीद नहीं सकता है.
But in a big political twist, Home Minister Amit Shah questioned the timing of Congress's protests, coming as it did on the anniversary of Ram Mandir's Bhumi Pujan.
कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक शटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और अपनी तुष्टीकरण की नीति को वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं.
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath accused Congress of insulting Ram Bhakts.
5 अगस्त की तिथि को श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण कार्य के शुभारंभ दिवस के दिन, अयोध्या दिवस के दिन राम भक्तों को अपमानित करने वाला कांग्रेस का यह आचरण एक बार फिर जग जाहिर हुआ है.
So was the agenda of Congress's protest the Aam Aadmi's plight, or was it simply appeasement politics?
Well, joining us on the broadcast is Sanju Verma of the BJP. We also have Mr. Syed Nasir Hussain of the Congress Party, Mr. Rashid Kidwai, who's an author and political analyst, is also joining us on the broadcast. We also have Mr. Ratan Sharda, who's a political analyst. Thank you, everyone, for joining us on the show. Let's begin with you, Mr. Syed Nasir Hussain. A direct question coming in from none other than Home Minister Amit Shah. He says you did not choose a good date. It's an auspicious occasion. Why were you wearing black clothes? That's his question. Please answer that.
I just want to ask the Home Minister, only in the evening did he remember that it was an auspicious day? So all these people didn't remember, didn't know that it was auspicious day the whole day? Since it was Congress all over on television channels, since it was protesting against price rise, inflation, unemployment, which concerns the people of our country, since they were not in a position to answer on all these questions both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, since they didn't give any, they were not in a position to give any relief to the poor of this country, since they were not able to answer the GST levied on food products, since they are not able to bring down the prices of petrol, diesel and gas, since they are not able to control unemployment. So now they didn't know what to do. They didn't have answers in the parliament. We have been protesting for the past 3 weeks. Today the third week of parliament session has ended. 3 weeks we have been protesting. They didn't have answer for any of this. So one fine day, today evening, they thought, let us give us a spin. And this is the best way we can give a spin and then start polarizing on this. So I think they should stop resorting to these kind of tactics and answer on the basic questions which concerns the Aam Aadmi, the common man, the Garib Janta of this country. We have been raising through proper channels, through relevant rules in both the houses. They were not able to answer. We asked for a full day's discussion on these issues, but what they gave is 2.5 hours of time for discussion. If all the Rajya Sabha members if wanted to speak, they would have got less than 1 minute to speak. And then the Prime Minister doesn't come to any of the house. He doesn't address the parliamentarians, and he doesn't give any relief to the people of the country. And then the Finance Minister, she denies, and all the members of parliament from BJP deny that there is unemployment.
Okay.
They deny that there is no GST levied.
Okay.
They deny that the
Sanjay,
petrol, diesel and gas prices have increased. See, they are in a denial mode. So we didn't have
I've taken your point. I've taken your point, Mr. Syed Nasir Hussain.
And this will not end here. We will continue to hit this stage till all this.
Let me take these questions to Sanju Verma. Sanju, a direct question to you. Is this a mere spin?
Anusha, I just want to say a couple of things here. In a democracy, parliament is the forum where you need to ask questions and get your answers. Equally, in a democracy, you have the right to protest, even if that means protesting on the streets. But what is not acceptable in a democracy is that when Section 144 is levied, you break police barricades and take the law into your hands. What is not acceptable in a democracy is that you choose a day when, a lot of Hindus all across the world, not just in India, wanted to celebrate the Jayanti of Ram Janmabhoomi Shilanyas. When people in Jammu and Kashmir were celebrating about the integration of Jammu and Kashmir with mainstream India. What is not acceptable is the fact that the Gandhis think they are above the law of the land and do not want to be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, despite the fact, Anusha, a very important thing which your audience needs to know, that on the 27th of July 2022, the Supreme Court, no less than the Supreme Court, upheld the powers of the Enforcement Directorate under the PMLA Act of 2002, saying that the ED has powers. Just a minute. Saying that the ED has powers to make arrests and indulge in seize and seizure operations. When the Supreme Court has upheld the powers of the ED, wide Section 3, Section 5, Section 19, who is Rahul Gandhi wearing a black outfit, or Priyanka Vadra, or the Congress spokesperson carrying a black bandana and trying to say that democracy is being muffled? Democracy was muffled when Nehru carried out the First Amendment in 1951. Democracy was muffled when Indira Gandhi imposed emergency in 1975. Democracy was muffled when Rajiv Gandhi tried to bring...
You've made a broad argument. You've made a broad argument. And Mr. Nasir Hussain, please respond to that. We're talking about some core issues of price rise, unemployment. Sir, I'll give you adequate time to respond. There's no problem about that. Just let me add one point. All these issues also pertain to GST, the manner in which certain duties have been levied. The argument is that when the GST Council met, it was a unanimous and a decision that was taken by all parties, all states together. Then why question the central government right now?
Anusha, I think the Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson tried to bring in all other issues except the price rise. She didn't have answers to the price rise. This is what happened during the discussion both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. None of the BJP MPs, none of them had any answers for this. They were in a denial mood. They were in a denied state of mind. They said there's no unemployment. They said there's no garibi. They said there's no GST, no prices. So the whole point is, you talk about prices, they will say National Herald. You talk about unemployment, they will say there's something else. The whole point is, we have been agitating for the past three weeks. This is the third week. Then you say, why did you wear this color on this day? Why did you wear this color on that day? We have been agitating for the past 3 weeks. And this is the fourth arrest today by the parliamentarians. Parliamentarians were arrested for the 4th day in this session. This was the 4th day. It is not that the first day we are protesting against price rise. We have been continuously protesting. You pick up the notices that have been given in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Every single day we are given a notice of adjournment on price rise.
Okay, I'm going to, no.
On
In all
price
fairness,
rise. The countrymen should know on price. Now
Nasir
they
Saab.
don't have answers. That is
Yes,
the reason why they are
Sanju, I'm
keeping
coming
the
to you. I'll give you the opportunity. No, Nasir Saab, I'm going to ask that direct question to Sanju as well. Sanju, प्रभु श्री राम में और मंदिर बन रहा है, वहां पे आस्था का तो ये ऐसा विषय है जिसमें हम सबकी आस्था है. I don't think there can be a debate about that. But the Congress party is asking that when we are discussing price rise, when we are discussing unemployment, when these are critical economical issues on which the opposition party is protesting, why bring a matter of faith?
You know, Anusha, आपने बहुत सही कहा, श्री राम भगवान में हम सबकी आस्था बसती है. But it is the same Congress which in 2006 and 2007 filed an affidavit in the Supreme Court, not only doubting the existence of Prabhu Ram, but doubting the veracity of Ram Setu. And Shashi Tharoor went on to say, if BJP wins Lok Sabha 2019, we will see the rise of Hindu Taliban. The word Hindu Taliban was coined by Shashi Tharoor. So Congress is the last party which needs to give a lecture on Hinduism. But coming to your very important question and what the Congress panelists spoke about inflation. First and foremost, you know, and in 10 seconds, I want to tell your viewers this. Inflation under the Modi government in the last 8 years is 4.9%. In the 10 years of UPA 1 and UPA 2, it was 8.4%. Under Indira Gandhi, it was 8.36%.
Yes.
The highest was under Narasimha Rao at 10.49%. I will just finish by saying one more thing. Globally today, even a country like the US, which 2 years back used to struggle with 2% inflation, is seeing 9.1% inflation. Just 24 hours back, Anusha, the Bank of England has said that the United Kingdom will go into a recession and will see inflation at 13%.
Yes.
Whereas 2 years back, UK did not even have inflation of 2%. The point is inflation is global in nature.
Can I come in?
Yes, Nasir Saab, I'll come to you. Just give me 2 minutes.
Please. We have global inflation because of two black swan events, Anusha. One was we had the COVID pandemic, the first pandemic to hit the globe in more than 100 years. Then in early 2022, we had the second black swan event.
Sanju, I do take the point, and this is a matter on which you actually have a domain expertise as well. But that being said, we can't forget the real political issues. BJP was a formidable opposition. These are the same issues on which you can question the UPA government, and rightly so. And this is the same reason that this government got an overwhelming majority, not once but twice, because it connected with the issues of a common person.
Very well said, Anusha. I will just take 10 seconds. You've actually raised a very pertinent point, and I'm not, indulging in shoot and shoot politics like Rahul Gandhi. I just want to say one thing to you, Anusha, that, GST on loose atta, loose dal, loose besan, loose vegetables, loose dahi, loose lassi is still 0%. And even in pre-GST era, states like Punjab used to collect 2,000 crores simply by having GST on atta. Uttar Pradesh, when it was not ruled by the BJP, used to collect 700 crore on atta alone in pre-GST days. And one last point I want to make. Also let us not forget one more thing. Congress is talking about inflation fine. Do you remember last November we reduced excise duty on petrol and diesel by 5 and 10
many
rupees?
opposition states did not.
In May 2022, Anusha, we again reduced excise duty on
Yes, sir,
petrol
I'm coming
and
to you after
diesel.
this.
In May 2022, we again reduced excise duty on petrol and diesel by 8 rupees and 6 rupees.
Okay,
Now,
Sanju, your point is taken. A quick response. A quick response.
VAT on petrol and diesel.
A quick response from Mr. Syed Nasir Hussain, and then I'll bring in Mr. Rashid Kidwai and Ratan Sharda into the debate. Yes, Mr. Hussain, please go ahead.
Anusha, the problem with the Bharatiya Janata Party is either they live in the past or they do jumlabazi of the future. This is what the finance minister also did. If something has not happened in this country, they blame all the Congress regimes. Now, if you are asking for the problem, a solution for the problems of the present day, present situation, they will say recession nahi aayega. This is what some journal in America wrote, that there will be no recession in India. I would like to remind the spokesperson and the viewers of this country, during the UPA era when Dr. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister, there was recession all over the world.
Yes,
but UPA did control. Stopped. They saw to it there's no recession. They controlled inflation. Now you have to live in the present day. Don't you think GST is levied on food products? There's no GST on milk. There is no GST on curd, honey, atta, dal, everything. See, they are denying that. There's no
on loose suji, on loose vegetables.
Can I
Yes,
complete?
yes,
Can I
Mr. Hussain,
complete?
please
Can I
finish, please
complete?
finish,
Can I
please
complete?
finish.
Can I-
Please
Can
finish.
I complete this? I
Please
didn't
finish.
intervene. I didn't interrupt. I didn't interrupt.
But
And BJP says,
have you reduced VAT
and BJP says,
Have you reduced VAT?
can I complete?
No.
please? Can
I would
didn't-
request
I
both
didn't
of you,
interrupt
Sanju ji
I didn't
and
interrupt
Nasir
you.
Hussain ji.
Have
A
some-
civil
have some
debate,
manners
please.
of
Yes,
debating
Mr.
on
Hussain.
television
Mr. Hussain,
channel.
nothing personal, please. Mr.
Yeah.
Hussain, please go ahead and make
Yeah.
your point.
Yeah.
Make your point.
And the point is, the philosophy in this country and most of the developing countries is you tax the rich. You tax the rich and help the poor. And here, the government says they are taxing only those food products and only till 25 kgs. And beyond, if somebody is purchasing beyond 25 kgs, he will not be taxed.
But Mr.
Now,
Hussain,
who will buy one
no,
kg
you're
half?
right about
No,
the
no,
broad
let-
issue,
let-
but when
let
it
me
comes to
complete. Let
GST,
me-
when it comes to GST.
Anusha, let me complete.
Yes, finish your
Anusha, you
point.
give time to BJP.
I'll give you
spokesperson,
time to
should
you
give
as
me
well,
some
sir.
time.
I'll give you time as
See,
well.
please. See, if somebody who will buy half kg, 1 kg, 2 kgs, people those who don't have money. Who will buy more than 25
Anusha, I
kgs?
need
The
to
people
come in.
those who have
Sanju,
money.
I'll come to you.
So you are taxing the poor and helping the rich. I
No, I
should
need
tell
to
if
come
they
in
had
now.
saved out 8.5 lakh crore rupees which they are given to their...
No,
I would request Mr. Syed Nasir Hussain and
that
Sanju,
money
please
had
hold your
been-
breath.
that could have been
I
used
have
there.
two more panelists on the broadcast and they've been very patiently listening to this discussion. Mr. Rashid Gidwai, your thoughts on the statement that came from Home Minister and UP Chief Minister today.
I think, Anisha, your channel has rightly described it's a stunning twist. Politicians are capable, and particularly the BJP is capable of that. They want to, and they are very good at, derailing the Congress narrative. I remember in 2017, December, when Gujarat elections were going on, Prime Minister Modi made another stunning remark, and he said that time Khurshid Ahmed Kasuri had come to promote his book, and there was a meeting of all former Indian High Commissioners to Pakistan, and there was a gathering, and Dr. Manmohan Singh was there, and he said there is a kind of conspiracy going on that how the Congress can win Gujarat, and it created a lot of things. Then it was settled by Arun Jaitley intervened, and finally the government of the day had to distance from it. So this time also it's being done. I mean, it makes no logic. You look at the Congress, you look at the Priyanka Gandhi's statement on August 4, 2020. She said it was a groundbreaking ceremony, a historic day, all kind of things. There was a Congress Working Committee resolution, all sorts of things. Rajiv Gandhi did a Shilanyas way back in 1989. He had campaigned at that election for the reverse Saryu and promising Ram Rajya. So it is not that, I mean, the BJP has beaten them thoroughly, but that, see, to go on a price rise issue, and when we know how much of gas, I'm not an economist, but I know that how much a gas cylinder is costing, what is the cost of dollar, and and of course petrol, all these things are there. Even things like lemon and all, sometimes there's price rise, and we cannot blame it everything to Ukraine war. But the BJP election machinery is very good at doing this, that shock and awe method. They know how to derail the Congress, and they must have got some feedback that this campaign against price rise is finding some traction. That explains why Yogi Adityanath and Home Minister, they have done it. It's not without a purpose or intent.
All right, Mr. Ratan Shada, your thoughts on the statement of the Home Minister. How do you see the discourse, especially around price rise, inflation, and these issues that the Congress party wants to put at the center of the public discourse really playing out in the next few days?
On a lighter note, people like me and Rashid Gidwai need not be called because the BJP and Congress keep on...
But sir, how will we have any kind of sanity on the debate if you and Mr. Rashid Gidwai don't come on to the debates?
I said on a lighter note, you don't get angry, madam. So my point is, this was the first designer Duragrah by Congress, and congratulations to them for getting good media coverage. I don't think more than hundreds came together anywhere because I could see the crowd. So it's not really a huge agitation that you make out to be. It is just the media camera use which has been done very well, and for that Congress deserves congratulations. Coming to death of democracy, do anybody remember that in India against corruption in Ramlila Maidan, Mr. Chidambaram, who is shouting hoarse about emergency, etc., and Rahul Gandhi, they let loose lathi charge in the dead of the night, and one lady lost her life. Did anybody talk about that? And they talk about Congress as, the BJP talking of past. Congress has always talked only of past, nothing about the present. And when they say emergency, they remember during emergency, the Supreme Court said that your right to life is suspended and nobody batted an eyelid. So this kind of, talk, and when you talk about Ram Mandir, I don't think I should not credit Congress with so much of brains, because Congress was never interested in Ram Mandir. Congress was never interested in Ram. They tried to postpone the decision somehow as long as they could, but they failed finally. So let us not give too much of credit on why they chose this particular day, because they have no concern of Ram at all. So let us stop that. They use a slogan like Halla Bol, which is a JNU slogan, which is not a Congress slogan. And when you look at the various things that they talk about, Salman Khurshid clearly said that हम तो परिवार बचाने आए हैं, अगर हमको बचाते हैं हम उनको क्यों नहीं बचाएंगे?
मगर रतन शारदा जी, एक सवाल है जो जनहित में, which is in the larger public interest, that I must ask you and Mr. Rashid Kidwai both. While we may call it a smart political tactic, while we may agree that Congress historically has not favored the construction of a Ram temple, there are far more pertinent and important issues: price rise, unemployment, inflation. A lot of this can be attributed to the global factors. My question, sir, is that why is it that we don't have a constructive debate and dialogue on an issue like this? And it's only about political bickering, whataboutery that happens between parties.
In Parliament, I listen every day to Nirmala Sitharaman giving point-by-point rebuttal. When you raise a question, you have a right to sit in the Rajya Sabha or Lok Sabha and listen to the rebuttal. But as soon as the rebuttal starts, they go out, they walk out. So this is not the way to have a debate. No, you can't have debate your way, that if you talk only in my language, I will accept it. Otherwise, all that accept it. And regarding GST, Congress forgets that GST Council, every decision is taken with unanimity. In that unanimity, opposition is there, Congress is there. So to come on TV, crib about it, go on the roads and crib about it, saying that GST mein ho gaya, they are part of the GST Council.
Mr. Kidwai, very shortly from you, I'm short of time, and I will give last 1 minute to both the spokesperson. Mr. Kidwai, are we likely to have a constructive debate on this issue? The BJP
complain about something where you are part of the whole.
Ratan Sharda is making a pertinent point that when we talk in Parliament, there is no constructive debate. There are walkouts, there are placards, there are protests, or all we see are street protests which are happening. That's his argument. Please respond to that, and then I'll go to Sanju Verma and Mr. Syed.
I think Mr. Ratan Sharda is absolutely spot on, but it takes two to tango. I was just, going through before coming to your program, between 2004 to 2014, when UPA was in government, there were 38 occasions when the opposition staged a walkout. So walkout is a very legitimate political tool. If there is a statement by the minister or the prime minister, what do? You cannot, stand up and clap. So what you do is you walk out. And this happens in Britain. This happens in many parliamentary democracies.
Part of our democratic convention and ethos. That's what you're arguing.
Made to look very dirty.
Okay, I have last 2 minutes. Sanju, a brief point from you, and then I will also give a word to Mr. Syed Nasir Hussain. Please go ahead, Sanju.
Anusha, I have already explained to you that under the Modi government, inflation was only 4.9% in the last 8 years, whereas under Manmohan Singh, it was 8.4%. Speaking of unemployment, I just want to say one very important thing to you. We have given 19 lakh crore to 35 crore entities under the Mudra Yojana, which means 35 crore people have got self-employed. Today, we have 105 unicorns with more than $1 billion capitalization each. We have 75,000 recognized startups. And quickly, one very important thing which your channel should be able to communicate to your audience is that every month in the EPFO, we are adding 1 seat, 13 lakh subscribers, which means in a year, 1.56 crore, which means in the
argument, Sanju, that you're making is that the formal economy and the tax ambit is increasing.
Anusha, you don't interrupt anybody. Let me
finish. No, I'll let you finish, Sanju. Please make your point. I'm short of time, so just 1 minute.
What I'm saying, if you assume 13 lakh people are being added to the EPFO subscriber base every month, it means 1.56 crore people are being added every year, which means, Anusha, in the last 8 years, 12.48 crore people have entered the formal sector in terms of employment, which is a huge achievement. 12.48 crore.
Point taken, Sanju. Let me bring in another speaker as well. I have just 1 minute. Mr. Syed Nasir Hussain, make your point.
See, I just want to ask the BJP spokesperson, what is the growth rate now, and what was the growth rate during Manmohan Singh Saab's time? It was around 7. It was around 7 growth rate. It was less than 4 even before COVID. Even before COVID, it was less than 4. The point number one. Point number two.
Yes, Mr. Hussain, please go ahead and make your point. Make your point. Make your point, Mr. Hussain.
Interrupted her.
Mr. Hussain, make your point. Mr. Hussain, make your point.
And second, if all is good, why are there no jobs? If all is good, why are they levying GST? If all is good, why are the rate prices of petrol, diesel and gas not coming down? If all is good, why is the rupee falling? If all is good, why is the country not developing? If all is good, why are the poor on the roads? If all is good, why is the rate going up?
All right, Mr. Nasir Hussain and Sanju Verma, please, this is not the civility of the debate. Ms. Sanju Verma, Syed Nasir Hussain, Rashid Kiddai, Ratan Shada, I thank you all for the time. And I only hope as a citizen of this country that these big issues which concern the life of an ordinary individual, a common citizen, are debated with parliamentary decency, democracy and courtesy. Moving on, here's another big debate, and this is a concern which is clearly being watched by various countries across the world, a global concern. China has fired ballistic missiles and deployed fighter jets Thursday as it held its largest ever military exercise around Taiwan. A show of force condemned by Washington as a gross overreaction to Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island. And the escalation did not stop there. Today, taking a terse position, Beijing has suspended dialogue with US over several critical issues, including climate change, to register its opposition to Pelosi's visit. You also have the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, who has said that Chinese military exercises and missiles that were fired into Japan's exclusive economic zones are a significant escalation. All these developments once again put China and US locked in a diplomatic war at the very least. What's the way forward? What's likely in the next few days? A special report.
A historic visit has turned into a full-blown international crisis. The dragon is breathing fire over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's unprecedented Taiwan stopover. From imposing sanctions against Pelosi for what it called seriously undermining China's sovereignty, to suspending the China-US climate change talks and nixing plans for a call between military leaders, as well as 2 security meetings. At the same time, Beijing continues to punish Taiwan for rolling out the red carpet for Pelosi. China is holding its largest ever military exercises in the seas around Taiwan. Live missile drills and rocket launches, scrambling jets and choppers over Taiwanese skies, China is ratcheting up the war rhetoric.
These provocative actions are a significant escalation. China has chosen to overreact and use Speaker Pelosi's visit as a pretext to increase provocative military activity in and around the Taiwan Strait.
While Beijing accused Pelosi of disregarding their concerns and opposition to her visit, she was unfazed.
They may try to keep Taiwan from visiting or participating in other places, but they will not isolate Taiwan by preventing us to travel there.
With neither side refusing to blink, how worried should we be about a possible military conflict?
Well, joining us on the broadcast is Mr. Glenn Carl. He is the former CIA officer and author. We also have Manju Seth, who's a former diplomat. Glenn, I'm coming to you and taking in a word from you first. We've had a statement coming in from Antony Blinken, and he's called this a significant escalation. In the next few days, as Beijing is also taking certain diplomatic stands, suspending conversations with the United States, how do you see this really playing out?
I think that Blinken spoke accurately. The Chinese, as a general principle of statecraft, ambiguity is always good. Now, on both sides, Pelosi's trip and Xi Jinping's response have lacked ambiguity. And they are boxing each side in. Xi, by having played for over a decade, and the Chinese Communist Party for 30 years, having played the nationalist card, now has to prove his manhood. to a large number of bloggers and reactions in the Chinese media that are quite critical of Chinese cowardice and weakness about Pelosi's trip. He might want to respond, but he essentially has to, or to appear weak. Pelosi, by announcing her trip at this time, has made it hard for the United States to ignore the Chinese reaction. So both sides actually are boxing themselves in. Now, I think the U.S. position, as expressed, demonstrated by Pelosi, is fundamentally the correct one. I don't think this is the right time really to do it, given that we have a larger issue to deal with in Ukraine and Russia right now.
Glenn, you made an interesting point about ambiguity as a tool of statecraft and how US has had it. China doesn't seem to be having it. Is that an asset or a strength that they have in the changing world order, or the dominance that they want to show to the rest of the world, directly challenging United States of America?
Well, they have a different series of objectives. They seem pretty clearly to reject the normative international order, at least as it has been expressed with regard to international law of the sea, international relations, economic relations, and diplomacy in South Asia, from India to Guam, and at some point that may well cause a clash, not just a series of disagreements. I don't think this is the right moment for the United States to draw a line in the water, as it were. But yes, China and the United States, China and every other nation have clearly incompatible conceptions of how the international order should function in South Asia.
Very interesting. You say that so succinctly, and you point out, Manju, would you agree? The argument which is being made by Glenn is that this is not the time US can draw that line or even ask China to toe that line. And China is becoming more and more aggressive and assertive at the global stage. And the international order, that's what they're trying to change.
Absolutely. You can see that they see this moment as a provocation. This whole visit is a provocation. China says it is a provocation, and they have taken, as Glenn said, a direct reaction. They have not shown any ambiguity that was carrying on that they were sort of adopting all this while. But the US has still maintained its ambiguous stand, strategic ambiguity, so to speak, vis-a-vis Taiwan. And China has, again, has not shown that, though earlier it was a bit, it did have an ambiguous thing. But it is also, the other thing that we have to remember is that it has become very, very powerful, and it can see that the geopolitical and geostrategic shifts taking place across the world.
Yeah.
And their perception is that the US is now more weakened than it ever was. And so they think that since their economy has grown and it's the second most economically powerful country in the world, it feels it can challenge the US's influence in this region, in Asia, and in Taiwan.
Manjuji, that's exactly the point I want to understand from you. And this is a similar point that Glenn had also made about strategic ambiguity. So far, it has served the US interest on the global platform. But things are changing. Things are changing, and this is a far more aggressive and assertive China, which makes this strategic ambiguity look like a weakness. Is that sustainable for the US in the next few years?
It is, I think, strategic ambiguity for as statecraft, as mentioned by Glenn, is a very useful tool. But given China's aggressive and assertive stance at the moment everywhere, in the Indo-Pacific, in the South China Sea, in South Asia, everywhere, this may not, the US may not be able to carry on with this approach much longer. At least not in the economic field. They will have to put pressure on the economic field, and you have seen today already that US has, China has imposed sanctions. It has called off climate talks, etc. So it is trying to pressurize the US and taking retaliatory measures for this visit by Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan. But But whether militarily the US would like to take any action right now, I think that would not maybe counterproductive.
Yeah.
But economic hardship will have to be, or costs will have to be imposed if we want China to change its posturing and change its assertive behavior.
Okay.
And I think economic hardship is the only way, economic cost is the only way to make China understand that it cannot have its way all the time.
Glenn,
it has to stop.
Yes, we've been discussing this issue, Glenn, for the last few days, ever since this crisis has really erupted. And I've spoken to a lot of experts who argue that somebody got to take the bully by its horns. I mean, if China is becoming more and more assertive, then powers like United States of America or the regional blocs will have to take far bigger effort and stand. And if it involves some kind of confrontation, they might have to be ready for it. Is that the price that the world or America is ready to pay at this point in time?
Well, I think that the Biden administration has not received the credit that it should have for its strategic approach will restrict the focus to South Asia, from Pakistan to Guam, let's say. Biden has been strategic, understated, and yet clear diplomatically, economically, and militarily in reestablishing U.S. alliance strength with all of the states of South Asia, I'll call it, clearly in response to, in reaction against Chinese aggression, economically also, and politically. Now, are these measures sufficient? One can certainly argue that they have not been, but they have been quite coherent. The one different note has been the Pelosi trip. I don't think that President Biden's, quote, gaffe, unquote, when he said, well, of course the United States will defend Taiwan militarily, was in fact a gaffe. I think that it was a deniable, clear affirmation of America's strategic commitment. What I think, however, should have happened should happen, it has been happening, and that is we all need to remember Sun Tzu. I keep saying this, and it sounds trite in the context of talking about China, which is that you change the realities on the ground, the objective correlation of forces, so that you don't have to have a military conflict. That means arming Taiwan so that invasion becomes such a costly decision to make that they would be wise enough to see that they shouldn't make it. All of this has been happening, perhaps not enough, but it has been happening. This visit does seem to be a clear decision, I think, to draw a line. I think it's premature and poorly timed, but as the other lady pointed out, at some point, the state needs to do that. Yes.
Yes. Manjuji, I'm coming to you. I just have 1 minute, but I want your perspective on how this entire confrontation in the Taiwan Strait is a huge concern for the ASEAN countries.
Are you asking me?
Yes. Yes, Manjuji, I'm asking you.
For the ASEAN countries, absolutely, because you can see, you've seen in the past how in the South China Sea it has claimed and imposed its sort of will on these browbeaten all the ASEAN countries and to follow what it says, and it has laid claim to some territory which was did not belong to them, including of Japan, including of the Philippines, of Vietnam, and said that it belongs to us. So they have their concerns will be much higher now with this new, if anything happens, or if this so-called military exercises go out of hand, or if there's any accident, so-called accident or accidental, fallout of this, it's going to be very, very unfortunate. And the ASEAN countries are indeed very worried, and even they've called for de-escalation, but even during this ASEAN meeting that is ongoing, they have expressed concern, but it's very difficult for them to take any concrete action,
for sure,
given that China is such a big and powerful country in the region. So they are not able to counter China's assertiveness on their own.
And one doesn't
So
even know
ASEAN-
that what kind of countermeasure will be perceived as some kind of provocation by Beijing. So all countries are very, very careful. But Manju Seet and Professor and Glenn Clark, thank you so much, both of you, for joining us on the broadcast and getting us all your views and perspective on this very important story. Here's an exclusive conversation that we get for you. Professor Victor Gao, who is the spokesperson for the Chinese Communist Party, is joining us on the broadcast, getting us the perspective as to what the Xi Jinping and his administration really thinks. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Are we likely to see further escalation in the Taiwan Strait? Will China take this confrontation to yet another level?
Be permanently banned from entering Taiwan again. For the US-China relations, China has already announced a whole series of measures to discontinue or to suspend the cooperation between China and the United States, including in the military area, in law enforcement area, and also, unfortunately, in the climate change cooperation, for example. Therefore, I think China has rarely taken such firm actions in dealing with the United States to demonstrate its full commitment to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity. I think the cross relations from today on will never be the same, because China is exerting its sovereignty over Taiwan, and everyone in Taiwan, as well as all the other countries in the world, should now fully realize that China is exercising its sovereignty over Taiwan.
Professor Gao, Japan has also made a stunning claim that there were violations by the Chinese in their exclusive economic zone. Is China looking at a confrontation with Japan as well?
First of all, you talked about Japan. Japan unconditionally surrendered at the end of the Second World War. And there is a territorial dispute involving China's island called Diaoyu Island. After the war, the United States administered that island for decades. Eventually, in the early 1970s, the United States transferred the administrative right to Japan for Diaoyu Island, which in Japan is called the Sankaku Island. China has always asserted sovereignty over Diaoyu Island, and the United States, up to today, does not want to take a position on the sovereignty of Diaoyu Island. It basically says, at present, Japan is administering that Diaoyu Island. The territorial dispute between China and Japan does exist for the Diaoyu Island, and China believes it has the legitimate ownership of Diaoyu Island to start with. I don't think Japan will be a factor at all in this situation involving Taiwan. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has said again and again that Japan occupied Taiwan for 50 years, and then as part of its unconditional surrender at the end of the Second World War, ever since then, Japan should have no legitimate justification to interfere in affairs involving Taiwan. China will view Japanese intervention as a sign of aggression.
Professor Victor Gao, I'm going to reiterate that question. Will China use aggressive military means to attack Taiwan or ensure a peaceful settlement and a resolution?
No. Ever since the beginning of the 1980s, China has encouraged the peaceful reunification, and this remains the policy for China. China always wants to use peaceful means to resolve whatever issues there are between China's mainland and Taiwan, and eventually to achieve national reunification by peaceful means. Now, what will change? If there are people inside Taiwan who want to promote Taiwanese independence and separatism, and if there are countries in the world which want to encourage Taiwanese independence and separatism from China, then China will have no other option but take actions to prevent that, and then to achieve national reunification by peaceful means. But if peaceful means do not succeed, then by non-peaceful means. So this is the situation. I think the military exercises are part of the whole process of encouraging peaceful reunification rather than reunification by force.
Well, it's quite ironical that you say that. It's once again a direct confrontation between US and China. Will Taiwan be mere a pawn or a scapegoat in this friction between these two superpowers?
First of all, President Biden and the US government, even today, still acknowledge that there is only one China and Taiwan is part of China. To that extent, I congratulate President Biden and the US government for encouraging a situation where on one side of the Taiwan Strait there is one China, on the other side of the Taiwan Strait there is another country called the Taiwan. However, whatever the US wants to see or encourages to happen will be immaterial. Why? Because the 1.4 billion Chinese people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait will never allow or tolerate the prospect of two Chinas or one China versus a separate and independent Taiwan. So China firmly believes that the one China remains the megatrend of the world, and eventually we can achieve this by peaceful means, and the United States need to forget about, playing Taiwan card as if that card can enable the United States to stop China's peaceful rise. So the fault is not on China's part, it's on the United States.
All right, Professor Victor Gao, thank you so much for your time and thank you for speaking to us here on CNN News 18. Well, with that, we are slipping into a very short break, but coming up on the other side, flood causes mayhem across the country. We'll get you some of the most dramatic pictures.
Pieces of debris fell on it. More than a dozen people were traveling on the Koti Bridge when the landslide began. But it intensified in seconds, making people run for cover. A cloud of dust surrounded the area as huge chunks of the mountain broke away and fell. Had the debris fallen on the Koti Bridge, the damage would have been far more.
And record-breaking rains have brought life to a standstill in many parts of Karnataka. At least 7 deaths have been reported in the state in rain-related incidents. Now, new forecasts indicate a strong possibility of similarly intense rains across the state for the next 4 days at least. The landslides and flash floods in Kerala triggered by heavy rains killed 18 people in the last few days, damaged hundreds of properties and displaced thousands of people. Red alert has been sounded in 6 dams as the water level reached full capacity. The government also imposed a temporary ban on fishing till the weather situation improves. A 15-member gang abducted a young woman from her house in Tamil Nadu's one of the towns, and this is what the incident really is about. Have a look.
Wearing masks and carrying sharp weapons, the gang members forcibly entered the woman's house. They dragged her out after threatening the family. The family members ran after them in vain, trying to stop the brazen abduction. After the accused fled with the woman, her family informed the police. With the help of CCTV footage, the police nabbed the accused and rescued the woman. It turns out that she had turned down a proposal from the head of the gang who had been stalking her for some time. That's when he got together some accomplices and decided to kidnap her.
In Hyderabad, a car was seen precariously hanging from a 25 feet high wall. This happened after the vehicle crashed into railing wall of a multi-story building. The driver allegedly lost control of the steering wheel after the brakes failed. Thankfully, no one was hurt in the incident and bystanders managed to pull the driver out of the car. And after getting death threats, actor Salman Khan is ramping up his security. Now, what the actor has done, he has upgraded his Toyota Land Cruiser SUV car, now has armor and bulletproof glass. The upgraded vehicle is now worth 1.5 crore rupees. It costs extra to install bulletproof screens. The actor has also received a firearms license, something that he had requested the commissioner for. And dramatic visuals from Rajasthan's Sirohi show the extent of flood mayhem in the state. Have a look.
The abandoned auto was stuck smack in the middle of the completely submerged road. But it turned out to be a savior for this man who fell off a flooded bridge and got swept away.
The water was moving so fast that he had no choice but to go with the flow. But he managed to latch onto the vehicle and stood on its ledge, waiting for the help to come his way. Dozens of people gathered around and helplessly watched the man's plight. He was eventually pulled out to safety when police arrived at the spot. And there's massive politics over Centre's campaign Har Ghar Tiranga. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi said that those running the campaign have come from anti-national organizations which did. Welcome back. A car with 3 people inside it fell into a river in Uttar Pradesh, Bijnor. Watch what happened next.
The car was en route Haridwar when suddenly the bridge that it was passing over got completely flooded. The car then fell in the overflowing river and got nearly submerged. 3 people who were in the car managed to jump off in time. But the car got swept away in the flood waters. Some locals tried to bring it ashore, but the current was too strong. Eventually, a crane had to be brought in to extricate the car from the river.
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee met Prime Minister Narendra Modi to discuss a number of issues including GST dues for her state. She also called on the newly elected President Draupadi Murmu. Mamata Banerjee is on a 4-day visit to the national capital to attend a Niti Aayog meeting. Former Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita Mukherjee was sent to 14-day judicial remand in connection with the SSC scam. Chatterjee was sent to Presidency Correctional Home and Mukherjee to Alipur Women's Correctional Home. ED has recovered about 50 crore in cash, gold and multiple documents of jointly owned properties from Arpita Mukherjee's home. It was a narrow escape for one woman in Madhya Pradesh, Ratlam district. Have a look.
This woman was waiting for her husband at a petrol pump when suddenly a truck came from behind, hit her and dragged her for some distance. When the driver realized his mistake, he reversed his truck and fled from the spot. The woman was left seething in pain and rushed to the hospital where she's undergoing treatment. Bystanders tried to chase the truck but only managed to note down the registration number. Based on that, a case has been registered against the errant truck driver.
And a fierce battle is brewing in India where Russia has undercut the price of oil from Saudi Arabia. Now, Russian oil is cheaper than Saudi crude from April and June. This period, the discount has widened to almost $19 a barrel in May. Russia surpassed Saudi as the second biggest supplier to India. India's imports from Russia surged tenfold since March. A dramatic rescue operation was carried out in Andhra Pradesh flood-hit Tiranga.
This group got cut off after water levels in the river rose significantly following heavy rains. A police team managed to reach them on a boat. But the river was flowing so quickly that the boat couldn't be steadied. So the policeman flung a flotation device at the stranded group. But it was of little use in the overflowing river. Finally, with the help of a rope, they were dragged to safety, made to sit on the boat and brought ashore.
And it's been 3 years since the centre abrogated Article 370, which gave special status to Jammu and Kashmir, calling it a black day. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti accused BJP of eroding the constitution. Meanwhile, National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah said his party will continue to challenge the abrogation of 370. And today is the anniversary of Ram Mandir Bhumi Pujan in Ayodhya. The construction work started after the foundation stone laying ceremony was done by none other than Prime Minister Narendra Modi back in 2020. In these 2 years, construction work of the temple has progressed rapidly.
The first pictures out here as this massive construction work is going on. In fact, right from the work of laying the foundation stone, which has been completed today, the plinth structure, or the foundation on which the actual temple will actually be constructed, that plinth has also been risen to a significant level, and the saffron flag you see which is fluttering amidst this ongoing construction work is exactly the point where the sanctum sanctorium is being built.
Well, rainwater almost everywhere on Earth has unsafe levels of a particular chemical. Now, PFAs are large family of human-made chemicals. They are known as forever chemicals. They don't break down in the environment. PFAs found in rainwater everywhere on the planet. Fertility problems, risk of cancer related linked to PFAs. These are the key issues that concern everyone. Now, Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha moved a private member's bill in Rajya Sabha proposing to entitle every farmer the right to guarantee minimum support price and also withdrawing the cases which were registered against the farmers.
जो मेरा कानून है उसके 3-4 मुख्य बिंदु मैं आपके समक्ष रख दूं। पहला कि एमएसपी को कानूनी गारंटी दी जाए, लीगल राइट बने और अगर किसी भी किसान को उस कानूनी गारंटी से वंचित रखा जाता है तो जो फसल को खरीद रहा है उसके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई होगी। और सबसे बड़ी बात, इस एमएसपी को स्वामीनाथन कमेटी के फॉर्मूले के तहत तय किया जाएगा।
Several rivers in the state of Himachal Pradesh are in spate after incessant rains. A report.
This tractor trolley got stuck in the middle of a river in Himachal Pradesh, Solan district. The driver tried to cross over to Haryana through this river in a bid to evade no entry on the road. But the vehicle got caught in the overflowing river. The tractor started swaying in the gushing waters. 3 migrants who were sitting in the vehicle then jumped into the river. As soon as they jumped, the tractor turned turtle. Dozens watched in horror but made no effort to save the 3 men who struggled to stay afloat. Finally, the 3 migrants had a miraculous escape after they managed to swim ashore.
Well, is it a David versus Goliath battle when it comes to China and Taiwan? Take a look at the military mismatch. Here are some numbers. China and Taiwan, the active personnel about over 20 crores and you have about 1,70,000. Total aircraft about 3,285, 741 versus Taiwan. You have the tank strength which stands at 5,250 for China, and when it comes to Taiwan, it's roughly around 1,100. Look at the armored vehicles, about 35,000 compared to Taiwan, which has about 3,472. Self-propelled artillery, about 4,120 and 257 submarines, just about 79 versus 4 if you look at the submarines number between China and Taiwan. And here's talking about Israel, which conducted airstrikes on Gaza, killing at least 8 people, including a commander of the Islamic Jihad group and a 5-year-old girl. Multiple blasts could be heard and seen throughout Gaza. The attacks come days after the arrest of 2 senior members of the group, Islamic Jihad, which has a strong presence in Gaza. And UK Prime Minister hopeful Rishi Sunak scored a surprise win with a studio audience at a key debate with front-runner Liz Truss. While the opinion polls backed Truss to win the vote among Conservative Party members, those sitting in the audience at the Sky News debate overwhelmingly supported Sunak in a show of hands.
We in the Conservative Party need to get real and fast, because the lights on the economy are flashing red. And the root cause is inflation. Now, I'm worried that Liz Truss's plans will make the situation worse. And what I want to do is different. I think the government's #1 priority should be grappling with inflation. That's what I want to do.
And this is a startling video from China showing a toddler falling out of a car window at a traffic junction. It's going viral. The car is seen slowing down and then the baby leaning out of the vehicle's window falls out. But the driver of the car pulls away without a care. People from the other cars rush to help the baby. With that, it's a wrap. Maria Shakil takes it forward.
Hello everyone.
everyone. You're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. The Congress was out on the streets across the country in what is being called the Black Friday protests against price rise. The Gandhis and the Congress top brass protested in the capital today, all in black clothes. They were briefly detained along with around 300 Congress workers. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra led the protests, jumping on barricades and clashing with the police, accusing the centre of curtailing democracy and increasing the burden on the Aam Aadmi. The protest also comes amidst the Enforcement Directorate investigation into the National Herald scam. But the big twist came from Home Minister Amit Shah today. That does it have to do with Ram Temple? Today, that is 5th of August, also marks the second anniversary of the Bhumi Pujan of the Ram Mandir. The Home Minister has accused the Congress of insulting Ram Bhakts by wearing black shirts on an auspicious day. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also joined in, demanding an apology from the Gandhis for insulting the astha of millions of Indians. The Congress has dismissed the charge as a diversionary tactic. The war of words is only escalating between the two sides. But the question from the Congress remains, has the Black Friday protest been for the Rashtra or purely Rajniti? Before I get the guests, here's how the drama unfolded today.
Dharna, detentions, Dangal. The Congress escalated its fight with the centre, holding pan-India protests against rising prices, unemployment and GST hike on essential items. Dressed in black, Congress MPs led by Sonia and Rahul Gandhi gathered on the premises of Parliament and raised slogans. And then began their march towards Rashtrapati Bhavan. At Vijay Chowk, the Congress MPs held a sit-in demonstration, and all of them, including Rahul Gandhi, were detained by the Delhi police.
लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो रही है. Our job is to raise issues of the people like unemployment and crisis, and we are doing that. I'm happy to be manhandled.
Outside the AICC headquarters, the crowds kept swelling as more and more protesters gathered. And right in the heart of the drama was Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. She jumped barricades in her march towards Rashtrapati Bhavan and then sat in the middle of the road as a mark of protest. Like her brother, she too was detained by the police.
इनके मंत्री कह रहे हैं इनको महंगाई नहीं दिखती, तो हम पीएम हाउस तक चल के महंगाई दिखाना चाहते हैं, गैस का सिलेंडर दिखाना चाहते हैं, जो आज कोई खरीद नहीं सकता है.
But in a big political twist, Home Minister Amit Shah questioned the timing of Congress's protests, coming as it did on the anniversary of Ram Mandir's Bhumi Pujan.
कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक शटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और अपनी तुष्टीकरण की नीति को वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं.
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath accused Congress of insulting Ram Bhakts.
5 अगस्त की तिथि को श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण कार्य के शुभारंभ दिवस के दिन, अयोध्या दिवस के दिन राम भक्तों को अपमानित करने वाला कांग्रेस का यह आचरण एक बार फिर जग जाहिर हुआ है.
So was the agenda of Congress's protest the Aam Aadmi's plight, or was it simply appeasement politics?
And joining me now, Aprajita Sarangi, Member of Parliament of the BJP, Manikam Tagore, MP of Congress. We have Shankar Iyer, author, economist, and Anurag Badoria, representing the Samajwadi Party. Aprajita Sarangi, Congress Party today is asking questions which are critical. Price rise is an issue. Shouldn't you then be responding to it rather than giving it the entire twist of astha?
There is a place where we respond, and we have already responded, and I think the people of the country have understood. this samvad of Prime Minister Modi and Madam Nirmala Sitharaman has been understood by one and all in the country, except the Congress and a few other opposition parties. Now see, price rise is an issue. Who said not? GST is an issue, right? But the fact remains that there was ruckus on these issues, and we have answered on the floor of the House, both in Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha at length. But at that point of time, where was the Congress? Congress asked certain questions without facts and figures, and suddenly they stage a walkout. They did not have the patience to sit and listen and kind of respond to whatever was said by Madam Nirmala Sitharaman. So I think Congress is not serious about the issues of the country. Prime Minister Modi's government is. And that is why, let me tell you very candidly that as far as inflation is concerned, we say there is inflation in the country, keeping in view the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the COVID issues. But at the same time, we have put in our best efforts to ensure that it does not go beyond 7%
before I bring
compared to other countries.
The entire color black, black kurta, black band, I want to understand from you, Manikam Tagore, when Nirmala Sitharaman was responding to the questions after the entire price rise debate, why did the Congress stage a walkout? Manikam Tagore.
Yeah, this is 9 days of opposition parties demand for a price rise discussion. After 9th day, after suspending 4 of us in Lok Sabha, around 20 of them in the Rajya Sabha, the government accepted for a debate. The arrogance of the government can be seen from 18th of August, and previous week they had the discussion in price rise. What happened in the price rise? Price rise, we asked questions. We asked that why the cylinder rate is 1,083 rupees. What about the subsidy of it? 4 crore people are not using your Ujjwala scheme itself. They are not seeing the, they are not using the cylinder itself. 7.2 crore people has got only 1 cylinder for Ujjwala scheme. This is the reply from the minister, not from us. Therefore, we asked pertinent questions. But what Nirmala ji was doing, she was giving a political, like a spokesperson she was doing. She was not giving solutions as a finance minister. Finance minister should give solutions to the problem. She can't become a politician and speak like a spokesperson. That's our problem. For only today we moved an adjournment motion in the parliament. We wanted answer from the Prime Minister, but Prime Minister will not come to the Lok Sabha. We know it.
Prajita Sarangi, this charge is coming from other opposition parties as well, that Nirmala Sitharaman's speech, that is Finance Minister's speech, was high on politics and less on economics.
Not at all. See, I am talking to you as a citizen of the country at the moment. Now, Nirmala Sitharaman ji also talked of all the measures that are being taken by the government of Prime Minister Modi to handle the economy well. And she kept on quoting RBI. She did not talk about her ministry, number one. Number two, she referred to the reports of UNDP, of Bloomberg, and also she referred to the interview of Sri Raghuram Rajan ji, who does not work with the government of Prime Minister Modi currently. And Raghuram Rajan ji has been candid enough to say that RBI has done a very good job. Because of the efforts of RBI, the country will not sink into recession. Other countries would, but India would not. And he also said that the foundations of macroeconomics of India are very strong, and that is why India is doing well, even in these difficult
before
times.
I bring in Manikam Tagore and Anurag Badoria in this discussion,
them to listen
let's listen in from Shankar Iyer now. Shankar Iyer, you are seeing protests happen by the opposition parties, not all, but Congress in particular. And you have heard the reply that came from the finance minister. Price rise is an issue, and of course, all these protests are happening at a time when we are seeing how soaring prices have forced central banks in many developed countries to raise their interest rates in recent weeks as well. How are you looking at economy vis-a-vis India?
There's no doubt that India has done better than many of the economies. It is better placed than many of the economies. But I am not sure whether I would give a certificate to Reserve Bank of India that they have done well. They were behind the curve. They are still behind the curve They should have increased rates earlier to curb inflation. Having said that, the question is, I mean, if you look at it in a global context, there is the inflation comes at a very curious space. There is globalization of inflation and deglobalization of trade. What is the single biggest cause of India's inflation? It is imported inflation. It is the price of crude, the price of goods that we import, and currency has a major is a major factor in that. How do we manage this? I think there needs to be better understanding that economic security is the same as national security. And somewhere both the opposition and the ruling party have to yield space for a discussion on what could be the glide path ahead for the common person. You know, scoring points on a day-to-day basis is good entertainment, but does this alleviate the misery that people are going through in their homes? So that is the question. And I must say that it's very disappointing that both sides, I mean, particularly the Congress, how it has approached the issue of price rise. We would have expected them to have a continuous process on price rise. Protests for Congress seem to have become seasonal events. So if you notice, every monsoon session, sort of the first 15 days get washed out. And this, the fault lies with both the ruling party and the opposition.
Okay.
If there is going to be no discussion on the floor of parliament on an issue as significant as economic growth on inflation, then the people of India will start thinking about the process of democracy. I mean, you know, yesterday the Bank of England said,
yes.
I mean, in one of the finest statements by a central bank governor, he gave a forward guidance saying that inflation will touch 13%. We will have a recession in England for 18 months. Now, what are the plans that the British government has? They will unveil. Similarly, a glide path is required in India. The Reserve Bank of India has given a target of 6.7 or 7% inflation. All major agencies have trimmed down growth. So what is the glide path that the government of India has? I mean, the issue of inflation is also an opportunity.
Yes.
For the government to unleash reforms.
Shankarayan, I'm going to come back to you on the issue of economics here and inflation, because it's now playing out in pure political domain. And I can see Anurag Bhadoria as well. Anurag Bhadoria, why is the Congress only protesting? What about other opposition parties? What about the Samajwadi Party, TMC? अगर ये इतना इम्पोर्टेंट मुद्दा है आम आदमी के लिए, तो बाकी सब लोग क्यों नहीं खड़े हैं आम आदमी के साथ? क्योंकि कांग्रेस बोलती है कि हम आम आदमी के साथ हैं।
देखिए, इस देश के अंदर में जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में महंगाई बढ़ी है, बेरोजगारी बढ़ी है, जिस पे इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ा है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी उस पर बात भी नहीं करना चाहती है। पार्लियामेंट के अंदर भी बात नहीं कर रही है, पार्लियामेंट के बाहर भी बात नहीं करना चाहती है। और जिस तरह से शिव भक्तों का, कृष्ण भक्तों का, क्योंकि सावन का महीना है, कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी भी आने वाली है, और यहाँ शिव जी की भी पूजा हो रही है, और आपने दूध दही छाछ पे जीएसटी लगा के उसे बढ़ा दिया। इसके मतलब आप उन भक्तों का भी सम्मान नहीं कर रहे। उनको दूध दही जो उनको चढ़ावा होता है उस पर भी आपने जीएसटी लगा दिया। दूसरी तरफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता देश की ना बात करके, वो देश के असली मुद्दों की ना बात करके मुद्दों से भटकाने की बात करते हैं। जैसे आपने देखा कि पार्लियामेंट में खड़े होकर एक बीजेपी के नेता कह रहे हैं कि हमने 80 करोड़ लोगों को फ्री में अनाज बांटा है। मतलब 80 करोड़ के लोग जो हैं अब देश में भूखे मर रहे हैं, जिनको खाने के लिए 2 वक्त की रोटी नहीं है। तो बीजेपी की सरकार ने
आज जो योगी आदित्यनाथ ने बोला उसकी बात करें, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी, उनका कहना है कि वो आस्था के खिलाफ है। उन्होंने हिंदू जो बिलीवर्स हैं उनके आस्था को उन्होंने हर्ट किया है, क्योंकि वो काले कपड़े में थे आज दिन।
देखिए, मैं वही तो कह रहा हूं, मैंने उसका जवाब पहले दे दिया कि ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी है जो आस्था की भी राजनीति करना चाहती है। शिव भक्तों को, कृष्ण भक्तों को, जो लोग जन्माष्टमी के दिन दूध दही और यहाँ शिव भक्त लोग अपने शिव के ऊपर में दूध का चढ़ावा करते हैं, उसको आपने महंगा कर दिया। इसके मतलब आप उनको, शिव भक्तों को, कृष्ण भक्तों को, दोनों को आपने अपमानित किया, दोनों के साथ अन्याय किया। वो कैसे उसको
Okay, Aparajita Sarangi, here is a charge coming from the Samajwadi Party that on one hand you're talking about Ram Bhakt being insulted by the Congress Party because of their black kurtas. What about the Bhakts of Shiv?
See, they have to understand the fact that before the imposition of this 5% on the pre-labeled goods, many of the states had actually imposed VATs from their side, and many of these states are the non-NDA rule states. So Samajwadi Party spokesperson Mr. Anurag ji should actually get into that economics too. He should go for some kind of comparison. So, you know, before this imposition, all these states, most of these states, including those non-NDA states, had imposed. So there can be, we have to rationalize the whole thing, understand it carefully, and then we can argue. This is one. Number two, I must say emphatically that there is a difference between Sadak and Sansad. Congress party can put up a very good performance on the Sadak of India. Today they did. But I wish they put up the same kind of performance in the Sansad too. So it's very important to talk in Sansad with facts and figures and argue with the government. We want a very strong opposition. Let me tell you very candidly. Prime Minister Modi's government want a very, very strong opposition which would be able to argue with facts and figures. But I think the Congress is coming out as a very weak opposition, and I would say definitely the other opposition parties also are not actually supporting the main opposition leader, that's the Congress in the Lok Sabha and in the Rajya Sabha.
Okay, Anurag Bhadoria, before you respond, I think the question is also to the Congress party. Manikam Tagore, has the Congress really not been able to communicate the real intent behind these protests? Because it seems that other parties in opposition are really not standing with you on this issue. They're not on board.
Oh, Maria, we have to understand that it's a people's issue. Price rise and GST issues, it's affecting the common public. And from 18th of August, Congress party, from every day we are asking for a debate. That is to have a priority on price rise discussion. But the government, because of their arrogant attitude, 9 days they wasted and 9th day accepted for a debate. And to my colleague in the Lok Sabha from the BJP, I will tell to her that Mr. Manish Tiwari was the first speaker who spoke on the price rise. He gave all the queries also he asked about it to the finance minister. She was not replying to the queries because finance minister doesn't speak about finance. She speaks about politics because she was a spokesperson of the BJP. She was not at all replying to the real questions with people, not solutions also. She, as finance minister, she should give solutions also, and she should ask the opposition. There are learned ex-finance ministers in the opposition also. They can all help us because the country needs to be governed by them. They have been voted. Yes. But other people are also ready to give good suggestions. But they are not ready to hear it. She was not ready to accept there is a price rise.
Why isn't that suggestion coming from the opposition?
She has to. Then, very good question, Maria. When you ask a question only, I'll give a suggestion, you know. If you say that you know everything and there is no price rise itself, where kaha mengai, that was the word she used.
Can I come in, Maria?
Where kaha mengai, that was the word she used, Nirmala ji. Because she was giving a political speech. You have to understand it. When as the finance minister, when you are not governing this country in a better financial situations, you speak all other rational things. That she was doing it. She was doing it in the parliament. Therefore, only today we had given an adjournment motion to answer about Prime Minister.
How long will the government dismiss it that that there is no inflation at all? महंगाई नहीं है. Aparajita Sarangi? Okay, we'll try and fix that line with, yes, Anurag Bhadoria, make your point. We'll try and fix that line with Aparajita Sarangi.
महंगाई के नाम पे अपराजिता जी को सुनाई नहीं पड़ेगा क्योंकि इनकी जिम्मेदारी होती है पार्लियामेंट को ऑर्डर में रखना. पार्लियामेंट को चलाने की जिम्मेदारी किसकी होती है? सरकार की. अब सरकार कोई भी जिम्मेदारी नहीं लेना चाहती, पार्लियामेंट चलाने की भी जिम्मेदारी नहीं लेना चाहती, महंगाई बढ़ी है, इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ा है, उसकी भी जिम्मेदारी नहीं लेना चाहती, तो फिर आप किस चीज की जिम्मेदारी लेते हैं? सिर्फ अपोजिशन को क्रिटिसाइज करने का, सिर्फ उसके बारे में, अपोजिशन के बारे में बात करना है आपको. आम जनता की भी आप बात नहीं करना चाहते. जैसा मैंने आपको पहले ही बोला था।
अनुराग जी, मुझे ये बताइए कि आप ये जो ब्लैक ड्रेस प्रोटेस्ट जो था, आप कांग्रेस पार्टी के इसको किस तरह से देख रहे हैं?
देखिए, हर पार्टी का प्रोटेस्ट करने का अपना एक तरीका होता है। कांग्रेस ने अपने तरीके से प्रदर्शन किया, सब पार्टी का अपना अलग अलग होता है, वो अपना तरीका है। लेकिन मैं पूछता हूँ, इन्होंने श्रीमंतों का और जिसमंतों का के ऊपर अन्याय क्यों किया? उनको इस सावन के महीने में इसमें उन्होंने जीएसटी क्यों बढ़ाया?
अपराजिता सारंगी, go ahead.
Yes, see, as far as inflation is concerned, I would definitely like to give certain figures. Now, there is a line in English, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. If the opposition parties decide not to get convinced, I think God also cannot help them. But the facts have to be acknowledged by them. The fact is that today India stands at an inflation rate of 7%. Germany, US 9.1%, UK 9.4%, Spain 10.8%, and currently there are 64 countries in the world whose inflation rate is 10% or more. So we have to see things in the context. You know, we are recovering from COVID, and there has been Russia-Ukraine war, and Madam Nirmala Sitharaman kept on talking of the measures that the government has been taking, and she was humble enough to acknowledge that yes, the inflation is high, but we are putting in all efforts to ensure that it comes down further, and there are employment opportunities created. And you know, I mean, it is I would say, please don't call me kind of, you know, I mean, I'm very, with all humility, I would say that please don't question the policy and the intention of Prime Minister Modi's government. We are working in all sectors. We are trying to bring in as many reforms as possible. We are trying to give as many good programs as possible. And
as far as this intent that Aprajita Sarangi is talking about, it is on the basis of this intent purely that the BJP won the state of Uttar Pradesh. We have seen that despite all the issues that was raised by the opposition party, Samajwadi Party in particular, people said that they had faith in this government, in the BJP, that they will be able to fix issues that impact them. ये आपने बार-बार सुना है जमीन पर.
देखिए मारे जी, एक चीज
इंटेंट पर तो आप नहीं सवाल उठाएंगे ना. अगर मान लिया कि प्रॉब्लम है तो वो एक्नॉलेज कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इंटेंट की बात करिए.
सुन लीजिए, चुनाव जीतना अलग बात होती है, क्योंकि चुनाव में एक समीकरण होता है, 3-4-5 पार्टियां लड़ रही होती है और सबके एक वोट होते हैं, और कोई 200-300 वोट से किसी की सीट निकल जाती है. तो आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि किसी को अगर 1 लाख वोट मिला है, किसी को 1,03,000 वोट मिले, 300 वाला जीत गया, तो आप कहोगे नहीं, जो 1 लाख वोट मिले थे कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में, वो उसकी आवाज नहीं है, उसकी आवाज की वैल्यू नहीं. ऐसा नहीं है. सरकार बनाना अलग चीज होती है. हमें पहले 22-23% का वोट मिलता था, हमें 38% मिला, और बीजेपी को 46 मिलता था, उसको 41% वोट मिला. दूसरी पार्टियों को मिले, वोट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो जाते हैं वोट, और एक कैंडिडेट जीत जाता है, क्योंकि वोट का बंटवारा होता है. अगर किसी एक कैंडिडेट को 40 वोट मिले तो 60 उसके अगेंस्ट में भी है ना, तो 60 जो उसके अगेंस्ट में, उनकी आवाज कौन करेगा, उनकी बात कौन करेगा? बीजेपी सिर्फ ये बात को बोल के नहीं, मुझे 40% वोट मिल गया और हम जीत गए, तो 60% वोट वाले क्या करेंगे फिर?
सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास की हम बात करते हैं.
कहाँ सबका विकास है? सबका विश्वास है.
हम सबके लिए काम कर रहे हैं.
आप तो यूथ की बात नहीं करते.
जिन्होंने हमें वोट नहीं दिया, उनकी आस्था जीतने का हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं. मारिया, कैन आई कम इन प्लीज?
आप तो कृष्ण भक्तों का भी सम्मान नहीं करते.
दिस इज अ पॉइंट व्हिच ही हैज रेज्ड. आई मस्ट आंसर.
आपको सिर्फ राजनीति करनी है. समस्या इस बात की है कि आप 60% लोगों को इग्नोर करते हो, और फिर बोलते हो मैं तो सत्ता में आ गया. सत्ता में आने का मतलब ये नहीं होता है कि आप बेरोजगारी बढ़ाएंगे. सत्ता में आने का मतलब नहीं होता है इन्फ्लेशन रेट बढ़ाएंगे. सत्ता में आने का मतलब होता है आप जनता को सहूलियत देंगे, जनता का सम्मान करेंगे. सत्ता में आने का मतलब ये नहीं होता है कि आप जो जनरल रोज की चीजें हैं, जो खाद्य पदार्थ की चीजें, उसको भी आप बढ़ा देंगे. ऐसा नहीं होता सत्ता में मतलब.
See, there is a question from Anurag ji which I would love to answer. He asked us whether the Bharatiya Janata Party works for those who have not voted. Yes, Honorable Prime Minister has told all of us who have won the elections. He keeps on telling us in the Lok Sabha that work for those who have not voted for you, because we have to win their confidence. So we are working for all, and that is why Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas. This is our motto, this is our mool mantra. And I can only say that in 1.5 years we have been able to give 200 crore vaccines to the people of the country.
एक मिनट अनुराग जी, उनका जवाब सुन लीजिए पहले.
So in all sectors we are trying to ease the lives of the people of the country.
Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
सी आप बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता शायद भूल गई हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश में आपका जो भ्रष्टाचार है किस तरह से निकलता है पता है आपको? आपने 4 दिन पहले एक्सप्रेसवे का उद्घाटन किया, 4 दिन बाद बारिश की बूंदें होती हैं तो वो एक्सप्रेसवे पानी के बूंद से टूट जाता है, बुंदेलखंड एक्सप्रेसवे। तो ये सबका साथ सबका विकास है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी
Shankar Iyer, come back in this discussion.
भ्रष्टाचार का विकास
Come back in this discussion.
नहीं है, सबका साथ सबका विकास होता तो
when the government says, and you heard from the BJP, that efforts are being made to ensure that there is relief that is given to the Aam Aadmi, are you sensing that relief, or are you seeing those efforts not enough for any relief in sight?
Well, there is some effort. I mean, the cutting down of excise on fuel and all has been there. But the question is that this kind of inflation, which is unprecedented globally and particularly in India, because we are coming, you see, before the pandemic, we had a slowdown. We moved from slowdown to lockdown and then to a contraction and now recovery. The question is that what kind of fiscal measures can be taken? What can the government do? So, like the PM Garib Anna Kisan Anna Yojana is one aspect. It leaves a question as to why there should be 2 parallel programs on ration. Surely that resource can be used somewhere. The government also can free up a lot of its resources. It can speed up its privatization program. It can, the BJP rules in currently, I think 12 plus 6, 18 states. They can ensure that the farm produce markets are opened up. These are the issues that have to be pushed for. What is inflation finally, Maria? It is affordability, and affordability also stems from income. So there is a genuine problem of unemployment, which is aggravated by price rise. So there has to be room created for a dialogue. And one of the ways that could be done is the BJP says it's confident about its measures on inflation management. Why not challenge the Congress party or the other parties to provide 5 solutions or 3 solutions which they think that can improve the lot? Doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani.
Okay, so I'm going to ask those solutions since Shankar Iyer is talking about it. Manikam Tagore, is the Congress ready to propose those solutions to fix the economy?
When it is asked by those people in power, Congress party has the brains of Manmohan Singh ji, Chidambaram ji and other experts to do it. I am not an economist or a financial guy. One thing is. Second thing, I wanted to make it very clearly that about that auspicious day, which I was expecting that you will ask me, but you had forgotten it, about the Home Minister's allegation about an auspicious day. If we have to understand that if it is an auspicious day, whether in Parliament or they had given any kind of notice that it has become an auspicious day on 5th of August, whether they had called for a holiday, if they are so much interested in that Ram Janmabhoomi Bhumi Pujan, why are they not announcing as a national holiday then? Why they are bringing in, when we are fighting for a real issue of the people, they are bringing in about a communal angle to it. It shows about the Home Minister's, Mr. Amit Shah's mindset to divert on a communal religious basis whenever we speak the real issues.
The charge against you is that the Congress party wore black on a day such as 5th of August, because on 5th of August 2020, Prime Minister Modi had laid the foundation stone for Ram Temple in Ayodhya, and hence an auspicious day has been polluted in a way by the Congress party, and also the charges that you believe in politics of appeasement, and that is the reason why you did it.
No, again I am asking the question whether they had announced it as national holiday or 5th August from previous year. Every year this is going to be an auspicious day. Whether they had announced it, whether they had told in the Gazette notification or something, nothing is there. 5th August previous year they had announced, Bhumi Pujan has happened. As per the Hindu calendar, every year from English 5th August will be keep on changing. Some other day will be an auspicious day. Why to bring in religion to it? I am unable to understand Mr. Amit Shah's mindset of to divert into a religious issue.
Okay, diversionary tactic is the charge of Rajita Sarangi, because if anything, if it is about 5th of August, then why not declare it as a national holiday as Congress is saying?
See, there are two things. Number one, we always want Congress to be a constructive opposition. And if they are a constructive opposition, I can say with all conviction at my command that they would be winning the hearts of the people of the country. They should help us take the nation forward, and that's the role of a very constructive opposition. This is one part. Number two, the Enforcement Directorate has issued summons, is into investigation, is with certain incriminating documents, and the Congress has been trying very hard to flex their muscles before the Enforcement Directorate. Now the Congress must know that they are not above the law of the land. The Gandhis are not above the law of the land.
I'm going to ask
They
that
have
question to the
face
Congress party, but
the
they are
Enforcement
saying
Directorate,
that
the
what
CBI,
made
and the
5th of August so auspicious, that by wearing black, they have polluted this day.
I'm coming to that. The third issue. See, the point is, today is a very auspicious day. And when an auspicious day is celebrated with black clothes, I think in India, we do not like that. I think all of us are Indians, all of us are citizens of India, and we know our culture. So today is not the day for kind of, wearing black clothes. Today is the day of jubilation, of celebration. After 550 years of battle, ultimately, thanks to the Supreme Court, the Ram Mandir.
But Abranjita, what exactly did the BJP do for this celebration?
Today was the day when the
Congress
foundation
has polluted
Sorry?
it. What did you do for this celebration? Was there any special event of the BJP? No. Was there any special celebration? No.
It's not a question of special event. You please go to Ayodhya. You see the kind of atmosphere Ayodhya is in, and the work is on in full gusto. And today is the day, we are very thankful to everybody that we were able to construct the Ram Mandir, which has been the desire of hundreds and thousands of Hindus all across the nation. And on this day, what a day to choose. And on this day, the Congress came up with black clothes. So black clothes always denote
Manika, again,
unrest,
please respond.
sadness.
Why today?
Right. So that is why, in fact, Congress has not done the right job. And
my colleague is again not answering. How India, you have to understand it, in Hindu calendar, auspicious days are not fixed on the English calendar. We have to understand it. 5th August is not the auspicious day. It would have been some other day
from days are not holidays,
from
my
the
dear
month
colleague.
of Hindu calendar.
All auspicious days are not holidays.
Ma'am, just
not at all.
No, ma'am. I'm
coming.
No, I'm asking a different question
All
to
days
you.
are not holidays. So please don't talk about holidays.
No, you have to understand
please
it.
Tell the government to work on all 365 days.
What?
You ask us to work on
you
all
have to
the days.
understand it.
You
What I am
shouldn't ask
asking
for
is a very
holidays.
simple
You
thing, Sarangi ji.
prescribe
Kindly
holidays.
please
go
hear
ahead.
it. What I am asking is a different thing. When that Bhumi Pujan in previous year, 2021, they would have done it. They would have done it on the Hindu calendar. You have to understand it. Hindu calendar keeps on changing every year. This date is not the same date. If you have to understand it, that is every day Diwali is not the same calendar Diwali here. Every day the Rakshabandhan is not the same calendar Diwali Rakshabandhan here. It keeps on changing because it goes on a Hindu calendar. Why they are locked with August 5th? It is craziness of the 100% Home Minister to combine with a religious thing into a real issue. I can't understand it. Why they are diverting from the real issue? Real issue is a different thing. I'll come to the black dress. Let me complete it, madam. We wanted to show our protest to the government.
Yes, please.
That they are not allowing the parliament. The Prime Minister is not coming to the parliament. 18th he came. Till now he has not come to the Lok Sabha, madam. It has been 15 days is over now. First day Prime Minister came to parliament, 18th. He has not come to Lok Sabha till now. I have not seen him till now. Therefore, they are not at all. Prime Minister of India is not coming to parliament. Every day, Thursday is a question hour for Prime Minister. He doesn't come to that parliament. We are asking, we are protesting that. We are showing protest
Mr.
that
Manikam,
we are paying that parliament is being.
Can I come in,
Parliament
please?
is not functioning as it has to do it. That only we are doing. We had protested in a peaceful way and we had shown our protest.
Okay. Aparajita Sarangi, quickly, and then I'll give the
Manikam,
final words
with
to
all
Shankar
regards
Iyer.
to you, yes, with all regards to you, please don't shift your goalpost. Now, the second issue that you have come forward with is Prime Minister has not been coming. Now, Prime Minister is one of the biggest communicators of the country, right? And Prime Minister has been communicating with all of us every now and then, you know and I know. Now, as far as 5th August is concerned, 5th August is a very auspicious day, and you as constructive opposition should tell the ruling party not to go for holidays. Please don't say that. Otherwise, we will go on holidays and you will regret. In fact, you should ask us to work more.
Okay.
But today is not the day to wear black clothes. That's it.
Okay. So, we are back to the color black. Shankar Iyer, vis-a-vis the economy again, the concerns being raised by opposition, genuine concerns, yes. But again, is the relief in sight?
I think the government has to work much more harder to figure out a way out of what is happening in the rest of the world. I think they have to recast the whole India story. Yes, India is better placed, but that doesn't mean it is immune to the phenomenon of rising costs and falling global growth. If we had to avoid the tectonic shift and sustain sort of growth trajectory, then the government has to do much more.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Prajita Sarangi, Manikam Tagore, Shankar Iyer and Anurag Badoria. We are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be an exclusive chat with Adnan Sami on his next innings after a dramatic transformation.
After the accused fled with the woman, her family informed the police. With the help of CCTV footage, the police nabbed the accused and rescued the woman. It turns out that she had turned down a proposal from the head of the gang who had been stalking her for some time. That's when he got together some accomplices and decided to kidnap her. In Hyderabad, a car was seen precariously hanging from a 25-feet-high wall. This happened after the vehicle crashed into railing wall of a multi-storied building. The driver allegedly lost control of the steering wheel after the brakes failed. Thankfully, no one was hurt in the incident and bystanders managed to pull the driver out of the car. And after getting death threats, actor Salman Khan is ramping up his security. Now, what the actor has done, he has upgraded his Toyota Land Cruiser SUV car, now has armor and bulletproof glass. The upgraded vehicle is now worth 1.5 crore rupees. It costs extra to install bulletproof screens. The actor has also received a firearms license, something that he had requested the commissioner for. And dramatic visuals from Rajasthan's Sirohi show the extent of flood mayhem in the state. Have a look. The abandoned auto was stuck smack in the middle of the completely submerged road. But it turned out to be a savior for this man who fell off a flooded bridge and got swept away. The water was moving so fast that he had no choice but to go with the flow. But he managed to latch onto the vehicle and stood on its ledge, waiting for the help to come his way. Dozens of people gathered around and helplessly watched the man's plight. He was eventually pulled out to safety when police arrived at the spot. And there's massive politics over Centre's campaign Har Ghar Tiranga. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi said that those running the campaign have come from anti-national organizations which did not hoist the tricolour for 52 years. AIMIM chief Mr. Asauddin Owaisi said that RSS had rejected the idea of independent India.
कि आरएसएस उनका फाउंडेशन रहा है, तो क्या ये बात सच नहीं है कि आरएसएस की जो तर्जुमानी करता है, जिसको माउथपीस अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजर मैगजीन ने 1947 के अपने ऑर्गेनाइजर वीकली ने कहा था कि इस देश का झंडा तिरंगा नहीं बल्कि भगवा होना चाहिए, कि उसमें 3 रंग है, वो खुद अशुभ है, ईवल है.
And this is not good. A majority of Indians are drinking contaminated water. According to the data given by the Centre to Rajya Sabha, 80% Indians drink contaminated water. Center says that there are excess toxic metals in groundwater in many districts across the country. The problem is more serious in villages than in cities. There is an increased risk of skin diseases, cancer, and excess lead in water can affect the nervous system of humans. Now, a madrasa linked to a terror accused was demolished in Assam's Moregao area. The madrasa owner, Mufti Mustafa, was recently arrested for his links with Bangladesh-based terror outfit. 43 students were studying in this madrasa. They have now been admitted to different schools.
Reactions have been coming on this demolition of the madrasa by the authorities. Chief Minister today in the press conference also stated that here 42 students were studying in this madrasa, and they were residential students where they were taught about jihad day and night.
And Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's ED custody has been extended till the 8th of August. Meanwhile, the agency has summoned his wife Varsha Raut in the Patrachal Landscamp case. She will appear for questioning on Friday. The summons have been sent to her after transactions done on Varsha Raut's account in the money laundering case came to light before the agency. A school bus driver was arrested for putting the lives of 30 children at risk in Noida. Have a look.
The driver rammed the bus full of children into a closed railway barrier. When the bus was approaching the railway line, the barricade was just closing. But the speeding bus did not stop and rammed into the barrier. Even after breaking the barrier, the driver did not stop and continued to speed ahead. The bus driver was directed to stop ahead by the railway officials, but he did not heed to their advice. A train was going to pass through the railway line when the driver sped through it dangerously. At least 30 children between the ages of 6 and 10 were inside the bus at the time of the incident.
The Taliban claims it was unaware that Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri was living in downtown Kabul. This comes after US announced that Zawahiri was killed with 2 Hellfire missiles fired from a US drone last month. The CIA had identified the safe house that Zawahiri was living in back in April and had been planning the precision strike ever since then. A Russian court sentenced US basketball star Brittany Griner to 9 years in prison on drug charges. This after finding her guilty of narcotics possession and smuggling for bringing cannabis-infused vape cartridges into Russia. US President Joe Biden said his administration would continue to pursue every possible avenue to bring Griner home. Hollywood actor Jason Momoa surprised passengers aboard a flight as he turned into a flight attendant.
Welcome back. There is some good news for India at the Commonwealth Games. Indian wrestler Bajrang Punia has won gold at Commonwealth Games in men's 65 kg category. Rishi is joining me on the phone line. Rishi, how has India's medal quest been so far?
Well, you know, really great news, first of all, to start off with. Bajrang Punia, he's an Olympic medalist, 3-time World Championship medalist, and now winning a CWG gold. You know, things cannot get better from here. And not just him, in fact, Anshu Malik also clinched silver, in fact, sometime back only in women's 57 kg final. And apart from that, Sakshi Malik and Deepak Punia are also in contention. And apart from that, you know, it's an exciting day today. After that, while from now, even Hima Das will contest her semi-final, and we all are waiting for Hima Das. You know, she's such a great prospect, actually. Hima Das, we are waiting to her to reach the finals. And talking back about Bajrang Punia, you know, one of the big things about Bajrang Punia's win is that what we have seen of late, a lot of Indian wrestlers, a lot of Indian athletes, they have been winning, but they have been getting injured. So with a player of caliber of Bajrang Punia, nothing like this has come up till now. So I think that's a really good news.
Yes, and overall 2022 Commonwealth Games vis-a-vis the previous games, how is it looking?
So at this point of time, the best overall tally for India has been 69 medals. We are still quite far off from there. but we at this point of time we are 7th in the medal tally, and I think we have won some 23 medals till now. So with a lot of sports, actually a lot of disciplines still to go, I think we'll be somewhere near that. And we must understand that India has always performed well at the CWG. So we have always stood. In fact, last CWG we were at number 5. So at this point of time we are number 7 with a lot of disciplines and a lot of competitions to go. Still, we might still end up in there being somewhere in the top 5.
Okay, and Rishi, when we look at the overall numbers, which are the areas where athletes have won more? They have performed better.
Looking at the tally, weightlifting has been one of the biggest disciplines where we have got medals. It has given us the most of medals, but still, I would say a lot of sports are still to go. Like for example, wrestling has just started, and we have started winning medals in that. Apart from that, there are still some more table tennis matches to go. There are still badminton singles to go. So at this point of time, weightlifting is the one that has given us the most medals, but still a lot of disciplines to go. I still feel that wrestling is going to give us the maximum number of medals going from here.
All right, Rishi, thank you so much for joining us. And joining me now on this Friday edition of News Epicenter is Adnan Sami, singer. Adnan, thank you so much. I can see you in a completely transformed way, 230 to 80 kgs. It's your transformation that is being talked about more than the comeback album at the moment.
Well, the point is that both of them have everything to do with me. So one can't do without the other. So my music is as much part of me as my body. So whichever comes first, it doesn't matter.
Okay, and you did tell me that you wanted to bid goodbye to something, and why goodbye?
मैं बहुत सारी चीजों को अलविदा कह रहा हूँ. सबसे पहले तो जैसे आपने अभी कहा, मैं कैलोरीज को भी अलविदा कह रहा हूँ, और I'm saying alvida to all of those things that create any form of negativity in my life. But the song itself is about heartbreak and the heart and the whole emotions behind giving up and having to let go a loved one. And of course, the song initially is about romantic breakup, but it can be interpreted in any form of breakup when you have to lose a loved one. And it really depends on how you want to interpret it in your own context.
Okay, since Alvida is your first song after a long gap of nearly 2 years, you yourself have said that this is Adnan Sami 2.0. Why is there a need to start with a clean slate?
Well, the thing is that over the past couple of years, I think we've all gone through a certain form of because of the pandemic. I think we've all gone through certain realignment of sorts in our lives and in the manner in which we approach life. I too went through not just a physical transformation, but an emotional transformation, a spiritual transformation, even musical transformation. And my coming, now that we are, by the grace of God, we're slowly coming out of this pandemic, this is my first piece of work after quite a few years. And so I felt that my whole persona and my whole existence today is very different, with very different priorities, very different ideas and approach towards life and music. And so therefore I wanted to share that feeling with everybody. And so therefore my whole approach today has changed, and therefore the 2.0, that this is my new this is my new approach towards my new phase of life that I'm getting into henceforth, and so therefore the 2.0.
Okay, tell me, why did you delete all your Instagram posts? I mean, if it had to do with publicity, then you certainly managed one, and it kept the entire nation guessing. What were you trying to convey?
Well, actually, I've not deleted anything. I've just archived it. The whole idea, as you rightly said a short while ago, the whole idea was that this new phase of my musical journey in my life is a complete new approach, and I wanted to actually clean the slate in order to start afresh. And so the first post that I wanted to bring out was of my new song, and which is entitled Alvida, of course. And frankly, I didn't realize that it would provoke such a debate of that nature. I thought at best people would debate that, all right, Alvida is probably a song of his. What would it be like? Is it going to be a slow song, a fast song? What kind of a genre it is? I thought it would provoke that kind of debate. The last thing I thought was that it would provoke a debate whereby people would suddenly start saying things like, why is he saying Alvida? Is he saying goodbye to social media? Is he saying goodbye to the music industry? Is he saying bye to India? Is he saying bye to life? I mean, that was the last thing that I thought that people would debate. I thought the debate would just be around the title of the song. So I didn't see that coming. And of course, the next post, I think, made it abundantly clear that this is no other Alvida, but it was a song, But yeah, I didn't see that coming. I
must say, it was a great marketing strategy, certainly, because you did manage to get a lot of eyeballs. Adnan, kabhi to nazar milao to Alvida, what has really changed besides you losing a lot of weight?
130 kilos. I mean, many times when I meet somebody after many years, I turn around to them and say, "Oh my God, I'm seeing you after so many kilos," as opposed to after so many years. But jokes apart, I mean, apart from physicality, I think the industry has changed. I have changed. I've gone through so many different moments in my life. Music has changed. There've been lots of changes. I mean, cinema has changed. I mean, we've all evolved in many ways, and I hope that I've evolved into a better human being, a better musician, a better singer. That's what we all hope. But I think lots has changed. But some things don't change, and that is, love doesn't change, emotions don't change. We still love the same things in life, and my love for music hasn't changed. Of course, I've gone through so many different moments in my life. I'm a proud father. I'm a proud Indian. So lots has changed as far as I'm concerned, and I feel great about it, and I feel very, very happy about it.
Yeah, since you talk about change, music certainly today has changed because of the domain or platform. It is all about YouTube, it's about digital. For an old world singer such as you, what do you think about this entire digital space of music?
You see, it's just another, it's just another platform. I mean, it's just another format. It's just like, for example, in your field, not too long ago, everything used to be on videotapes, that has been replaced by the digital memory card and so on. But you telecast a presentation as a presenter or an anchor or whatever it is that anybody does on television remains the same. You still have TV series and you have TV serials and so on and so forth. The formats change. Similarly, in our world, we started off once upon a time with vinyl records, and then from there it came to cassettes, and then from cassettes it came to CDs, and from CDs we have everything digital. So these formats keep changing, but music, keeps, it's still music. It's still the same 7 notes. Arrangements change, styles change, but you might have bell bottoms or you might have all kinds of fashion changes, but it's still cotton. So or polyester, whatever it is, silk, nylon, whatever. So the basic essence doesn't change.
Adnan, since you write your own music, why pick a word such as Alvida? And of course, I won't let you go without a song for the viewers.
Well, you see, I'll tell you something. I mean, I've gone through so much in my life. I've had to, I've had to bid farewell to so many different relationships in my life. And of course, amongst them, like I said, this song is not just about the romantic breakup or the letting go romantically, but it's also on another level also where I wanted to create a song which can lend itself to all kinds of breakups, whereby you could relate to it by letting go of another relationship, whether it's a sibling or whether it's a friend or whether it's a parent, saying goodbye to a parent when they pass away. I mean, one of the greatest or the most tragic alvidas in my life was when my father passed away in 2009. And so I wanted a song that could have lyrics that can transcend or any one given kind of alvida, and it can lend itself to any situation, regardless of what your respective context may be. And so that's why I came up with the song and with the word alvida in particular. And so I mean, I'll sing you a little bit of it. So it goes somewhat like this. Hole hole haathon pe haath toone chhode, hole hole ख्वाबों के तार तूने तोड़े, है कसम हमें दिल को टूटने न देंगे, धड़कनों से अपनी तुझको छूटने न देंगे, अलविदा अलविदा अलविदा, ना हुई तू हमारी तो क्या, अलविदा अलविदा अलविदा, हम तो तेरे रहेंगे सदा.
Okay, last question. Thank you so much for that song. What was the reaction of your daughter Madina to your song? Have you really passed her test?
Oh yes, I mean that was the right way of asking this question, because it really, putting anything before her is a true test for me, because as you would understand or relate, that children don't lie. And my daughter Madina is very ruthless when it comes to that, and just from the perspective of the purity of her actions, if she likes something, she'll just say it. But she loved Alvida, and she sings it every now and then. And whenever, and she never calls it Alvida. She'll always say it to me 3 times. Baba, you please sing Alvida, Alvida, Alvida. So she loves the song, so I luckily passed that test.
All right, Adnan. Wishing you all the best for this comeback and Alvida. Thank you so much for your time here on News Epicenter. That's all from me. I'll be seeing you tomorrow with a special edition of Billion Ideas and also a special show at 9 p.m.
Good evening and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Breaking news coming in amid the tensions between Taiwan and the Chinese regime. Now, more than 10 destroyers and escorts of the Chinese Navy carried out containment operations in waters around Taiwan. Chinese missile boats also simulated targeted assaults. So the escalation when it comes to those simmering tensions between China and Taiwan continue as those military exercises by the Chinese regime continue around Taiwan as Chinese forces encircle the island. And now what we are getting is that Chinese naval assets have also been deployed, and more than 10 destroyers and escorts of the Chinese Navy carried out containment operations in waters around Taiwan. Chinese missile boats also simulated targeted assaults. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in as those tensions between Taiwan and China continue to escalate after the historic visit of Nancy Pelosi, who said that the United States stands firmly behind Taiwan and they will support Taiwan militarily, diplomatically, and also diplomatically. And also when it comes to the economy of Taiwan, the United States has said that full support will be given from the Biden regime. I'm joined by Abhishek on the phone line who tracks the MEA. Now Abhishek, when it comes to these containment operations near Taiwan, how long do you think the Chinese regime is planning to drag this out when it comes to flexing its muscles around the small island nation of Taiwan?
So it looks like China has initially planned for this blockade to continue till 8th of August. But probably this may stretch further as we see the global reactions are pouring in about this whole Chinese military strength showcasing its outrage towards Taiwan and all the live fire drills that we have reported in the last few hours. So this is something that has actually concerned the global leaders. Meanwhile, the blockade is actually got a lot of implication for the further disruption of already strained global supply chain. And this is where the economic implication of this whole crisis is also coming into the play. Meanwhile, we have got the report that a major US company, Apple, has announced that all the products coming from Taiwan will also have the label Taiwan, China. We know that Taiwan calls itself Republic of China, while mainland China calls itself People's Republic of China. So Taiwan has always claimed that it has original, legitimacy over Chinese mainland, while Chinese mainland has always claimed the sovereignty over the Taiwanese island. So this whole historical, debate and confrontation is for decades, for like almost 7 decades. But now it looks like Taiwan is getting much more support than it was getting earlier. Even after the visit of U.S. House of Speaker, U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Taiwanese government is much more emboldened than it was earlier. We have also seen reports and the statements coming out from the group of 7 countries in favor of Taiwanese government. So it looks like Taiwan, at least for now, is getting a lot of global diplomatic attention and support than in the face of Chinese show of military strength in and around Taiwanese island.
Right. And Abhishek, at the same time, as you were pointing out, and we are putting that information on our screen as well, that Apple has told its suppliers to follow the Chinese rules when it comes to the supply lines of the tech giant. Do you think more companies are likely to fall in line given the manufacturing might of the Chinese regime?
If we can take a leaf from the recent happening that has happened in Russia-Ukraine war scenario, a lot of companies, they finally withdrew from Russia, especially companies who were from Europe and USA. So that was very harsh decision, and that was a very decision that was taken in the light of the escalatory and the aggressive posturing by Russia to the Ukraine. Now, if it continues, the Chinese military strength and Chinese army continues to violate Taiwanese island and their defense system, probably more companies, more European or Western or companies from USA can join this bloc or join such initiatives where they will have more tagging of the Taiwan as China and supporting Taiwanese cause and supporting Taiwan's economy. But we'll have to see how much longer China can continue with its aggressive posturing and how much of diplomacy, how much of security threat China will pose in the days to come after all this has started happening in the last 1 week.
Absolutely. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us on the broadcast. So just to recap for our viewers, and that's the breaking news coming in from the tech world, which is also feeling the impact of these rising tensions between China and Taiwan. Apple has asked suppliers to ensure that shipments from Taiwan to China strictly comply with Chinese customs rules to mark the origins as Taiwan as a territory of China. Remember, Pelosi's visit also stoked those fears of rising trade barriers. So Apple falling in line behind the Chinese regime. Will more tech companies follow? We'll have to wait and watch. But let's get this special report coming in from CNN, where Beijing has been ramping up its military exercises near Taiwan following Nancy Pelosi's visit. Now CNN's Selena Wong gets us this special report, as experts are calling this a major escalation by the Chinese regime.
Missiles firing into the sea around Taiwan. Fighter jets scrambling to take off. And plumes of smoke seen by residents in the Chinese city closest to Taiwan. The video shows live rockets being fired towards the Taiwan Straits. Moments later, state media confirmed the launch. The woman filming says, "Wow, we're witnessing history." Beijing unleashing a show of force on Taiwan over U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island. China's military claims it's starting the largest ever drills around the island.
My teammates and I flew our fighter and headed for the airspaces around the Taiwan island. We are ready for combat and able to fight at any time.
Defying Beijing's threats, Pelosi met with Taiwan's president and key lawmakers and business leaders. Crowds of supporters in Taipei welcomed her.
Taiwan has been an island of resilience, and now more than ever, America's solidarity with Taiwan is crucial, and that is the message we are bringing here today.
China's foreign ministry says the trip is a, quote, outright farce. Taiwan calls this the median line. More than 20 Chinese warplanes crossed the line the day after Pelosi landed, an unprecedented number.
They're demonstrating that they don't recognize Taiwan's lines because they don't recognize Taiwan. So this is an act of political warfare, psychological warfare, and information warfare. It's also a very important signal to China's own people to demonstrate its resolve.
These boxes encircling the island are where Beijing says their military drills are happening. It's a blockade, say both Beijing and Taipei, and a major provocation in the eyes of Taiwan and the U.S. But to a lot of Chinese citizens, it's not enough, especially after officials had hyped up expectations of an unprecedented military response. Disappointed, wrote one person on China's Twitter-like platform Weibo. Another mocked that its leaders should speak less, do more. But far from speaking less, officials are issuing one fiery statement after another, all condemning Pelosi's trip. It also banned imports of thousands of food items from Taiwan and suspended exports of natural sand, a key component in semiconductor chips. All of this rage just over a 2-day visit. Pelosi's presence in Taiwan, a slap in the face to Beijing, which insists the self-governed island is a rebel Chinese province. Pelosi is out of Taiwan, but she left a crisis behind her. Beijing's retaliation is just getting started.
And shifting focus to other news, the national capital witnessed a massive showdown as Congress workers protested against central government over the unemployment and inflation. Various senior Congress leaders, including Rahul Gandhi, were detained by the police and released after almost 6 hours.
हम शांति से राष्ट्रपति भवन जाना चाह रहे थे। सारे के सारे एमपीज हैं राज्यसभा और लोकसभा के, मगर यहाँ पे हमें अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा। हम महंगाई के मुद्दे पे, बेरोजगारी के मुद्दे पे हम यहाँ खड़े हैं। लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो रही है। आई एम हैप्पी टू बी मैनहैंडल्ड।
इनको लगता है कि जितने भी इनके विपक्ष में जो कुछ कहता है उनको ये दबा सकते हैं, और इनको ये लगता है कि दबाने के बाद ऐसे अपनी फोर्स दिखाने के बाद हम चुपचाप से समझौता करके बस में बैठ जाएंगे इनके साथ। तो क्यों करें हम? लेकिन जो आम जनता है वो तरस रही है, तड़प रही है। ये ठीक है क्या? उनको महंगाई इसलिए नहीं दिखती, उनके लिए है ही नहीं, उनके पास पैसा ही पैसा है, जो चाहे जब खरीदें।
And Congress protests turned violent in Guwahati after police and Congress workers clashed. During the agitation, several Congress workers were detained. Amit Shah has attacked the Congress over his Black Friday protest. Shah claims the protest is not against inflation but the Ram Mandir. Shah claimed that it's not a coincidence that Congress protested on the same day as the Ram Mandir Bhumi Pujan anniversary, adding that the protests exposed the Congress party's appeasement policy. Yogi Adityanath demanded an apology from the Gandhis.
कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक शटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और अपनी तुष्टीकरण की नीति को वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। तुष्टीकरण की नीति न देश के लिए अच्छी है न कांग्रेस के लिए अच्छी है।
कांग्रेसियों ने काले कपड़े पहन करके जो प्रदर्शन किया है, यह से राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण की तिथि के दिन यह राम भक्तों का अपमान है, अयोध्या दिवस का अपमान है, भारत के लोकतंत्र का अपमान है।
And breaking news coming in on the third anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370, India has slammed the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, accusing it of bigotry over Jammu and Kashmir. The OIC has called for the reinstatement of Article 370. The MEA has said that the OIC is devoted to a communal agenda being pushed through terrorism. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. I'm joined by Abhishek, who's back with us on the phone line after this on this piece of breaking news. Abhishek, the OIC has made this statement time and again when it comes to Article 370, saying that this entire move is anti-Islamic, is anti-Muslim, given the Muslim majority status of Jammu and Kashmir. But the MEA has consistently said that this stand of the OIC is in line with the propaganda that is pushed by many terror elements around the world.
Of course, and we know that this is not the first time that OIC has tried to corner Indian government and its agency on the issues of human rights and on the issue of Jammu and Kashmir. But every time Indian Ministry of External Affairs has refuted such claims, and they have condemned OIC being used as a platform by some vested interests who have their nefarious agenda against India and whipping up the anti-India sentiments on this platform of Organization of Islamic countries. Especially from Pakistan. Traditionally, MEA has always reacted on this. Even now, when this is the third anniversary of reorganization of Jammu and Kashmir, this commentary by OIC has not gone down well with Indian government, and MEA has reacted sharply on this. They have said that today's commentary of OIC reeks of bigotry, and they have also said that that such statements only exposes the OIC as an organization devoted to a communal agenda being pursued through terrorism. This is quite a sharp reaction coming from MEA against the statements made by OIC on the issue of Jammu and Kashmir.
Right. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us on the broadcast. So strong words coming in from the MEA against the OIC. Now shifting focus to some more news from Jammu and Kashmir. PDB Chief Mehbooba Mufti hit out at the central government on the third anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370. Mehbooba Mufti said the BJP wants to replace the national flag with the saffron flag. She further added that her party will not sit back until the rights of the people of Jammu and Kashmir are restored.
इस मुल्क का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, उसको भी बीजेपी खत्म करेगी। तिरंगा आज आप शान से लहरा रहे हैं, इस तिरंगे को भी बदल के ये भगवा तिरंगा लाएंगे। हमने कसम खाई है, न सिर्फ अपना झंडा, अपना आईन वापस लेंगे, बल्कि उसके साथ जो यहाँ लाखों लोगों ने कुर्बानियां दी हैं मसले कश्मीर हल करने के लिए, उसको भी हल करवाने के लिए इनको मजबूर करेंगे।
And National Conference leader Omar Abdullah also tweeted on the third anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370. Omar Abdullah said that he will continue his peaceful struggle using all legal and constitutional means to restore Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir. And the J&K administration has opened the Bakshi Stadium after years of renovations. The stadium was inaugurated by LG Manoj Sinha on the day when J&K marks the third anniversary of the repeal of Article 370 and 35A. A football match and other events were organized. Hundreds of students participated in the event.
the refurbished look of the Bakshi Stadium, which was under repair since last 5 to 6 years. Now, what the authorities have done is that there are new seating arrangements, and they've been huge marbles which have been put across so that people can sit comfortably. And the VVIP enclosure and other enclosures where players are going to sit along with their coaching staff, they have been redone. These are the floodlights which will now enable football players to really practice as well as hold tournaments. Having said that, this is a stadium which will have a capacity of 20,000 people.
And staying with Jammu and Kashmir, tragic news coming in from the Kashmir Valley, where there has been an encounter in Kulgam where one civilian has succumbed to his injuries while one army Jawan has been injured. So a gunfight took place between the security forces and terrorists. One civilian has succumbed to his injuries while one army Jawan has been injured. I'm joined by Mufti Islah on the broadcast to get the latest from Kulgam in the wake of this encounter between security forces and terrorists. Mufti, what more details can you get for us?
Well, Ayushman, this was an encounter which started at around 11 in the morning, and subsequently it went on for a few hours. During the course of this encounter, what had happened was that a civilian got injured along with a trooper in the initial burst of fire. This village is Redwani in Kulgam. Thereupon now we're picking up that the civilian has succumbed to his wounds. His name is Manzoor Ahmed Lone. He is from that particular village. What we're also learning is that his body is still not being handed over, and he was married last year, has a surviving 2-month-old son. So quite tragic in that encounter which has happened. And also trooper got injured, although now he is being treated at 92 Base Hospital, but clearly he will also be, treated by the doctors. He comes from Ramban. His name is Kiran Singh of Maharashtra Rifle. And as I said, the doctors are attending to him. But that said, what is also known through police sources is that probably the two militants who were trapped, they managed to slip out. So this is the third time actually that militants have managed to slip out in the same district in Kulgam. But clearly an encounter early in the day where forces had all the intelligence and inputs that they've cornered two militants. But however, the operation got kind of botched up, in which a civilian unfortunately has now succumbed to his wounds.
Also, Mufti, this is the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370. Also, we're 10 days away from the 15th of August. What details can you get for us when it comes to the security net in Jammu and Kashmir?
Well, security would be unprecedented like it is for all these years. But this year, because of the faceless militancy that is there, the modules which are acting on the ground, and yesterday we had an attack really on the labours wherein one labor got killed, 2 others got injured. Security bandobast has been there, but sometimes what happens is that while police and security establishments do beef up security on vital installations, on venues which are of importance, sometimes these labours, people who are not secured very much, militants expose these chinks and target them. That's where the security forces need to gather intelligence and guard up so that these poor people can really be saved. And this is a challenge which is faced before the security forces.
Right. Thank you, Mufti, for joining us on the broadcast and getting us the latest details in the wake of the Kulgam encounter. More breaking news coming in. This on the COVID front from the national capital. The COVID alarm continues in New Delhi, ladies and gentlemen. 2,419 cases and 2 deaths have been reported in the last 24 hours. Deaths have been reported for the 5th straight day in a row, ladies and gentlemen. Positivity rate now stands at 12.95%. So the COVID alarm continues in the national capital, where, as I've been saying, 2,419 cases have been reported in the past 24 hours. 2 deaths have been reported in the past day. The positivity rate in Delhi currently stands at 12.95%. I'm joined by Rupashri Nanda, who tracks the Delhi government. Rupashri, over to you. What more are you getting from the Delhi government when it comes to this rising positivity rate and the COVID alarm in the national capital?
Well, it remains to be seen whether the coming week there would be any meeting either by the Chief Minister or by the Lieutenant Governor in order to understand whether something more needs to be done. But as of now, we are learning that all precautions that have to be taken in terms of preparedness that is already in place. However, when it comes to compliance of COVID appropriate behavior, a lot more needs to be done, and whether the government is going to take any steps in that direction is something that has to be watched out for. It does not seem likely at the moment, and the reason essentially is because perhaps the capital has gone through a series of COVID waves over the past 2 years. And now, even if the test continues, as you pointed out, for the fifth day in a row, and that is extremely worrying, but still figures are usually under 5. 5 was the highest that has been reported this month. And therefore, that is one of the reasons why the government is not unduly alarmed or issuing any sort of advisory or taking any anything out which could be called out of the way in order to contain the disease. It believes that it is under control, but because it has been noticed that the graph is steady and it is rising, the cases are rising steadily over the past few days. The number of deaths are consistent, and positivity rate today has shot up to nearly 13%. It remains to be seen what the government would do in the coming days, but as of now, the situation is under control.
Right. Thank you, Rupashri, for joining us on the broadcast. So the COVID alarm continues in the national capital, but the government is for now taking a wait-and-watch approach to assess the situation before taking any decisions when it comes to containment. We'll continue to track all the developments which are coming in from the national capital. For now, a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Between China and Taiwan. And here's talking about Israel, which conducted airstrikes on Gaza, killing at least 8 people, including a commander of the Islamic Jihad group and a 5-year-old girl. Multiple blasts could be heard and seen throughout Gaza. The attacks come days after the arrest of 2 senior members of the group Islamic Jihad, which has a strong presence in Gaza. And UK Prime Minister hopeful Rishi Sunak scored a surprise win with a studio audience at a key debate with front-runner Liz Truss. While the opinion polls backed Truss to win the vote among Conservative Party members, those sitting in the audience at the Sky News debate overwhelmingly supported Sunak in a show of hands.
We in the Conservative Party need to get real and fast, because the lights on the economy are flashing red. And the root cause is inflation. Now, I'm worried that Liz Truss's plans will make the situation worse. And what I want to do is different. I think the government's #1 priority should be grappling with inflation. That's what I want to do.
And this is a startling video from China showing a toddler falling out of a car window at a traffic junction. It's going viral. The car is seen slowing down, and then the baby leaning out of the vehicle's window falls out. But the driver of the car pulls away without a care. People from the other cars rush to help the baby. A car with 3 people inside it fell into a river in Uttar Pradesh, Bijnor. Watch what happened next.
The car was en route Haridwar when suddenly the bridge that it was passing over got completely flooded. The car then fell in the overflowing river and got nearly submerged. 3 people who were in the car managed to jump off in time. But the car got swept away in the flood waters. Some locals tried to bring it ashore, but the current was too strong. Eventually, a crane had to be brought in to extricate the car from the river.
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee met Prime Minister Narendra Modi to discuss a number of issues, including GST dues for her state. She also called on the newly elected President Draupadi Murmu. Mamta Banerjee is on a 4-day visit to the national capital to attend a Niti Aayog meeting. Former Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita Mukherjee was sent to 14-day judicial remand in connection with the SSC scam. Chatterjee was sent to Presidency Correctional Home and Mukherjee to Alipur Women's Correctional Home. ED has recovered about 50 crore in cash, gold and multiple documents of jointly owned properties from Arpita Mukherjee's home. It was a narrow escape for one woman in Madhya Pradesh, Ratlam district. Have a look.
This woman was waiting for her husband at a petrol pump when suddenly a truck came from behind, hit her and dragged her for some distance. When the driver realized his mistake, he reversed his truck and fled from the spot. The woman was left seething in pain and rushed to the hospital where she's undergoing treatment. Bystanders tried to chase the truck but only managed to note down the registration number. Based on that, a case has been registered against the errant truck driver.
And a fierce battle is brewing in India, where Russia has undercut the price of oil from Saudi Arabia. Now, Russian oil is cheaper than Saudi crude from April and June. This period, the discount has widened to almost $19 a barrel in May. Russia surpassed Saudi as the second biggest supplier to India. India's imports from Russia surged tenfold.
Welcome back. Breaking news coming in. It's raining medals for India at the Commonwealth Games after Bajrang Punia. Now Sakshi Malik has clinched the gold medal after a mega comeback in the women's 62 kg category. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in from the CWG, from the Commonwealth Games in Britain. I'm joined by Rishi Sinha on the phone line. Rishi, a huge comeback for Sakshi Malik. We were a little nervous over there given the scores, but now she has made that massive comeback and bagged the gold medal.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sakshi at one point of time during the interval, she was actually trailing. She was trailing 4-0. We all had lost hopes, and suddenly she made a turnaround. And what a turnaround, what a comeback has been for Sakshi Malik. Sakshi Malik has actually been out of form since really some time. At some point of time, when after she won her 2016 gold, we haven't seen her performing really. After she won her bronze medal, we didn't see her performing really well, and critics have almost written her off. But that's the caliber, that's the kind of players, that's the kind of thing these gold Olympic medalists are made up of. It's very important at these point of times to keep your head at the right space and keep on doing the right things. So she kept on doing the right things, bounced back, not just this game, but overall also in her career. I think this gold medal will prove as a turning point in her career.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rishi, for joining us on the broadcast. So glory at the Commonwealth Games for India. After Bajrang Punia, now Sakshi Malik has also bagged the gold medal. That's all we have to pack in on the show. Good night, take care, and have a nice weekend.
Of a particular chemical. Now, PFAs are large family of human-made chemicals. They are known as forever chemicals. They don't break down in the environment. PFAs found in rainwater everywhere on the planet. Fertility problems, risk of cancer related linked to PFAs. These are the key issues that concern everyone. Now, Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha moved a private member's bill in Rajya Sabha proposing to entitle every farmer the right to guarantee minimum support price and also withdrawing the cases which were registered against the farmers.
जो मेरा कानून है उसके 3-4 मुख्य बिंदु मैं आपके समक्ष रख दूं। पहला कि एमएसपी को कानूनी गारंटी दी जाए, लीगल राइट बने, और अगर किसी भी किसान को उस कानूनी गारंटी से वंचित रखा जाता है तो जो फसल को खरीद रहा है उसके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई होगी। और सबसे बड़ी बात, इस एमएसपी को स्वामीनाथन कमेटी के फॉर्मूले के तहत तय किया जाएगा।
Several rivers in the state of Himachal Pradesh are in spate after incessant rains. A report.
This tractor trolley got stuck in the middle of a river in Himachal Pradesh, Solan district. The driver tried to cross over to Haryana through this river in a bid to evade no entry on the road. But the vehicle got caught in the overflowing river. The tractor started swaying in the gushing waters. 3 migrants who were sitting in the vehicle then jumped into the river. As soon as they jumped, the tractor turned turtle. Dozens watched in horror but made no effort to save the 3 men who struggled to stay afloat. Finally, the 3 migrants had a miraculous escape after they managed to swim ashore.
Well, is it a David versus Goliath battle when it comes to China and Taiwan? Take a look at the military mismatch. Here are some numbers. China and Taiwan, the active personnel about over 20 crores, and you have about 1,70,000. Total aircraft about 3,285. Good evening, hello and welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Anusha Soni. It was a day of dharnas and detentions here in the national capital. The top leadership of the Congress party, including Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, hit the streets, raising the issue of price rise and unemployment. The BJP called it a move to protect the Parivar, arguing that the attempt is to shield the Gandhis from the ongoing investigation by the Enforcement Directorate. Amidst this politics between the Congress and the BJP, not to forget the core issue, the wholesale price index continues to be in double digit. The inflation is unlikely to come down in a post-COVID economy. Will these dharnas help to keep the issues of a common citizen at the center of Indian polity, or this is merely political subterfuge? We discuss on Viewpoint tonight. First up, a special report.
Dharna, detentions, Dangal. The Congress escalated its fight with the centre, holding pan-India protests against rising prices, unemployment and GST hike on essential items. Dressed in black, Congress MPs led by Sonia and Rahul Gandhi gathered on the premises of Parliament and raised slogans. And then began their march towards Rashtrapati Bhavan. At Vijay Chowk, the Congress MPs held a sit-in demonstration, and all of them, including Rahul Gandhi, were detained by the Delhi police.
लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो रही है. Our job is to raise issues of the people like unemployment and crisis, and we are doing that. I'm happy to be manhandled.
Outside the AICC headquarters, the crowds kept swelling as more and more protesters gathered. And right in the heart of the drama was Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. She jumped barricades in her march towards Rashtrapati Bhavan and then sat in the middle of the road as a mark of protest. Like her brother, she too was detained by the police.
इनके मंत्री कह रहे हैं इनको महंगाई नहीं दिखती, तो हम पीएम हाउस तक चल के महंगाई दिखाना चाहते हैं, गैस का सिलेंडर दिखाना चाहते हैं, जो आज कोई खरीद नहीं सकता है.
While Congress insisted their protest was about rising prices, one of the senior-most leaders in the party, Salman Khurshid, let this slip.
मैं अपने नेता को बचाने के लिए आऊंगा, मेरा नेता मुझे बचाता है. अगर इसको वो परिवार की परिभाषा बना देते हैं तो मुझे कोई उसमें कष्ट नहीं. परिवार हम हैं, परिवार ये देश है, ये देश की जनता है, तो उस देश की जनता को परिवार मानकर, अपना मानकर हम उसकी लड़ाई क्यों ना लड़ें?
The BJP immediately cornered the Congress.
उनको जांच एजेंसियों का डर क्यों है? आखिरकार छिपा क्या रहे? गुनाहगार को गुनाह छिपाने के लिए आखिरकार सबका सहयोग क्यों लेना पड़ रहा है?
So by putting the Parivar first once again, is the Congress digging